The burning issues of modern days: pollution, water problems, the ice melting on the southern pole and northern pole, carbon dioxide emission.
I have this one particular graph which shows the CO2 variations over the past 400,000 years. So the CO2 variations are like a ECG, it just keeps going up and down, up and down. And then suddenly there's this last 150, 200 years, like a tiny period of time where it goes like, woof, off the charts. You might as well think that it's a glitch.
While the situation may seem grim, but satellite imagery shows that there is enough place on Earth to plant 1 trillion additional trees. These can sequester enough carbon dioxide to keep climate change under control. Forests by Heartfulness is an initiative of the Heartfulness Institute to nurture, protect, and conserve endangered ecosystems and encourage biodiversity. Interventions initiated by Forests by Heartfulness do not start with planting trees, but begin by first addressing the irrigation needs of the land.
Collecting the water in the ponds, then how we are using it back. All these works studied at the ground. We see, observe where water is running, where most erosion is happening, so where we need to make resistance.
The Forests by Heartfulness team also pays special attention to enriching the soil.
We put a lot of effort to enrich the soil. We followed, very scientific approach.
So the activated biochar also will be there, and which will help in provide the nutrient to the plant whenever the plant need. Because what all the organic matter and the nutrient or the fertilizer available in the soil, you just absorb and keep it like a bank.
After the irrigation and soil requirements are managed, expertise is also needed in choosing the tree species to be planted.
They all say grow trees, grow plants, what to grow. There is hardly any information. At least as a thumb rule, you grow indigenous plant species.
Forests by Heartfulness is nurturing saplings of indigenous species at 18 sites across India. For every plantation, the Forests by Heartfulness team of experts comes up with a customized list of endemic tree species to be planted. A host of parameters are kept in mind before coming up with this list. The species' adaptability to local conditions, their value in terms of increasing biodiversity, their carbon sequestration properties, their value for local communities, their medicinal value, their nitrogen-fixing properties, etc. Once the tree species have been identified, how to plant them also needs expert guidance.
Banyan tree next to a peepal tree, if you're putting them next to each other, there will be a lot of competition and both of them are not going to grow to their full potential. At Forest by Heartfulness, we suggest that if you're planning to make a forest patch, we can help you do that by talking to you about the right species to be grown next to each other.
And after the trees have been planted, Forests by Heartfulness also helps set up an aftercare team to look after the trees.
We should not let them be on the mercy of nature. Human intervention is required. We have to provide the environment for them to flourish.
The Forests by Heartfulness team is a mix of volunteers and experts, and testament to the efficacy of their methods is the transformed landscape of Kanha Shanti Vanam. This campus has regularly been awarded the Harita Haram Award by the Telangana government for its greening activities. Under the guidance of Heartfulness Guide Daji, Forests by Heartfulness has also partnered with the Madhya Pradesh government in an ongoing project to create mini forests around the state. This effort has been appreciated by the Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh.
मैं परम पूज्य कमलेश जी पटेल जी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। ये काम आपके मार्गदर्शन में हो रहा है और आज मैं मध्य प्रदेश की तरफ से आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। आपने मध्य प्रदेश को एक नई प्रेरणा दी है वृक्षारोपण की, इसके लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ।
Forests by Heartfulness has also partnered with many organizations and institutions to create patches of forests. The goal of the initiative is to plant at least 30 million native endemic trees across India by 2025. If you too are worried about climate change and want to do something for the betterment of the planet, you are welcome to come and participate in the initiative.
I feel so light, relaxed, and the atmosphere here is so like, you know, as soon as I entered the premises, I was surrounded with positivity, which is what everyone needs in their life.
This campus, Kanha Shanti Vanam, presents a model of holistic living.
जो मैंने हृदय के अंतरतल से, हृदय के अभ्यंतर से जो अनुभव किया कि यहाँ पर योग और अध्यात्म की मूल आत्मा है।
What I have seen has absolutely blown me away. What I am seeing here is a community that would be envy of any community in the world. It is so incredibly beautiful, firstly, the beauty of its architecture, schools, auditoriums, libraries, the landscaping, the integration between nature and buildings. There is just something breathtaking about the way it's been done, and in an ecologically friendly and sustainable way.
So for me, I think this place resonates with a lot of positivity. I've been here in the last year maybe about 8 to 10 times, and the longing to come back here is quite higher than the number of times I've actually come here.
ये शांतिवनम बाबूजी की सीख का जीता जागता उदाहरण है।
This place is open to all. It's not only for the members of this organization, but those who like to meditate, those who like to explore this inner spirituality and experience it. Even if you are meditating for the first time and say, "Oh, I don't know how to meditate," here we can teach you how to meditate and go inside. And again, I cannot emphasize more on this, that it is all free.
Naresh Patel, affectionately known as Daji, Heartfulness Guide, is leading a worldwide movement to make free meditation training available to all. With the help of 16,000 volunteer trainers and over 10 million practitioners in 160 countries, Daji has transformed many lives. In his books and talks, he shares deep insights into successfully integrating one's spiritual and material life. Daji is also guiding volunteers to conduct research and innovation in the fields of ecology, agriculture, medicine, education, well-being, and the arts. Among the many initiatives he has pioneered are the creation of a model community and one of the world's largest meditation spaces at Kanha Shanti Vanam near Hyderabad, India. An initiative to plant 30 million native and endemic trees across India by the year 2025. A free app to provide meditation training with a trainer 24/7. Training for grassroots social workers in the best practices in the fields of agriculture, health, wellness, and education. Spreading awareness about yoga and Ayurveda and their health benefits. In recognition of his contribution to society, the Government of India awarded Daji the Padma Bhushan, one of India's highest civilian honours. Daji has also been a strong advocate for interfaith harmony and unity, and the coming together of all religions and spiritual traditions. Under his guidance in 2024, Heartfulness and the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, organized the Global Spirituality Mahotsav, bringing together over 500 spiritual leaders and over 100,000 participants from across the globe. It was a landmark event where everyone came together to promote world peace through inner peace. Under Daji's guidance, Heartfulness is collaborating with the local governments in 36 forestation projects across 8 states in India, covering 10,000 acres of degraded land. Heartfulness volunteers have conducted value-based education workshops and cognitive development training for over 250,000 students worldwide. Daji's contribution to the welfare of humanity has also been recognized by the Commonwealth.
As Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations, I am proud and honored to bestow on you the title of Global Ambassador for Peace Building and Faith in the Commonwealth.
भाई कमलेश जी, जो हम सब पूज्यनीय दाजी के रूप में ही जानते हैं, जो काम मानवता के लिए किया है वो वाकई अद्भुत है।
Respected guests and delegates of the conference, on laying a foundation for the sustainable green revolution from India to the world. It is our privilege to have so many respected persons from this field here at Kanha Shanti Vanam among us, and we are absolutely delighted to have you here with us. Our world is facing significant challenges today. With the population of the world approaching 10 billion people by 2050, the need to find effective solutions to feed this growing population within the challenges presented by climate change and in a way that protects our environment has become absolutely critical. This is a very special occasion here at the conference where people have come together from different parts of the world to engage in an active dialogue focused on generating real action to bring about a transformation for the benefit of humanity. We all share a strong desire to make a positive impact. We have in common the high value we place on collaborating with like-minded partners and the focus on making an impact combined with the perseverance to find a way and overcome the many challenges involved with such a higher purpose makes this conference very special. India has a unique opportunity to step up its leadership role in spearheading this new green revolution and showing the way to the rest of the world, both in the new technologies and in the collaborative practices that will help to achieve this critical task. Over the next 2 days, we will be together in a great first step in a very productive and effective path towards realizing this transformational purpose. We once again welcome all of you to the inaugural session of the conference, and to set the context and deliver the welcome address, I would now like to invite Ms. Pragya Kalia, MD Plasma Waters India, to do the same.
Thank you, Darshwinder. Hearty pranams to all of you. A very good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and dear friends. First of all, let me thank all of you to take out time and attend this conference. It is with immense honor and heartfelt joy that I welcome each of you to the inaugural session of our conference, laying a foundation for a sustainable green revolution from India to the world. Today is not just a gathering, it is a powerful commitment to nurturing sustainable agricultural practices that will transform India and inspire initiatives across the globe. We are deeply privileged to have this great organization, Heartfulness Institute, led by a visionary leader who breathes every moment in the service of humanity. His leadership has ignited the spirit of countless individuals, encouraging to expand their horizons and embrace a deeper connection with nature. The transformation of this very land where we are all seated today, from barren to a lush oasis, is a testament to his unwavering dedication to nurturing life and fostering harmony. His steadfast support for initiatives that enhance our environment has elevated our collective approach to sustainability. Through his enthusiastic embrace of plasma waters, he has become an invaluable ambassador for our technology, inspiring us all to dream even bigger. Ladies and gentlemen, with love-filled hearts, let us thank Revered Daji, the Global Guide of Heartfulness and the President of SRCM, for all his support that he has been extending to technologies like plasma waters, like as if the whole thing is his own. And I think that sense of ownership is commendable. And we all, on behalf of Plasma Waters, I really express my deep gratitude to him. Unfortunately, he is not able to join today because he's not keeping well, but he has sent his good wishes to all of us. And if all goes well with his health, he may join us tomorrow. Now, it is very important to share why we chose Kanha Shanti Vanam. A lot of people asked me, why did we choose Kanha Shanti Vanam? Most of the conferences people are quite used to having in, different hotels and in cities like metro towns like Bombay and Delhi. Choosing Kanha Shanti Vanam, which is the global headquarters of Heartfulness Institute, as the venue for this conference is not merely symbolic. It reflects our shared values and commitment to sustainability. This extraordinary sanctuary is home to a tissue culture lab dedicated to preserving endangered and extinct species of plants, herbs, and trees. Here, innovative practices such as hydroponics and aeroponics flourish alongside organic methods like biochar and vermicompost, all nurtured in a harmonious, chemical-free environment. The vibrant rainforest and thriving mega nursery stand as living proof of our respect for nature and our dedication to a sustainable future. We are honored to have key dignitaries with us today. Some of them are on the way as I speak, but let me continue and welcome them. So we have Dr. Sean and today joining us, and then Dr. Victor, who will be joining us tomorrow. They are the two global program directors at ICRISAT. We have Mr. P.V.S. Suryakumar, the former managing director of NABARD. That's one of the apex rural banking and development bank for India. Their insights will illuminate our discussions on innovative agricultural practices and inspire us to think beyond conventional boundaries. I would like to give special recognition to Dr. Shiv Kumar Yadav, National Principal Investigator and Principal Scientist at ICAR, who has come from, I would say he represents both Pusa Road, Delhi as well as Karnal. Dr. Sangeeta Yadav, she is the Principal Scientist from ICAR, Delhi, for their valuable contributions to the ongoing plasma water study. They are here with us and they are going to significantly contribute because we will have some presentations from them tomorrow and panel discussion. I've also welcomed Dr. Sunita Chaudhary from ICRISAT, whose expertise in technical tests is crucial to our mission. We also extend our gratitude to our key enabler and inspirer, Shri Anil Kumar SG, who's, as I speak, delivering a lecture in ISB Mohali and joining us tonight. So you will all hear him tomorrow. He's the founder and CEO of Samunati. Dr. Sairam Reddy, the CEO founder of Urban Kisan. You will hear him today. All these gentlemen and ladies, I owe it to them for their relentless commitment to advance sustainable farming in this nation. We are delighted to welcome Sri Ram Raghavendra, Brother Saurabh, Arjun, Dr. Ramakrishna Malela from Heartfulness, along with their very, very dedicated Heartfulness team who have been supporting us ever since we started Plasma Water's trial in this campus. And it's been almost 1.5 years that we have been working with this team very, very closely. This collaboration is a vital thread in the tapestry of our vision for a sustainable green revolution. Additionally, I would also like to acknowledge all the directors of top 50 farmer producer companies in India. They are the lighthouse FPOs of also Samunati, who represent millions of Indian farmers. Each FPO, who's a lighthouse FPO, has an average membership base of 1,000 odd farmers. Some are even more. They represent millions of Indian farmers. I also welcome the directors of leading agri enterprises. Your dedication shapes the future of farming in our nation. Your stories, your wisdom, and your unwavering spirit are the lifeblood of our mission. Together, we can pave the way for sustainable practices that uplift our communities and nourish the world. I'm extremely excited to share that we have the Plasma Waters Board and global leadership team here with us today. And they are on the way. You will very soon see those gentlemen walking in. So their participation is crucial as we work together to unleash the potential of this great nation, leading the path to a sustainable green revolution to realize our vision, that is innovation with purpose. So let me introduce the chairman of the board, Mr. Ini, our global CEO, Mr. Robert Hart, who's present here, our founder and CIO, Mr. Alfredo Zolesi, on his way, board member Brian, he's all on his way, our CFO, Jose Ignacio, he's here with us, the CRO, Mr. Jerry Suchovicki, he's also here, and the country manager of Chile, Hakeem, who's also here present, and my entire dear, very hardworking, lovely Plasma Waters India team. Your leadership and passion are crucial as we navigate this transformative journey towards a brighter agricultural future. So once again, I really thank you all for being here today, united in purpose and spirit. Together, let us embark on this inspiring journey, moving forward with hope, determination, and a shared commitment to a sustainable future.
Moving ahead with the program, I now invite Dr. V. Ramakanta to speak to us about heartfulness and revered Daji's vision on agroforestry and agriculture, along with a few other initiatives.
Esteemed guests, delegates, speakers, and friends, at the outset, I would like to, Reverend Daji has asked me to extend his warm greetings to each one of you, and he regrets that he is not here as he is not feeling all that well. I am Dr. V. Ramakanta, was a member of the Indian Forest Service, superannuated as the Principal Chief Conservator of Forests. Presently, I am functioning here as the Chairman, Forest by Heartfulness, a greening initiative very dear to Reverend Daji. I was one of the first fortunate people to come here in the year 2016. Hyderabad, this place looks wonderful to you. Come in the month of April, May, and June, you will really feel the heat of Hyderabad, blazing heat of Hyderabad. When I came here, less than 100 trees in 400 acres of land, not even blades of grass, not an exaggeration, exposed soil, sweeping winds, the dry, hot winds. It was terrible to be here, and you wouldn't even know where you are because hardly any landmark. We had some 4 ponds, that's what. I am near pond 1, 2. This is how we used to communicate with each other. Reverend Daji was in New York, so I am a forest officer. Only thing that I know is to grow plants, and I got an extraordinary gentleman, Mr. Sarvanan, a green thumb. He says, he looks dark, so he says black thumb. We too were the first. We started growing what we know best, plants of belonging to this Deccan Peninsula, and unfortunately, many of the valuable trees like frankincense, they were not grown. Some of them were endangered like Ficus arnotiana. We started growing. So here Daji came. Our momentum of greening really picked up from then. And one day he asked me, we should have a rainforest here. 30 odd years in the Indian Forest Service, and I happen to come from the heart of the Western Ghats. I said, that is not possible, sir. After 4 or 5 days, he calls me and says, we should have this Amazon forest here. I said, sir, not convince you. I can give you huge trees from the moist deciduous forest, as good as rainforest trees. Some leaf shedding may happen in some months, winter months, but as good. He doesn't say anything. Again, after 4 or 5 days, he says, we should have a rainforest here. What do you think? I didn't think. I used to be head of a forest academy, and all my shishyas were in good positions. I dialed them, truckloads of plants. I brought them here. On the June 5th, 2017, we did a rainforest. It was hot, and truthfully, I'll tell you, I never thought one plant would survive, because in the rainforest you have canopy trees which are about 100 feet tall, and then emergent species 80 feet tall trees, 18-story building tall. They spread out their branches. Most of the other plants are not exposed to, you may be aware, to direct sunlight. Here we plant it. Okay. And very happy to tell you, not one species that we planted here died. Casualty is also hardly any. How did that happen? We didn't know, even I should say that they didn't know what to do. So, this exposed hard soil is also porous. Manually, you can't dig 6 inches. So, and whatever water you pour, the nutrients, they go to Patala. Just goes away. So he came out with the first hacks. Youngsters call it a hacks. We dig meter cube pits, 6 inches of cotton soil, black cotton soil, holds moisture. This is the first hacks that we did. There is a tree called Agastya, Sesponia grandiflora. If you have read Asterix comics, the druid drops a seed and out comes a tree. It grows that fast, fixes nitrogen. We grew 4 of them, and in between them we grew these delicate plants. In essence, of course, we adapted a French technology, Polyter. Now we replace it. He has replaced it with activated Biochar. Mr. Sriram Raghavendra will talk about it. Is revolutionizing the forestry and the agriculture sector. 41 vice chancellors of universities were here just a couple of months ago to see and believe that what can be done with simple, innovative technologies. And many people asked him, how could you manage it? It's he who did it, I didn't. Despite me, it happened. So he says, when we meditate, our intuitive ability increases and you come out with solutions. Much of the time we waste, should I do it? Should I not do it? Meditate, guidance comes from within. It's not just a meditation. The core principle of heartfulness is that there's a material life, there's a spiritual life. Bringing balance to life is saintliness. Don't discard material life for the sake of spiritual life, vice versa. He was also asked question, why are you so passionate about greening? He had 2 answers. One is, he says, plants help us in our effort of elevating our consciousness. So he said, Ramakant, pack this campus with plants. Now he asked me to do it with me, in the sense, me and our team. We have a big team. We have 3, PhD, taxonomists, etc. All across the India, we are taking up greening initiatives in partnership with private sectors, etc. So he says plants help us in elevating our consciousness. It's wonderful. In my quest for seeking purpose for life, I had been thinking, I've read a lot of saintly people. They all talk about the benefits of forests, plants, rivers, etc., nature. But he comes out with this thing that they help us also in elevating our consciousness. This is one thing. And while walking one day, he was saying, if I have billions and billions of dollars, I'll put them all in growing plants. So it's not just the forestry. We have organic farms. Then I'm confidently, I can tell you, most of you, nay, not even one of you can tell me 5 critically endangered plants of India. I'm sure. A tiger population dwindles, all of us know, because charismatic plants, but plants go away. We are a mega biodiversity country and a whole lot of plants are dying away. There is one jamun, sweet and sour, found only in Kerala, less than 100 in number. You go to Tamil Nadu, a jamun, Syzygium Singampattianam, near Singampatti, Kalakad Mundandare. It's a shrub, red, beautiful, edible fruit. Come to Karnataka, Syzygium canarans, not found elsewhere on planet Earth. Come to Andhra Pradesh, Syzygium, a jamun, alternifolium, found only in Tirupati, Tirumala hills and nowhere else on planet Earth. And their number dwindling. Many of them, trust me, there is one species of tree, a Rudraksha, the beads, the saints of India have the holy people, the beads they wear. Elaeocopper, there are many species. One species found only 3 trees left on earth. One mother tree huge and 2. And we are trying. When I said all these things, the Haji said, very perturbed. And he said, he created a state-of-the-art tissue culture laboratory, found Dr. Sai Ram Reddy and his Shishya, who has done his postdoc from Israel, and we have 2 of that. There are 3 trees in India, in Tamil Nadu, in Salem district. We have 2 of them growing in our tissue culture laboratory. So this, I'm asked to speak less. So it is abrupt. I would like to interact with all of you. When you have fine time, we'll be happy to accompany you wherever there's a Yatra garden, a representation of various chakras, a Hrudaya chakra, Atma chakra, Agni chakra, Jala chakra. We don't go here, Vishuddhi, and there is a Yatra within, a journey within, and then that each chakra has a color. Don't have to believe at all. Meditate and you will feel that. A garden is there. There is an asana mandala in a British, Scottish person. An American said, I am an expert on Vedic math and I create temple out of trees. I said, how long will you be here? 11 days. He had come for transcendental meditation. Within 11 days, we could create a asana mandala in the nursery here. Have a tour of it. Pragya ji will be calling me, I'm sure, to accompany you in your tours. Have a wonderful seminar, wonderful stay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramakanta, for that lovely introduction of heartfulness and how the practices of heartfulness can lead from an inner transformation to be able to transform the world and the environment outside. We are very happy and privileged to have among us the special guest for today, Dr. Sean Mays, the Global Research Program Director for Accelerated Crop Improvement at ICRISAT. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Sean's expertise lies in genetic diversity and germplasm characterization of various crop plants, focusing on marker-assisted selection for genetic enhancement. He has been actively involved in projects on wheat, oil palm, African rice, Bambara groundnut, winged bean, and many other crops. He is with us today as the special guest, and now it is my privilege to request him to please come and speak to us.
Thank you and good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today, and it's a really interesting conference lineup that you have. I'm Sean Mays. My background is really in crop genetics, largely on tropical crops, although I spent most of my time in the UK. I'm now looking after accelerated crop improvement at ICRISAT. So ICRISAT is basically one of a network of international research centers focused on agriculture. And ICRISAT in particular is focused on the dry lands. And I think, as we can all appreciate, the issues in the dry lands are becoming more and more serious. And certainly in India last year, the temperatures were significantly above pre-industrial averages. And I think we're going to see more and more, particularly with erratic weather, unpredictable crop seasons. And I think one of the things that we really need to be looking at is solutions which are relatively simple and can be scaled out. And I think that that's one of the key things. Personally, I'm focused very much around genetic improvement. We look at millets, we look at groundnut, we look at pigeon pea and also chickpea. But that takes time. And even with the techniques we have now, particularly in terms of genomics, but also speed breeding, it still takes time. And then we have to go through multiplication, registration, release, and making seeds available to the farmers. So I think one of the key things that we're going to need in the next 5 to 10 years are relatively simple technologies in management and agronomy, which allow us to bridge some of that gap that's going to be needed in terms of consistent production, while some of the newer genetics are becoming along. And I think as well, it's pretty generally acknowledged within the CGIAR system, which is the network, that while the Green Revolution really made a big difference, and particularly in India made a big difference in terms of food production, it has left a number of legacies. And as has been said, one of the legacies is really in terms of diversity. And I think that we really need to be thinking in a much more holistic way, so that we're not looking simply for a solution, which is a crop variety or a product or some input, but we're looking at the whole system, because unless we look at the whole system, it becomes very difficult to understand what needs to be done to be sustainable. And certainly in a number of areas now, things like water use, particularly aquifer use, are not sustainable. We need to find alternatives. We need to find more intelligent ways of using water. But in addition to that, I think we also need to think much longer term, and obviously government and policy is a part of that. We got involved with Plasma Waters really because they came to us with their new technology. And it was an interesting but simple technology in the sense that obviously if you're treating seed or potentially irrigating, then it's something that could be easily scaled. And one of the things we have been doing, and one of the things I think ICRISAT does quite well, is to look at technologies and actually provide an independent assessment of how well they work or how well they don't work. And tomorrow, my colleagues will be giving a more in detailed talk about that and the results that have come out of that. But it's quite clear that certainly in terms of seed priming, the plasma water technology really does make a difference. And I think that's really quite an important potential step forward in terms of ensuring crop production and future production, while we try to move to a much more sustainable and diverse system, which will take some time, I think. Part of that, often in many countries, and we work quite a lot in Africa, is in terms of regenerating soils. One of the problems with many soils in Africa in particular is they're very mineralized, they don't have very much organic matter. And to some extent, the Green Revolution has enforced that because of the assumption that you can take artificial nitrogen and it will fully compensate for what was happening in the soil beforehand. And there's a big research area now opening up in terms of understanding the interactions within the soil. And it's very complex in terms of what bacteria and fungi are in there and how they interact with plants. And particularly how, in effect, there has been a plant support network that has evolved over millions of years. And I think one of the things that has happened with monoculture and particularly intensive agriculture, it has started to break that apart. And I think we need to understand it better to be able to go back to it. So I think future of agriculture, and even within the CGIAR centres, is recognised as being something that has to be diverse, it has to be sustainable, it has to be economically viable, and more it's also being recognised it has to be nutritious in terms of the crops we use and the products we make. And obviously the food system at the moment is generating a lot of significant problems, particularly in terms of non-communicable diseases. And we really need to be rethinking about how do we pull all of those parts together as a system. And once that system is developed, and it will be different in different places, how do we maintain that so that the food is available, but equally the farmers have income, hopefully more income than they had before, and also that we can sustain this long term. So ICRISAT has been around for just over 50 years now, and likelihood is we will be around for maybe another 50 years. The original aim of CGs was to hand over to the local organizations, and in India they're very good research organizations, but we're still a long way off in some other places, particularly in parts of Africa. So I think the mission that we have is really to understand how to generate a new system, how to provide new varieties of the crops we grow, which are mainly drought tolerant, heat tolerant. In particular, pearl millet is very heat tolerant. But also, how do those work within a broader system? So we're not just focusing on single crops. And I think that's one of the key challenges of the next 10 years is we need a lot more resilience in terms of food production and agriculture without destroying the planet at the same time. And also we need a mindset change, if you like. We need to be able to bring farmers back to farming because there is a different way of doing farming. And all of these sorts of challenges we work with many, many partners to try and address through experimentation, through trying pilots. And it's been a very interesting process working with Plasma Waters. And again, my colleague will talk in more detail tomorrow about the results. But I think this is a relatively simple technology that has a lot of potential. I think there's still a lot of questions to be answered, but it's quite clear it does have an effect. And I think this symposium will be very interesting because obviously it's going to present a series of relatively straightforward technologies in terms of potential for scaling and how they might have that impact. And I think that's really one of the key things we must focus on in the next 5 years. In the longer term, we may find other ways of doing things, but in the immediate term, we face a very significant problem. And any of those and many of those technologies could help us overcome some of the aspects of that problem. So from ICRISAT, the DG sends his best regards to this meeting, and you'll have colleagues here tomorrow from ICRISAT. And we've enjoyed our time working with Plasma Waters, and it's been very interesting scientifically. So I'm really looking forward to the talks that will happen, and I'll pass on to the next person to get the system running and started. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sean, for sharing your insights from your vast experience and about the work being done by ICRISAT. Despite not being so well, he has been kind and gracious to be present here to share his thoughts with us, and we are really grateful for that. We now have Mr. Robert Hart, President and CEO, Plasma Water Solutions Incorporated, who will come and he will be speaking to us. So it is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Robert Hart to share with us the vision, the global vision of Plasma Waters and India's role for a sustainable future.
Thank you for the nice introduction, and I'm really glad to be here and to share my thoughts and, of course, also the thoughts of my team with you. So you might have heard about us, but I think it's important for all of us to understand what it's okay. What Plasma Waters is all about, what we are as a company, and also what we are aiming to do globally, but also in India in particular. So, what and who is Plasma Waters? We were founded by Alfredo Solesi, who is here, and I'm really happy to welcome Alfredo. And Alfredo founded the company more than a decade ago in Chile as an innovation laboratory to define groundbreaking innovations in many areas of industry. The company was established in Chile, and Alfredo brought this company in 2019 to the US, and from there, we branched out further into other countries, for example, to Germany, and in 2022, into India. So what kind of company we are? And that is also the definition we followed, definition by Alfredo and his vision of the company. We are a purpose-driven company. We are a science-based technology company with a global reach. And we generate innovation with purpose. And most importantly, everything what we do must have a positive impact on people's life. That's why all of us, the team of Plasma Waters, the brothers and sisters of our organization, follow Alfredo's call to join Plasma Waters, and we formed this global team. All of us are driven by this purpose, and we strive to live up to these values. So what is plasma-activated water? Plasma-activated water, we call it POW, is a well-known natural phenomenon, and it is well described by science and scientists, and it is described how the so-called reactive oxygen species and reactive nitrogen species act as signaling molecules for plants with huge positive effects on their growth and on their health. And as we heard, it might have also a positive impact on soil quality. What was missing was a technology unlocking the potential of POW, of plasma-activated water, for the entire agricultural value chain, and hence make its huge benefits accessible and affordable for many farmers and farmers' communities. Thanks to our founder of Plasma Waters, Alfredo Solesi, we have this technology now in our hands. But how do we produce plasma-activated water, and what is the machine or the platform we are going to do and use in the future? So we call this platform PWG 4.0. PWG stands for Plasma Water Generator. 4.0 stands for the industrial future standard we also implemented into our platform. So that means Plasma Water's technology uses only a low amount of energy to transform regular water from practically any source in a continuous flow into a specific form of plasma-activated water. And we call it Plasma-ized water. That is our product we bring to the market. Based on our patented core technology, we are building not just a single device to produce plasma-activated water, plasma-ized water. We are building a plasma-ized water technology platform. Tomorrow, you will see the core element of this platform, the PWG 4.0 device. Each PWG 4.0 is connected to our PWS, Plasma Waters Cloud, sorry for that. And it is modular. It is consuming low energy. It only needs a minimum of service in the field. It is easy to operate, and it collects all sorts of field data. So from the field directly, but also from the operations. And that will enable us to do a lot of data analytics in the future to come up with new solutions. Most importantly, the operator can use it like a smartphone, and software updates, for example, will be uploaded on the device into the platform via the air. So you might ask, okay, what markets are we active in? We are a global company. And why India? Currently, we address two key markets, the USA and India. Why so different markets, you might ask? Simply because they are so different. Big farms in US or US-like markets, different markets like India with small holding farms. And that is, of course, important for us to learn from both aspects of the coin. Big farms, of course, have different challenges. Small holding farms have other challenges, and we are going to address that. And India is obviously a huge agricultural market by itself. It is fast growing and can be seen as a key function for other markets as well, because India can lead the way to India-like agricultural environments. The potential to increase productivity here in India is much higher than in the US-alike markets. There is a productivity gap of around 30 to 40% to agricultural economies in the West compared to India, and that is a huge potential for all of us here, and we can address and attack that. In India, what we feel, the adoption rate of innovation and the speed to do that seems to be higher, because the need and the urge to bring innovation into the fold is imminent. And we see PWS India, our organization here, also as a launch pad for similar markets in Southeast Asia, in Africa, and maybe even in the Middle East. And Sean alluded to that, what similar problems and challenges we have in those regions. India is also a huge laboratory, not just for us, but also for other companies, which is huge crop varieties, with its many climate zones and farming practices. Hence, we have started very early on our science partnerships with ICRISAT and ICAR. Our business model for the globe, but also for India, is fairly simple. So we are not a company selling a hardware or a software tool. We provide services to farmers via our channel partners, and our services are around seed treatment and enhancement and spraying for a variety of crops to enhance the health of the plants and ultimately then the outcome, the yield of the production of the agricultural production. The farmer doesn't pay, as I said, for a product itself. The farmer and the farming community pays for a service. And that, of course, doesn't involve capital expenditure. It's just pay as you use. The production of our plasma-ized water is decentralized. It is close to the farmer. So that means it is decoupled from risks of a global supply chain. And we provide a stable price point for our customers and for the farmers. The technology is easy to scale due to the modular structure of the platform. It's robust and very easy to operate. And we add solutions for more and more crops as we go. So where are we today? We have done extensive field trials in the USA and here in India, proving positive impact of plasma-ized water on plant health and ultimately on its yield. We have built this fantastic collaboration here with Heartfulness about you will learn more today and tomorrow. Without this collaboration, we would not be here today. Many thanks to Daji and his fantastic teams. Thank you. We have built a strong global science network with world-class institutes and universities in the United States, in Germany, and particularly here in India. ICAR and ICRISAT I mentioned already. We have built a strong business and innovation partnership with Samunati. We are working together with government on federal and state level, like with Uttar Pradesh and other states, and are continuously extending and strengthening those partnerships. We work together on extensive trial programs with innovative seed companies like NSL and Tata Relis. And finally, we have built, with the strong support of Samunati, excellent relationship with many FPOs, resulting in the first contracts we are now in the process to implement as we speak. And what is next? We will strengthen and deepen our collaboration with our India science partners. We will build a strong India organization and infrastructure to get as close as possible to our business partners and the farmers and farmers communities to increase our footprint and to extend our business in the country. We will localize the production of our PWG 4.0 platform here in India to optimize costs of the services we provide to farmers and farming communities. We will add, step by step, new plasma-ized water solutions and services for the India market together with our partners based on extensive trials and science evaluations. And we will continue to live our values and aim to provide innovation with purpose every single day. And finally, what is our contribution to a new, green, chemical-free revolution? As we heard, the challenges are many and they are huge. They are very big. By 2050, 9 to 10 billion people will be on our planet. Arable land is shrinking, soil quality is degrading, biodiversity is rapidly deteriorating. I'll give you an example. So I'm, of course, from Europe. I lived in Canada. And 10 to 15 years ago, when you drove with a car, your windscreen was full of dead insects. Today, it's not the case anymore. In my home country, Germany, we have lost 70% of the insect population already. And that has impacts not just on the insects, but also on the birds, and with that also on the agriculture, pollination, and so on. So that means everything, as also we heard already, is connected. We also face long and costly innovation cycles for new crop traits. We need to bridge that. And farmers have difficulties to access new innovations rapidly, but also in an affordable way. We have vulnerable supply chains with high CO2 emissions. We, as Plasma Waters Technology and our business and collaboration model, will be part of the solution. That is what we believe and we're working on. But we cannot do this alone. Our technology cannot do this alone. What we need is strong collaboration of like-minded people and groups working in the same direction, contributing their own specific strengths. Then we can scale the adoption of technology in a big way and globally. Then we can build strong businesses and provide these benefits fairly and sustainably to many farmers and their communities. Then we create the impact, and then we make the real difference. I'm very happy and grateful that we came together here in Kanha today to foster these collaborations and to work together to make the next green revolution a reality. Thank you very much.
So the day has finally arrived that we are going to be actually launching. The first launch is going to be our global website. And may I call upon the entire team of Plasma Waters. Let me call the names. So Mr. Robert Hart, Mr. Inni, Mr. Alfredo, Mr. Brian, Mr. Jose, Mr. Hakeem, Mr. Jerry, and may I have Mr. Sean up on stage, Dr. Sairam Reddy, Dr. Shiv Kumar Yadav, Dr. Sangeeta Yadav. May I have all the dignitaries up on the stage, please, to help us have this launch today. This is the global website that we are launching. We already had a website, but then we decided now, because we have a very clear-cut vision and a goal to achieve around sustainable agriculture using this technology, we have relaunched, and this is a global website that is getting launched for the first time today. You will have a view of it. I request all of you to please go through it once you are in your tea breaks and also over the day today. Can I request all of you to please take the center stage?
maybe some background to the website. So of course, we had a website 2 or 3 years ago, but I think we thought, okay, with the development over the last 1.5 years, especially in US and also in India. So we want to show how we work together, not just internally and with, would say, with certain partners, but how we collaborate in general. So, and you will see here, of course, a lot of our technologies and how the technology works. But what is in the center of the website is also how we work with our partners. You see testimonials, of course, from our science partners, from our business partners, but also from the farmers we work together with. For example, with the FPOs, we had the first trials, and also who are now using our platform and our services in their actual farming practices. When you scroll through the website in the future, it's www.plasmawaters.com. Very easy. You go to your cell phone or smartphone right now. You can browse through it. So of course, you will see a lot of information about the technology itself. So how to use it. So, and also you can really get experiences from your peers. So how they implement that. So in the future, of course, we will have updates. So what is new on the platform side of the EWG 4.0 platform and devices, but also exchanges on new services you will find, but also on, would say, examples how people use it in their practical farming day-to-day life. Yeah, okay. Yeah, of course, we have specific, that is the India page, so specifically done for India. So because India, as I said, is a key market. And I personally think also that will not be visited just from India visitors, but also from companies around India, and because they have different, or not different, they have similar challenges, and of course they're interested in what India is doing and how India approaches those challenges. And you see, you are in the forefront of this development, and to the motto of the conference, the Green Revolution, from India to the world, I think that is also represented in our new website here. Thank you.
Can we have the homepage of the website up on the screen for the photo op, please? Thank you, everyone. May I request Ini to please stay back for a minute? We would like to felicitate Dr. Sean. Considering his health, he may not be able to join in the second half of the session. So may I request Dr. Sean to please come up on the stage. Thank you, Dr. Sean. Thank you, Annie. Now we have a very interesting launch of Heartful Village. This is a model village concept that we have been working together, thanks to all the partners of India. And in this Heartful Village concept, I would request Dr. Sriram Raghavan to come and explain us the concept. But let me quickly tell you what we are doing. We have two governments. One is UP government and second is Gujarat government, with whom Heartfulness, Samunati and Plasma Waters has joined hands to work together. And we wish to do a socio-economic transformation of village. So we enter the village with this model village concept, and the model village name is Heartful Village because we want the village to be really thriving, economically, socially, spiritually, emotionally. And when we come out after 1 year of intervention, we want the whole village to get transformed and become self-sustainable. So how we are going to do it? What is this model village called Heartful Village? We are going to look at first the concept that Sriram is going to take us through. Then we are going to launch Heartful Village today. And post a small tea break, I would request all of you to assemble here again, where we are going to take you through every single initiative which is going to be covered under Heartful Village. So how are we going to do it will be shared post tea break. So may I request Sriram to please take us through the concept of Heartful Village.
Good morning, everyone, esteemed guests, speakers and dignitaries. It's my pleasure to be launching on behalf of Heartfulness Institute and our partners the concept of a Heartful Village here in this session. Can I have the slides, please? Yes. So what is a Heartful Village? And we talked about research, right? Dr. Sean talked about the multitude of research that is happening to really make agriculture better and get to the next level. But research is on one side, execution and rollout and how it actually reaches the village needs to go hand in hand, right? If this is research, then the rollout needs to come together, okay, for us to really create a green revolution. And that is the concept and the backdrop, which the Heartful Village actually offers. Next slide, please. So for people who are here for the first time, Heartfulness Institute is about 80 years old. This is the headquarters, the global headquarters of the Heartfulness organization, Heartfulness Institute. And over 80 or 100 years when this practice of meditation has been available, provided free of charge to one and all, this has touched several million practitioners. Today I can say that Heartfulness is probably in about 6 to 10,000, 20,000 cities, villages and towns of India. That's the extent of reach that Heartfulness has. The next slide. So the idea or the concept of a Heartful Village started a little more than a year ago. And it started with an invitation that was extended to Heartfulness and Daji to by the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, then Chief Minister and now the Agricultural Minister, Shri Sivraj Singh Chauhanji. Okay, as part of Yoga Day or the run-up to the Yoga Day, he invited Daji to actually see in terms of how we can touch the villages. And that's where we ran this program called Ekatma Abhiyan. It started with the state of Madhya Pradesh. Subsequently, it's gone on to several other states. Next slide. So in about 8 weeks prior to the Yoga Day, this actually became one of the largest Yoga Day interventions across India and the world, right? So Daji gave a call on a Sunday meditation globally, and about 10,000 trainers, all volunteers, we landed up, okay, and traveled in Madhya Pradesh for a week or two, going to every village at least on 2 or 3 days and organizing meditation session, and what you all experienced today morning, giving an experience of meditation in the village, right? And this is one such example. Next slide, please. By the time the Yoga Day arrived, we had gone to about 40,000 villages in Madhya Pradesh alone. 10,000 volunteers on their time had covered the length and breadth of Madhya Pradesh, and we had touched about 1.1 crore people in the village of Madhya Pradesh, in the villages of Madhya Pradesh, right? Subsequently, this is rolled up in Gujarat, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, parts of Maharashtra. So this is something which Heartfulness, as part of its outreach program to the villages, has been doing and will continue to do. But the twist or the birth of Heartful Village came in the last 10 days when Daji himself was traveling village to village in Madhya Pradesh last June and July. And when he spoke to the farmers, his call was very, very clear. And he, I think, promised to the farming community, the rural community, that this time around, okay, Heartfulness is coming here, people are coming here. We're only teaching you meditation and we're teaching you yoga. And it's all about your well-being. But he gave a promise that in the future, the endeavor of Heartfulness Institute will not only be to bring in meditation and well-being practices, but see how we can promote livelihood. Next slide, please. And it is from that concept that Heartful Village was born. The other message of Daji, next slide. We all are quite aware of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, right? Daji's own twist and contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals is, go back please, is he says that, like, there are 17 problems that's been well captured by the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Just hit the enter once, please. But what he says is these 17 represent the kind of problems that humanity and administration needs to work. But he said, I want to add one more to these Sustainable Development Goals, right? And that he calls thought pollution. How to get to a world where there is no thought pollution. Right, and that is really the play, that's the contribution that Heartfulness can provide to the villages and to the world as such, right? And that is really, like, how the development goals and meditation and well-being come together. Next slide, please. So no thought pollution, right? I mean, this has been his message. So what is a Heartful Village? Let's come to that. Really speaking, it's like the three-legged stool, right? The goal of a Heartful Village is to see how we can improve rural livelihood of farmers, of people in the village, okay, a rural livelihood, right? Which means that their crops need to grow better, they need to have better practices, they need to have better technology, okay, and the income and the food on the table, education for the children needs to improve, right? That's the underlying message, right? And this is what Daji promised, that this is what Heartfulness will endeavor towards. But for that to happen, it's not just going to happen by itself. We see this as being driven through the emergence of a set of rural entrepreneurs, right? It could be Plasma Water, it could be Nano Urea, it could be Biochar, which I lead as an initiative for the Heartfulness Institute in Samanati, right? That there needs to be these individuals, youth, women in the villages, who will become rural entrepreneurs, who will become the vehicles through which these initiatives will be taken to the villages, right? So that's to establish rural, go back please. Okay, that's to establish rural entrepreneurs, right? And in the process, when the community comes together through rural entrepreneurs, when we are bringing in affordability, like, better money, like, and food on the table, like, and bringing a better life to the villagers, we believe, like, also as part of it, Heartfulness can continue to contribute in terms of yoga and meditation, right? So that's really, like, the concept of a Heartful Village. Let's go through the other slides quickly. So other than meditation, for example, we also train yoga. We train people on yoga. We train Asha workers, Anganwadi workers for maternal health, child care. There are a lot of things, like, that Heartfulness does. We run about 200 social impact initiatives. Next slide. So what initiatives are we talking about? When we took it to the drawing board last year, we looked at what are all the various initiatives which Heartfulness can take to the villages, right? Started with Biochar, we're talking about microgreens, Plasma Water. We realized that this is not just, Kanha, Dr. Ramakanta said that there are so many initiatives happening in the green and agriculture and soil and water in Kanha, hydroponics, microgreens and so on, right? But we believe, like, this is not just a Heartfulness knowledge that needs to be taken out. There are organizations, ICRISAT is doing good work, ICAR is doing good work, private organizations like Plasma Water are doing fantastic work. Okay, BIF has a great research organization. Heartfulness has a lot of collaborators and partners in this ecosystem. And what Heartfulness would like to contribute or become a vehicle to take to each of the village through the Heartful Village framework, okay, or all ideas, okay, which can be taken to the villages. We will be, after the tea break, we will be going through a few of these initiatives in addition to Plasma Water, so that all of you get an idea of what these initiatives are. Next slide. I'll not get into details, but for example, there's a lot of research, right? Robert mentioned that Plasma Water has been around for 10 years. It takes a lot of research, a lot of trials, a lot of packaging, coming to the economic model before it can be taken to the village, right? And that is where many of these initiatives are. But I do hope with Heartful Village, like, and Heartfulness being one of the players, right? We're all partners in this endeavor, that we can come together and we can drive well-researched, mature ideas which can be taken to farmers to create better livelihood and better life for the farmers. Next slide. So this is heartfulness, like, we're working with ICAR, okay, we're working with a number of organizations. Now, if you'll notice here, there are research organizations here, ICAR, ICRISAT and others. And there are also execution partners. Arvind Mills, with whom we are working on driving biochar, works with 50-60,000 farmers. Pratibha Syntex works with 30,000 organic farmers. Right? Samunati works with about 6,700 farmer producer organizations with access to about 2.5 million farmers. So Heartfulness has access to villages, but these organizations also can help the outreach so that when there are good ideas, we can take it to the market and we can actually have farmers benefit from this, right? So that's the concept of a Heartful Village. I'm glad that today we are launching Heartful Village, but with working with all of you together, the idea is that how can we use such vehicles to take really good ideas, right? I mean, which can break through ideas down to village and actually get it implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sriram, for that lovely clarification on what is Heartful Village. So, friends, let me conclude with this. We will do a launch immediately after the tea break. Just to give a perspective, in 2022, 11,290 persons involved in farming committed suicide in India. That's a massive number. And when we talk about a Heartful Village, we have a very large objective. And when all the like-minded organizations with great initiatives come together, imagine the strength that we build, a force that we create to really transform this village, every single village in India, to a Heartful Village, where people are happy, joyful, satisfied, and then they contribute. And we all know if Indian agriculture is transformed, the productivity, which is one of the lowest, is increased, what India can contribute to the world. With that thought, let us take a tea break. And when you assemble back, we have a very lovely, I would say, Heartful Village inauguration, for which the team has worked in a very short time. And so we gather back and then we listen to every single initiative as to what are we doing under each initiative. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we have now the launch of Heartful Village. So I would call upon Mr. Ramakrishna Malela to take us through Heartful Village and then we do the launch.
Morning. I think it's almost noon, so good afternoon. I was listening to Sri Ram, and for the last 4 or 5 years, especially at the time when I took a corporate career break and I was full-time in 4 years into the field work, traveled in villages. How many of you lived in villages here? Just anybody? Robert, you lived in a village? In Germany? That must be a very rich village. Very happy. So, let me ask this. How many of you have never lived in a village? Right. So thank you so much. So after traveling to so many places, I know that we want to give something to them. How many of you felt that you could learn something from them as well? Amazing, right? So that inspired me a lot. And if you ask me how do I know it's an inspiration? I feel restless from the time that inspiration germinates in my heart. And then it compels me to do some action, sometimes selfless or sometimes burn my own time, or sometimes I don't know to what extent I'm supposed to be so generous. So it put me into difficult situations. Why this long story is, I also wrote to Daji, the Global Guide of Heartfulness, that we have plethora of initiatives. How do we put these themes together and showcase for you to know why this entire Heartful Village concept could be a reality in the way we are all talking. So what I'm about to show, and we will take the help of our volunteers, and Pragya will help also invite people. What I'm going to show you is right now, how does a Heartful Village look like with education, wellness, mental health, agriculture, environment, livelihood, and entrepreneurship. And Heartfulness organizations have services, products, programs, initiatives, interventions across all of this. And for those of you who are not familiar with Indian government related village services, there are 65 services minimum there, and collector takes care of that. So if I can just slightly move over, I don't know, I'm generally a guy who can keep moving around. If you look at education, there are specific interventions for cognitive leadership development in villages I'm talking about. Wellness, specific initiatives which are already working. In the field of wellness, specific interventions for brain development, mother and child care development. I will talk about it. I have a session, so I'm going to keep it short now. In the field of mental health, we have specific interventions. So this is a combined slide. It might not be as legible as you wish to be or as you wish to see it. In the field of agriculture, I've just copied whatever is existing, by the way, be it from biochar to hydroponics. And in environment, while plethora of things happening, with diversity restoration, endangered species conservation, tissue culture, forest by heartfulness. In livelihood, we are doing certain works to develop people, and we can do more. And in entrepreneurship, with this backdrop, if this is what we can provide for a Heartful Village at a life, livelihood, and landscape level, I'm going to request Pragya Ben to invite people to release the posters.
So let me tell you, there are heads of or the leaders of each organization. I would like to call upon those individuals to please come and unveil Heartful Village for everybody. So Mr. Sriram Raghavendra, representing both Heartfulness as well as Samunati, because Anil joins us tomorrow. And he is also the Chief Innovation Officer for Samunati. Then Dr. Sairam Reddy, Mr. Saurabh Sinde, Mr. Ramakrishna Malela, Mr. Robert Hart. May I have all of you up on the stage, please? Can I have the posters of Heartful Village? After this launch, you will all see one by one what do they do, how do they really intervene and bring about this change that we have been talking about.
So I'm going to switch hats. Okay, I wear two hats. One is as the head of innovation for Samunati, and the second one is as one of the directors of the Heartfulness Institute, and working specifically on a biochar initiative. Can we have the biochar slides, please? So a little bit of background. I come from a technology background, right? While the slides come up. So the technology, I worked for 25 years. I worked in the US, I worked in London, in Europe. And 4 years back, I moved into agriculture. Okay, and so I'm not a native. I've not lived in a village. I've visited a lot of villages in the last 2 years. In fact, most of the time I spend in villages in the last year, right? And but today, as part of Heartfulness Institute, I'm heading the Biochar initiative, and I'll give a brief in terms of what we do in Biochar today. So why Heartfulness and Biochar, right? You'll have a time to go around and visit Kanha today, right? And you see it's a completely lush green place. But Dr. Ramakanta said 6-7 years back, you look at the picture, there's not a blade of grass. There are about 100 or 150 neem trees on this entire space, right? So how is it possible that such large scale transformation, 1,500 acres is not large scale, but it is significant scale. How is it possible that there can be such a transformation within a brief period of 6 years? And look at the trees, it doesn't look like 6 years. Some of them are look like 10, 15 years. So we believe there are many things that's gone in, specifically water, rainwater harvesting, water conservation, soil amendment, how to make the soil fertile, and greening. There are 3 legs of the tripod, right? Today in this, we'll talk about soil amendments, right? And we're talking about how do we adopt a village, and it can be thought of as part of Heartful Villages. Next slide. I give you 3 minutes about what biochar is and what we're doing, right? And we can have more conversations outside. There's a booth that you can see, right? If there is a magic bullet, right? I mean, बचपन में like हम पत्थर तोड़ के like आम तोड़ते थे, okay, पत्थर फेंक के, right? I mean, we used to throw stones as kids, okay, to get mangoes, and sometimes how would it be like, if you throw a stone and you get 2 mangoes, because many times you never hit anything, right? So how would it be if you get 3? How would it be if you get 4? How would it be get 5? Like, it's magical. And that is the magic, I think, biochar, it absolutely fascinates me. It's consumed me in the last year, right? With biochar, okay, we are fighting climate change, we are reversing climate change. Okay, whatever the carbon has been sequestered in the tree, in the piece of wood, okay, is being sequestered in the soil permanently. Permanently. You put it in the soil as biochar, it remains there for thousands of years. So it's active climate service. The second one is that like it improves soil fertility, and not just improves soil fertility like urea or potash or whatever, right? It permanently improves soil fertility. How? By bringing back the biological life in the soil. It creates an explosion of bacteria, fungi, nematodes, your earthworms, and it basically brings life back to the soil. That's a fantastic service. The third one is its impact is in terms of yield and income for farmers. And the way we want to roll this out, we're not yet there because we're yet finding out how to get an economic model, okay, which is viable. But it will be rolled out through rural entrepreneurs. The fifth stone, which I do not have here, is when you use biochar, we have confirmation in our farm trials, like, that you need about 30-40% lesser water. Water is a very scarce resource, right? They're saying that in the 21st century, there's going to be a war for water, right? And all these problems are solved by biochar. Next. In Daji's vision, I mean, he told Modi ji when he was here that how can we set up a biochar unit with an entrepreneur in every single village of India. This was the conversation Daji had with Modi ji last December, right? And that's the vision that's driving us. Next. I'll go quickly. So there's a lot of biomass in India. India produces about 500 to 600 million tons of biomass. About at least 20-30% is burnt, stubble burnt or burnt on the field, open field burning. It's good. It gives some phosphorus or whatever. But when you're able to do pyrolysis, we're able to get biochar. Next slide. And this biochar, okay, this is one setup that we've done in Madhya Pradesh last year. We've set up about 6 such facilities working with corporate partners with access to farmers, right? Next. So you see a lot of cotton stalk in the top left, right, in the background. And when you're able to burn it in a very, very simple kiln, okay, it doesn't cost much, and you get biochar. And this biochar, next slide, when you mix with vermicompost, compost, farmyard manure, and Jivamrut and other such amendments, and you put it in soil, okay, that's a line application in a cotton field. When you do that, we find magic happens, right? Next slide. So there are many benefits. I'm not going to talk about much. I've already talked about water retention, okay. The 2-3 magical things is it brings back life to the soil, and it is a permanent amendment, right? Urea or potash, every year you need to put in the soil, every season, otherwise you don't get your output. But ek baar dal dete, you put it once, it remains in the soil for thousands of years. How would it be if you can take an action today and whatever you spend, your children, your grandchildren, great-grandchildren can benefit from that exercise, right? That is what biochar represents, right? It cannot be compared with fertilizers. Next. It is a way to sequester carbon in the soil. Once it is put in the soil, it remains for thousands of years. It does not react to moisture, does not react to the biological organisms. It does not, right, and does not react with atmosphere. Next. So some examples. On the left, you see plants without biochar, and on the right, you see plants with biochar, right? I don't need to explain. Next. We've done some initial trials. We've seen anywhere from 10% to 50%, sometimes even 100%. But again, I will say that these are field trials. These are not research trials, right? So please take it with a pinch of salt. We are collaborating with research organizations. Hopefully we're looking at an ICAR conference here at Kanha Shanti Vanam on January 13th. Okay, where it'll be a national conference on scientific conference on biochar, right? So and we hope that more and more research will get consolidated in this space to really see, like, what is the effect on biochar on black soil, on this soil, on that crop, in this climate, on this kind of irrigation, right? So there's a lot of work that needs to be done to consolidate these findings. Next slide. So today we're running farmer trials. This is in our own capacity. We're working with Arvind Mills and Pratibha Syntex. We're running farmer trials at about 170 farmers, half acre of control, half acre of biochar treatment. I was with the farmers, with a scientist from Central Institute of Cotton Research. The 5 things the farmer said is, hey, in the control plot, I'm doing drip irrigation for 8 hours twice a week. On the treatment plot, I'm doing twice a week, but only 5 hours, right? And still I find that soil is more moist. And when the soil is more moist, the roots are able to grow deeper, the plant is thicker, and it grows taller. Some cases 5%, some cases 40% better vegetation. And people are saying, hey, they're right next to each other, and yet I'm finding, like, there are more pests there are lesser pests here. Okay, and yesterday, I got the first evidence, right? There was a first picking that was done, early picking that was done, and there were anywhere from, like, something like 20 to 25% to 30% increased cotton yield. Okay, this is still not research. Okay, please take it with a pinch of salt, but it's very encouraging. Okay, and we want to do more. Next. So the entrepreneurship model, okay, this biomass is so much available in every village. It makes no sense, like, for us to put it in a truck and take it to a factory 300 kilometers down, right? The cost of transport would far outstrip, like, the cost of biochar, right? And we're doing climate a disservice. So this lends itself to a cottage industry. In every village, you set up a small biochar unit, very low tech, that a few people, youth, not children, youth or women are able to do. And they earn money from this process, and they regenerate the village soils. So we believe biochar can be a tool to regenerate the soils of India and the world. And we'll talk about economics later offline. Next slide. I'm coming to the end. So basically, what have we done in the last 15 months since we started? We have used biochar for about 5 or 6 years in Kanha. If Kanha is today a green oasis, we believe one of the key ingredients that has made this possible is biochar. One of the key ingredients. There are other secrets, and you can find out from the Forest by Heartfulness stall out there. But though we've done a lot in the forestation space, we wanted to use it for agriculture. Why? Because Daji said that we will do something for the villages when he went to Ekatma Abhiyan last year. So last August, September was when we started. We have set up about 8 sites, 3 states. We're working currently with, and we've generated about 200-250 tons of biochar. We're currently running 170 farmer trials, right? It's only in cotton, right? Only one cotton, but cotton is like 10% of India's waste. And if you can convert that, a significant part, I think, like, we're really well on our way. Next year, there's so much excitement in the cotton community that we're looking to scale this up from about 200 tons to hopefully 3,000 to 4,000 tons this year. We probably have 8 or 10 more partners. We're still going cotton centric, because our low tech does not allow rice and paddy straw to be used to create biochar. So we're still going with cotton. We will get to other technologies where we can work with just about every crop, right? Next. So last slide, go next, please. So what we are looking at moving forward is a model. Again, Heartfulness is not the expert. We're not research guys. We're not PhDs, right? But we see ourselves as a system integrator from a social perspective, right? Today, we're working with Arvind, with Pratibha Syntex, with Samunati, and a number of other organizations are in the pipeline. Like, they're saying, please help us set biochar units. So we have the access to farmers, about 3, 6, 7 million farmers we have access. On the other side, we are partnered with ICAR. We partnered with Central Institute of Cotton Research. Okay, and we're looking to have an ICAR conference here on biochar. And we want to really see how we can take the help of August research organizations to set up a research council on biochar. The third one is carbon credits, right? Today, biochar, there is a cost. And our endeavor is to see, can we generate carbon credits? Very, very, very high value carbon credits. Sells between $100 to $150 per per ton of carbon dioxide per CDRC, right? And if you can sell that and you're able to get and can we use those to subsidize the cost of biochar, right? A magic formula would be that, hey, I set up entrepreneurs. There is a cost, salary, labor, okay, material. They manufacture biochar. They give it to the farmers. We generate carbon dioxide credits, carbon credits. And let us say it completely subsidizes the cost of biochar, like, so that they can give it to the farmers free. If they can't give it to the farmers free, can they sell it for 3,000, 4,000 rupees, which is the cost of compost? That is where we are going, right? But in order to come out of the economic model, it's still a journey. Okay, we are looking for grants. Okay, we are raising grants so that we can scale this and we can get the science backing to it and we can get to policy advocacy, right? So that is where we are on the biochar journey. There are a lot of farmer producer organizations. I'm also from Samunati. This is also a Samunati project. So if you'd like to set up a biochar unit in your village, please meet me, okay, and my team in the stall outside. Thank you very much.
And this is a very interesting session that is coming up, because here is an innovation that is revolutionizing school education. I'm very happy to now invite a young entrepreneur, Mr. Saurabh Sinde, who is the founder CEO of Organic Microgreens, OMG. Oh my God, he's so young. And he's going to present OMG and talk about the green bridge connecting the next generation in nature and farming. Over to Saurabh.
Thank you. So I'll be briefly talking about what is OMG and what we do at OMG. So OMG is primarily, microgreens as a base. So where we started growing microgreens a couple of years back for commercial purpose. And then once we started growing microgreens, since, at Kanha, we have a school in Kanha where our primary goal was not only growing microgreens for commercial purpose, and Daji's vision was how can we make our students consume these microgreens, right? So when we started with this idea, what led to us is unless students grow themselves at school, it will be very difficult for them to consume something as healthy as microgreens or salads to make it their part of the diet. So we started with a small program, so I'll be walking you through the journey of how we started and what we are doing at OMG. So OMG is, you can see is from the origination of Kanha, where with the guidance of Daji and his vision we started. Now our aim is to take this, program to every school where we can integrate growing of microgreens into every school curriculum and how we can make it part of their schools. Next slide. So a little bit background of what microgreens are. Microgreens are young edible, leafy vegetables which can be grown in between 7 to 14 days. So this makes it very easy for schools to grow and students to grow, where the curiosity level is very less. If you want to grow any crop inside a school or inside a classroom, it takes 35 to 40 days. But when it comes to microgreens, so because of this quick turnaround, we can easily grow, and they are highly nutritious as well. So when we were looking at this, when we started with our own school at Kanha, we could see there was a lot of impact on students as well as teachers. We had feedbacks from students that they want more salads in their diet, and the teachers were happy that students who are attending this program are more active after these classes. So once we were doing this and we found out to see if there is any parallel program that is running in India where we can drive inspiration to do these programs in our schools in a much better way. When we saw this, there are less than 2% of schools in India who have a curriculum or a program to teach about agriculture. Say we have so many technologies and for agriculture initiatives that are going across the nation where we talk about so many new innovations, but hardly anything is that is reaching students, and students are taking any interest in learning these basic things. Along with that, so when we were looking around of how we can make it inclusive of, there are so many rural schools or government schools. There are almost 2.5 million schools in India, where how we can make this part of the schools. Every government school in India have a midday meal scheme where government provides the students who visit school their lunches, and usually the lunch is not so nutritionally rich, what they provide. So we came up with a solution with Delhi government, where every school can convert a classroom into a microgreens farm, where students can themselves grow microgreens inside the classroom and which can be part of their midday meals. So how and then how it can benefit, they're taking interest towards agriculture, they're learning the skill which they not only will be doing at school, but they can also take it back home and they can do it in the small balconies, as well as the end goal is to consumption. So one is they learn how to grow and second is how they can consume it. So with this little background, we thought how we can, club both of this. One is, we have very less curriculums that are there for schools, children to learn about agriculture. At the same time, how we can make the school lunches more nutritious. So the way we came up with the concept of OMG lab, like how every school has a physics lab or a chemistry lab, where we learn about so many permutation and combination, which we might use or we may not use depending on the domain we choose afterwards. But something as basic as this, as food and agriculture, farming can be very basic, which we feel every school should have a lab where we teach our next generation students or kids about how we grow how we grow the food that we eat and what way we can grow. So this with this concept now we are around at 60 schools across India where we have labs where students learn the whole process from the seed to the harvest stage, and also not only to the harvest stage but how they can utilize this produce once they harvest, how they can make their own little recipes out of it. So one, like I was mentioning about midday meals, like which is already existing programs. So what it is that nothing new that we are doing here. There's already successfully running program across 1.2 million schools across in India. What we are offering is along with that, we grow microgreens inside a school and we add it on to the lunches that we provide. The second is the national educational policy that India for middle school, there has been so many policies that talks about why we need, why we need to introduce farming into schools, right? So there has been many programs and policies, but there's mostly restricted to textbooks or lesson plans where they teach about the basics of farming, so the concepts of waste management or how germination happens, but nothing practically which students gets to do hands-on. So that is where we, both of through OMG Lab, one is we are contributing to national educational policy where students learn about sustainable farming. And along with that, while they are doing, we also link a lot of their curriculum, like a fourth grade students in his lesson plans in biology, he learns about parts of the plant like roots, stem and everything. And the fifth grade student learns about how photosynthesis happens. So we can bring students to the lab and practically teach them these concepts. One, they learn at the same time through midday meal schools where we are able to enhance their meal nutrition. And one good thing about this microgreens is if you want to buy it at retail, it can be really expensive to buy microgreens for our consumption. But when a school does it as a whole, the cost of buying microgreens can be significantly brought down. So we see a lot of schools, especially in Delhi, like what we are doing around 30 schools, they're easily able to feed their children 4 times a week the microgreens that they grow in their own campus. And what do we as OMG, what do we offer to schools when we go? That is, there are two things. There are some schools which have spaces to convert a classroom into a lab where we have complete setup. We convert a classroom into a lab setup where we give the know-how of what are the technical things that needs to be taken care, and what are the things that teachers need to teach students. For example, the lesson plans of each stage, like, and we also include the values of heartfulness into it. Like every stage of growth has a parallel narrative that goes through how a teacher needs to teach. Because we also say to the teachers when we go to schools, if you want to learn about microgreens or hydroponics, there are so many YouTube tutorials that you can learn. But what we really want students to learn is the approach that we take, how we do and why we do it. So in this, there are a sequence of steps. As soon as we approach a school is like, we develop a classroom and we hand over the teachers curriculum for, the school, and the teachers, once the teachers are thorough and when they're confident about growing microgreens and, teaching it to students, then we pass it on, the materials to the school, and the school takes it forward. Along with that, when we are teaching microgreens as a base, we are able to touch so many aspects, which we are, when each school that we interact with, each school comes up with so many inputs and each student comes up with so many inputs that we are able to add on so many things as we progress. So when we were talking to students about, what all do you think we are impacting? So the students came up with a chart of SDG goals, and we found out that we are directly contributing to SDG goals by having a small little classroom growing microgreens. And so these are some of, I'm running through some of the programs that we have been doing, as like how our focus is on how we can make master trainers for microgreens. We focus on teachers so that they are, they learn and they can teach the students in the language that students understand. So again, more of teacher training programs that we have been doing. And this is one of a unique case study that we were really surprised ourselves. When we were doing, we had an opportunity to teach growing microgreens and herbs for Himalayan village ladies. There were 800 of them who had come here for 8 days stay. So their main concern was only for 3 to 4 months we can grow anything outside, but the rest of the time we are not able to grow anything. Or even if we grow something, there are a lot of monkeys which do, harm our crops. So that's where we thought, all these housemakers, they can have a small little 2 trays at home which they can grow for a family of 4, and small, pots inside the house or just outside their balcony which they can grow small little herbs like rosemary or thyme, and it will be sufficient for the families. And so far we have been able to cover, like I mentioned, around 60 schools, and we will be from the next academic year we'll be working with Delhi government schools to take this initiative to 1,500 more schools in Delhi. And we have been working with Commonwealth to take OMG to our different parts, where especially they feel this can be a right solution for so many smaller island nations where food security and malnutrition has been a bigger concern. And if we really include the children's and school kids into this can really become a model which is sustainable, so that they take ownership, and this can, create a ripple effect. Again, these are some of the photos of how students are taking part in it, owning it, and taking this initiative not only in the school but also they are taking the learnings home. And this is like what we do is when students learn, grow their microgreens, we don't stop at it. We also make them do their own salads. We ask them to come up with the unique recipes that they want to do. So this is on the Teachers' Day occasion. Students had, harvested the greens that they had grown, and they distributed to all the teachers in the school. And this is again, like we say, what we are able to do, like Sriram Bhaiya had mentioned in his talk about Daji mentioning about thought pollution, right? Being our SDG goal 18, like this is one of the girl who's learned how to grow microgreens. They're so fascinated to see how a seed can actually become a plant, right? They see it right in front of this eye, growing, germination they can see, and they really start looking at plants as their friends. And when you teach students at this age, at the age of middle school, about nature, about plants, how much time it takes to grow a saplings, like most of the students who grow in urban area don't even know like where the potato comes from. For them, mostly it comes from a supermarket or a mart, right? So when you teach them about these basics, and there is a inherent connection that we often say to the nature and to the mother earth, and they hardly think about polluting water. Or this is a thought process that Daji has in his vision, is when we make students or the kids at that age, make nature and mother earth as their friends, and no way we'll have a future where they'll think about polluting anything. And this is for the higher grades. Once the students learn about microgreens, we do introduce them to hydroponics, and they can learn more about, depending on their interest and time, they can learn more. And again, this is on for higher grades, we involve them in active farming, and to make it more interesting for them, so we have concepts like pizza garden, herbal garden. So basically here it's not just agriculture that they do, but we also give them a task. We divide them into groups. We make them say that there's a 360-degree, this is a surface area that you get. Can you make out the list of ingredients that is needed for pizza? They come up with the list, and then we ask them to make a pie chart, and they draw their garden, and then they plant it. So it's not only agriculture, they also learn a little bit of maths, but in a very fun way. And we see the results are really good. Students enjoy this, and with students and with their inputs, we are able to build on more and more curriculums, and we are taking this program to more schools. And one more beautiful thing is we had once we finish this program, so every week when we have a session with students, we ask them after they learn how to grow microgreens. So we ask them if you can come up with your own recipes. So far we have, have 115 recipes from just one school. So every student they come up with, they make their own tweaks, how they can make dressings, so just we are nudging them to think how healthy food can be more interesting, and how they can make it part of the diet. So this is a short about what we are doing at OMG, and so we look forward to take this initiative to more schools where we can be the bridge between all the new technologies that are there, making students aware about what all is possible through agriculture. Thank you.
So next, we have a very interesting initiative that we are presenting today. Education in a box, seeding a resilient and evolved community. This is a very unique concept. And to explain more about education in a box, I would now invite Mr. Ramakrishna Mallela, Director, Heartfulness Education Trust, to lead us through this session.
So what I'm going to show is an experiment. Like I said before, I traveled in those villages and actually understood that, at least in India, those 6 lakh old villages do not have proper infrastructure. And of course, governments do so much, and there's also budget. But all of you know we have entered the 21st century of knowledge era. But the receiving models are still in person. I was talking to my barber this morning. I asked him, how do your farmers learn what is happening around if there's a problem in a particular farming practice they have? Of course, the sample size was very few for me today, but I've been asking these questions. And he said these farmers go to the shops to ask the shopkeeper, whoever is providing those fertilizers, they show the crop and say, this is my problem. So that shopkeeper who deciding on which side of the bed he wakes up, he will provide some solution sometimes. That's the immediate access they have. We all know that, of course, there are provisions for call centers and all that. But similarly, I work with Anganwadis. So my session today is to see how do we enable these educational services, knowledge services at the Anganwadi center. And for my friends who are outside from India here, an Anganwadi center is a daycare center where pregnant women, lactating mothers come for health and wellness support. And this is a free service offered by government. It is mandatory. It's policy driven. And imagine all the couples who get married, they get education about birth spacing, healthy pregnancy, neonatal care, and once the children are born, they all come to this daycare center. आप सबको पता है आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर के बारे में. कितने लोग ने कोई आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर गए हैं इधर? Anybody? बहुत बढ़िया. और मैंने कम से कम 100 आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर में बैठ के बात करके आया हूं. I've been to 100 centers like that. And Daji says that an Anganwadi is a vector for the transformation in rural India. Because she is looking after an adolescent girl and her mental development, physical and health development, menstrual cycle challenges. At the Anganwadi center, now NEP says children should be cognitively developed by the 6th year. NEP means National Education Policy. At the Anganwadi center, the pregnant woman needs information apart from the medicines, a lactating mother. So what I've been thinking through is how do we help these Anganwadi centers in India to be our first point of contact? And what I thought through was to design some kind of a box with an infrastructure readiness. So this box, this suitcase, whatever you call it, it has everything for enabling an Anganwadi center where even a farmers can come adolescents, girls can come, the pregnant women can come because it has got all that infrastructure ready. So it's a very maverick idea. It's also cost effective if we design this better. It is designed to digitally enable villages so that they have some interaction with the knowledge partners across the world. So essentially this particular education in a box idea is to provide all the heartful services, at least which are matured right now in heartfulness world, and we can take help from extended partners as well, is to provide maybe services in this area, what you saw as Heartful Village. But to start with, the design of this suitcase, since I can't open it now, it's very clumsy. It has a projector, a smartphone enabled with data, cables, and we offer Brighter Mind course for those of you who are aware of it. बच्चों की जो मस्तिष्क का विकास के लिए हम लोग एक खास प्रोग्राम करते हैं. तो जो भी हमारे पास प्रोग्राम्स है उसको अगर हमें देना है, if we have to give a one box which has everything possible. So what you see on the right corner there, the bottom there is the books for mother and child care development, brain development, so that these Anganwadi centers can be self-reliant. Unfortunately, they are not given enough budget and their facilities are poorly managed. And in next 100 years, these children who are going to grow and their children, the economy is going to come from there. If we don't develop them, then how do we survive as a humanity? So this is something like a 1975 computers, right? Very fat and big. So hopefully it will get innovated in the future. With this kit, what we can do is provide educational services in the village. Once they procure this kit or it is sponsored and funded, basic education services that we have from Heartfulness for brain development, life skills development, local village teacher development can happen. So we have an intervention and the resources are available in the kit, whether in the pen drive or a configured app in the mobile phone. Similarly, in the space of wellness, what you see, the first word for my friends from outside India, Divya Janani means a divine mother. What can we do for helping those mothers who may have high risk pregnancies? You know, child mortality issues were phenomenal in India. It came down now. And similarly, we have this lack of knowledge on how to keep our own brain very healthy. So this is a need of education from a wellness perspective. We can also offer ready-made videos on heartfulness yoga. So within the Anganwadi center, I want you to visualize when I'm talking in a village, a small 10 by 10 hall. This infrastructure is set up. People are getting knowledge through these advanced societies from where you all come. They can get services on mental health that we already have. You know, Voice That Cares is a specific intervention for some kind of a psychological first aid counseling. And we have them in multiple languages. There is a specific technique to free up and balance your energy also, that's called polarity. And we can also collectively celebrate the international days of whatever United Nations publishes, but they don't know what do you mean by International Peace Day, because they're already peaceful maybe. And so how do we help them in livelihood? For example, so much of information that it's happening, what Sriram and others presented here. I'm just giving a glimpse here what is possible if we digitally equip the Anganwadi center. Information sharing, knowledge sharing, getting subject matter experts could be a possibility. And maybe especially government has schemes to mobilize youth for skill development. So through this center where infrastructure is established well, they can be well educated of what are the various skill development programs that can help them, or some internships we can provide. So in short, this education in a box has to be provisioned at the Anganwadi center, the daycare center, like I said. The training participants will be the Anganwadi workers or teachers, now they are called. It is possible to get funding for this. Of course, I've designed some governance models also, how this can be effective, because idea by itself does not mean anything unless. And we also identified levers and drivers of what will make this implement. The good news is, or at least before I tell the good news, I discussed this with some of the government bureaucrats 4 years back, because I've designed this idea and kit about 3.5 years back. And they were willing to experiment this in the Anganwadi centers. Next month, I have about 100 Anganwadis coming to Kanha for a 4 days training. I just signed up a deal with a particular bureaucrat. So we're going to present this kit. So in the pursuit of Heartful Village, if there is one thing we all can collectively support and rally for, is to digitally enable a village, at least a particular hall or a center, with a technical infrastructure so that knowledge services can be uniformly provided, because it's practically difficult to travel to every village. Imagine on plasma water, I'm sure Pragya, Robert would like to give some awareness. We can use this digital kit, transmit this information at the Anganwadi centers who will receive this information. Similarly on OMG, similarly on Urban Kisan or hydroponics or everything. So with that hope, I'm thankful for this opportunity to present this to all of you. Thank you.
We move next to a new innovation for future farming. So what would the farming of the future look like? Would it only be in villages, or is it even possible in urban areas? And how so is what we would now invite Dr. Sairam Reddy, who is the founder CEO of Urban Kisan, Kisan meaning farmer. So the urban farmer, we would now invite him to take us through his session and present on the work which is being done as a building block for future farming.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, sister. I started my career. In fact, I led 2 decades of my career as agriculture biotechnologist. Before I moved on to this current initiative, I used to lead a corporate R&D and used to breed with all the genomics and other most advanced technologies to develop new breeds. 6 years ago, with an advice from Daji, I switched my career and started doing this, the smart farming technology. And I started my career as an entrepreneur and started this company called Urban Kisan. Can I have my slides, please? So, with this company, Urban Kisan, started in 2018. So we started solving so many problems in this space, starting from seed to the growing technologies, data monitoring, harvesting technologies, and also post-harvesting, packaging, and up to the catering to the customers. So we made so many innovations and then finally packaged it as Urban Kisan technology. We are the first hydroponics company in India to develop in-house indigenous technology everywhere, which includes IoTs, includes the nutrient formulations, seeds, and everything, in fact. And we are now deploying this technology outside India, many other countries, which includes like island nations like Bahamas, and desert nations like Oman, Dubai, Qatar, and even in US. Uh, can I have slides, please? Okay, so what we are actually trying to solve with this technology, why this urban farming is required. In fact, we are struggling with a few challenges, which appears a mid-size or small for some countries and already big for some other countries. Some of those problems are like, not having a good amount of arable lands, water scarcity, pollution all around the suburban areas, and these are the causing major threat. The produce, most of the perishable produce is actually coming from the suburban areas. What we actually see is the globalization and the urbanization, both are like the growing rapid speed. Today, in fact, 4 billion people are actually living in urban areas, and it is expected to grow much bigger. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's about 7 billion by 2050. That is the scale of urbanization is happening. What does that mean? It means most of the consumers are getting concentrated into one place where production has to happen far away distances, and it all has to be shipped. So that is to some extent okay with products like cereals and pulses, but most of the perishable products like vegetables and fruits, it is not possible. As per the Indian, organization called ASOCHAM, it says that about 37% of the produce, mostly fruits and vegetables, going waste before even it reaches the market from farmers' field itself. This is a huge wastage. On the other side, governments and farmers and many other stakeholders are investing thousands of crores of money to get about 10% and 15% of increase in their yields. On the other side, we are wasting more than 30% of the product which is already produced. So, and this problem is going to become more, it's going to grow as a much bigger when the urbanization is happening. The solution is like, and we need to bring the farming close to where the consumption happens. Another major problem happens is, as a result of it, can I have the next slide, please? There is already, the farming, the urban farming happening. There are about 800 million people worldwide are doing this urban farming. They're primarily urban and peri-urban farmers. And what they grow all perishable products, because that is most lucrative. So you can save on the wastage by minimizing the distance. But on the other side, there is another danger happening, is a growing pollution on the semi-urban, peri-urban areas and urban areas. Soils are getting contaminated because of this urban sewerage runouts and also the industrial effluent contaminations. So as a result, if you see the statistics of the soil contamination rates, and also most of the developed countries also, today most of the focus is on pesticides. So we all talk about pesticide-free products. That's of course very important, but what we are not actually talking about is the contaminations from the heavy metals. This is posing a very big threat. So we can't avoid pesticides. We can find alternate means, like we can use products like plasma water. There are other organic solutions to avoid using pesticides. But how do you eliminate these heavy metal contaminations? We can't clean up the soils. We can't clean up these waters. So that is where, in fact, this hydroponics and vertical farming is going to be much more relevant in future, and it is already relevant in some countries. Next, please. So, what is this hydroponics? What it does, basically? So, it uses no soil. It doesn't require any soil. It sometimes use some medium like a coco peat and a few other inert medium to support the root system, and sometimes it doesn't even use that. And it is a growth rate. There's a multiplication of growth rate. Anywhere from 2x to 13x of growth rate is possible with this technology. And water, in fact, the 5 to 10% of water is sufficient to the farm and make the most of the product. So in Hyderabad, in one of the prime locations in the 5th floor rooftop, we built a farm which is a size of 3,200 square feet, and that produces spinach which is equal to 1 acre for the production. So if you see the water consumption statistics as per FAO calculations, to produce the same quantity of the spinach in 1 acre, it requires 218,000 liters of water for one crop, whereas we could collect the same amount of the spinach within the small area just by using 9,600 liters of water. That is the kind of water saving we can do. So what it says is, this is a very well adaptable to the places where there is a water scarcity. And that's something like a normal human being, like per day, what is our water consumption is much more less than that. So and there's no weeding. There's a lot of expenditure, manpower expenditure can be minimized, and it is highly nutrient efficient. So we talk about fertilizers and fertilizer contaminations and production of fertilizers, and which is causing so much of impact on the environment, and it only uses about 7 to 8% of those fertilizers in terms of nutrients. They are mostly soluble nutrients. There will be no runouts, there are no contaminations, there's nothing of that sort. And there's no fertilizers, no pesticides required. It's mostly contained facility, so no fertilizer, no pesticide required, even if required. So we can use a very minimal, controls without using any chemical pesticides. Next, please. So, couple of other extremely important advantages of this technology is like maximizing the yield in a minimal space. I just told you, like my own experience. But as per the standard statistics, like to produce the 1 square meter of area in 1 year. So, you can produce about 5 kg of greens, any leafy green vegetables in 1 square meter area. But whereas if you use this vertical farming systems using the hydroponics, you can produce anywhere from 100 to 125 kgs in a year per square meter area. So that is the power of this vertical farming. And other important thing is that reduce the footprint, carbon footprint. As I mentioned, first thing is like by deploying this technology where there is a consumer, you are minimizing the food carbon miles. So you save so much on it. Number one. Number two is it resources what it uses are also extremely minimal. So that again saves so much of pollution and it saves the environment. So there are many multiple ways. If you see all small components put together, you will be actually doing farming with not more than 15% of the resources compared to the resources what we use in open field farming. Next, please. So our vision at Urban Kisan is to we see the future. We see the future where where we have the food available. What kind of food? It's a clean food. It's a healthy food available close to you. So where there is a consumer, that is where the production is supposed to happen. Because consumers are going to come to one place, majority of them, and we cannot afford to produce somewhere else because there is no land available to do the farming. So we have to move, we have to deploy this technology, perfect this technology, and then bring it more to the close to the consumer. Next, please. So we initially started, as I said, with advice from Daji, want to grow, want to become a farmer, quickly deploy this technology and then become a vertical farming farmer. But we noticed very quickly that it is not so easy. It's a very, very beginning stage, in fact. So we noticed that most of the technologies availability is with some European companies, Japanese companies, and nothing is available in India. So people are deploying this technology from the other parts and then trying to grow. And most of them are, in fact, all of them failed, in fact. The reason is the adaptability of the technology. The kind of crops, what we are trying to grow in India, though it is, of course, vertical farming, is they are developed for Western climates. So if we try to bring them here and then grow, even the cherry tomatoes or the cucumbers, they're actually bred for European countries. The pest there is different from pest in India. So there's a geographical differences is actually creating so much of trouble. Unless we start our work from developing the seed suitable to the place where actually you are growing, it is not going to be a successful field. The second thing what we also noticed is the seeds, what is available, are actually bred for open fields, the soils. They are not bred for soilless farming. They are not bred for vertical farming. Their architecture is different. You can't make everything into vertical. That's the reason why currently in the vertical farming, people are using only leafy greens, nothing beyond. Because leafy greens grow at a certain height, less than a feet or about a feet. So you can create the space about every feet, you can create layers. But if you want to do the vine crops, tomatoes, and many other crops, we can't do that. So it is so important to start our research with seed, developing seed suitable for this kind of a farming. And we have actually worked at every place. We redefined the nutrient formulations. We developed nutrient formulations for more than 50 different crops, which are, most of them are not actually the commonly grown in vertical farming or hydroponics. They're all, most of them are tropical vegetable crops. And we also noticed, this kind of next generation farming cannot be done without getting into the digitization of the farming. So we started innovating, starting from grow lights, IoTs, deploying AI and ML, the technologies, software for analysis, and farm advisory softwares based on the data what we are generating. So we actually deployed all our efforts, and now we have technology in each and every space of this. Even if you want to make small modification, you can just do that in your software and it is automatically deployed in the farm. We don't need to go and then handle this independently. So next please. We started our career 6 years ago with small home kits. These are the kits we designed, and we still have these kits, and we perfected, we made them much more sophisticated, much more automated. And these kits, just to serve one family, a family of 4, you should be able to harvest the greens at least 2 times a week. That's the kind of objective. That much quantity of production you're supposed to have. So these are all designed and perfected in such a way, and we got it to the market. Next, please. And with customers' demand, we noticed that, next, please. So we started setting up our own farms. And this was the farm I was mentioning about, where we grow spinach in the 5th floor, the rooftop farm. And next, please. Then we expanded into the suburban areas, large farming areas, and we did not just leafy greens, as I said. There's so many other crops like this regular tomatoes, Indian tomatoes on the rooftop farm. Next, please. And these are the chili varieties which we developed, where they can be adapted to the vertical farms. So I wish to see, in fact, this is the final stage, wrapping up these varieties. So I wish to see a wall of chilies, where you take a ladder and keep harvesting every day. That's the kind of, the varieties we're supposed to have. Next, please. And this soilless farming technology, people generally think you can't do the root crops. It has like only greens. This is the myth. So we broke all those myths. We actually cultivated all sorts of vegetables, including even gourds, and these are root crops. We cultivated the sweet potatoes, radish, carrot, the whatnot, all sorts of root crops. We developed the protocols and standardized nutrient formulations. Next, please. So you see this vertical farm tower where, the multi-layer, the different types of crops can be grown in it, each layer. And on the top layer, we have this cabbage, and it's producing the size and the weighing about 1.2 kilos, which is the same as what you get in the soil farms, in the open field farms. Next, please. So, and we, as I said, that we developed this indigenous grow light technology, which is in fact 60% low power consuming than any available grow light out there, and very power efficient and highly. This spectrum is fine-tuned for tropical farms, tropical crops, in fact. And we have multiple recipes of these grow lights, and we also developed these grow lights where you can tune the spectrum. You can change the spectrum as per the requirement of the crop. Next, please. So using this technology, next, please. Using this indoor technology, now we built a farm in Bahamas, Dubai, Qatar, Oman, and now we are building one farm in US, Dallas, US. And we are bringing more shapes, like, if you want to export outside India. So we are the first Indian company and the only Indian company where we have, as I said, that end-to-end technology of this farming. And we are the first company to export this technology outside India, in fact, to the Western, the world. And we, as we are the complete, the technology developer, innovator. So let me tell you one issue with this, the one very basic fundamental problem we are trying to solve here. Always, farmer has been the end consumer for so many salespeople. Like, the tractor guy comes and says, oh, my tractor is having very good horsepower. So you buy it so that you can plow any kind of soils and then do a good farming. And then the seed company guy comes and says that this is an excellent variety, it gives a very high yielding and it can do that, this and all, and he sells his seed. Fertilizer guy comes and then he says his fertilizer is having so many specialities, and then you just buy it. So at the end of the day, the farmer buy these things from multiple people, and then he deploy it, but no one wants the the assurance of the yield. So when seed guy, when we get the low yield, when he asks the seed company, he says that no, you must have not put the right fertilizer. You must have not done the right plowing. The blame goes on to multiple places. This is also no different. In fact, this hydroponic farming today, in fact, globally, the biggest farms, very big farms which raised 600, 700 millions of dollars are announcing bankruptcy. It's primarily because they have to buy this technology from different vendors and create a farm for farming. No one takes the responsibility of the assured yields. How do we get the return on investment? This is a big challenge. This is the challenge we are taking on us. So when we build a farm, so whatever is assured is our responsibility, because every component which goes into the farm is coming from us. That is the solution, holistic solution we are trying to give here. Next, please. Yeah, this is, come back. This is a farm in a container. So, a simple container with the fixed setups, and this container can be carried on a trolley anywhere, and it can be shipped by a ship anywhere, and just plug it and start doing the production with an assured the production quantities. Again, this is important assurance what we are actually giving. These are all fully IoT monitored. Data can be monitored from our office, and every operations can be monitored from office, so that the assurances are assured. So with this technology, of course, a lot more to be done. We are actually future ready. We are actually solving the food security problems of few countries, in fact, island nations, where they cannot produce even a small leaf. They have to import everything from the neighboring nations. So now they are all like so alert after this COVID. They want to secure their food production at least 20-30% of what they need. So it has to be produced in their countries. So they don't have traditional solutions. They have to use this kind of new modern smart solutions of farming and secure their future. Thank you very much.
So with this, we come to the last presentation on the Heartful Village initiatives, for which I invite Mr. Arjun Agrawal, founder Nano Fertilizers Private Limited, to lead us through a session on ultra nano urea innovations.
Thank you, sister. Hello, everyone, and thank you, Plasma, Samanati, and Heartfulness for organizing something like this. Can I have the slides? So we have gone ahead and we have created nanonutrients as a form of fertilizers for the agrochemical industry. I myself come from a paper manufacturing background, and 4 years back, Daji guided us to get into a space to create nanonutrients. And with a 4-year-old R&D, we've come out with a product called Nano Urea and Nano DAP. Nano Urea being at the forefront. These products aim to replace top-dressed requirements of bulk fertilizers, which I'll take you further. So these are 4 products that we are starting to deal with, starting from Amrit Ultra Nano Urea, which has 35% nitrogen in nanoform encapsulated. This 500 ml bottle can replace a 50 kg or a 45 kg bag of top-dressed urea. So what we do is we apply the product at a dilution of 5 ml per liter and spray it over a field. Same goes with Nano DAP. Nano DAP is a nano formulation of nano nitrogen and nano phosphorus with 8% nitrogen and 16% phosphorus. Third, we're dealing as seaweed extracts. These are normal seaweed extracts used as a biostimulant for the fertilizer industry. And fourth, we're trying to work on nano biochar, wherein we want to load these nanonutrients into biochar, it being an inert material. Next, please. So the whole concept of nano works in a way where we have urea and nitrogen in nano form, and we spray it over the leaves. It goes as a foliar application, and since it being so small, it is able to enter the stomata at quite an easy pace and acts as a slow release fertilizer. These are some advantages that nano urea has over conventional urea to start with. First is toxicity. I mean, with overusage of urea on the soils, there's a lot of toxic phytotoxicity effect that we are able to see in the last past years. With nano urea, since nothing goes into the soil, so there are no episodes of phytotoxicity. Second is supports soil health, sorry. So Amrit Ultra Nano Urea being a completely foliar application has no impact over soil, unlike conventional urea, which is 100% soil broadcast. Third is fossil friendly. So we all know conventional urea uses a lot of natural gas to synthesize itself to ammonia and then to make urea. Whereas with nano urea, we are not using any kind of natural gas or any fossil for that. Fourth is energy efficient. This fact came to me. 2.5% of world's electricity production goes into making and synthesizing urea. Whereas with nano urea, we are not even using a decimal of it. Logistic friendly, yeah. Half a liter bottle is any day more logistic friendly than a 50 kg bag. Product friendly. India imports close to 20% of its urea requirement annually, where the Indian government spends out a lot of forex in buying all this, whereas a nano urea is a 100% indigenous solution to this. Saves government subsidies, yeah. India spends close to 2 lakh crore INR of fertilizer subsidy annually. Whereas with nano solutions coming in, this can totally save that money for the Indian government, for the welfare of farmers, and can be replaced efficiently with nano fertilizers. Next, please. Next. I mean, the environmental concerns of using urea is that urea has a nature of leaching. So when urea broadcasted into the soil, leaches faster into the water table, then also release a lot of ammonia gas, which both can be a harmful impact for the environment and for health. Next. I mean, economic impact, as I already mentioned, nano urea, nano fertilizers can save a lot of money for the government, and subsidies, as I already mentioned to you. The conventional urea, when dosed into the soil through a soil broadcast application, only 30% of it actually reaches where it has to reach. So there is a lot of decrease in the nutrient use efficiency, whereas with nano fertilizers, since it's a foliar spray, it 100% gets absorbed into the leaves and acts. Next. I mean, the recommended dose of using nano fertilizers is 5 ml of nano fertilizer diluted with 1 liter of water and being sprayed. Next. We started the R&D facility 4 years back, and now we are going a step ahead and installing a commercial production facility in the state of Madhya Pradesh, which can produce 50 million bottles of nano urea, nano DAP, respectively. The Indian government is supporting nano fertilizers and the revolution for the sake of farmers. It's pushing it into the villages. I mean, these are some testimonials from the web links. These are the contact details. I'd love to answer if you have any questions in the future for this. Thank you.
We are absolutely delighted to have with us on the second day of this conference a very special guest from Madagascar. We once again heartfully welcome Ms. Raza Findrahanta Hanetriniana, Engineer of Water and Forests and the focal point of global soil partnerships for the Ministry of Environment of Madagascar. She is the project promoter of green infrastructure and resilient landscapes and coordinates the activities of Interra at Madagascar. A forestry engineer with 25 years of experience, particularly in reforestation, she has extensive knowledge of the different kinds of forests in Madagascar. She also leads multiple projects of Red plus Carbon, an introduction to ARR carbons with the private sector. Ms. Raza represents Madagascar at the group of World Soil Partners, taking care of exchange and contributions to research on the restoration of degraded soils. We are privileged to have Ms. Raza among us today, and I now invite Ms. Raza to please come and talk to us about the work she does. As the guest of honor, we respectfully invite her to the dais. I also invite Ms. Ekta to lead us through the translation of Ms. Raza's talk.
Good evening, good morning, everybody. Sorry, I think to do my presentation in French because my pronunciation is very bad in English. Sorry. C'est un grand plaisir, c'est un grand honneur de moi de représenter Madagascar ici dans ce centre. C'est vraiment un honneur de représenter Madagascar ici.
So I'm very happy and very honored to be here to represent Madagascar as a country.
Madagascar, c'est un grand île qui se trouve à l'est de l'Afrique. C'est un grand île qui s'étend sur 59 000 km².
Madagascar is a large island off the east coast of Africa with 59 million hectares of land.
C'est un pays tropical, là où passe le tropique de Capricorne dans le sud de Madagascar.
It's a tropical country with the Tropic of Capricorn, which crosses the southern part of Madagascar.
C'est entouré de la mer. À l'est, c'est l'océan Indien et à l'ouest, c'est le canal de Mozambique.
You have the Indian Ocean on the eastern side, and on the western part, you have the Mozambique Canal.
Et maintenant, on va parler ce qui se passe vraiment à Madagascar.
Now I'd like to show you what's actually happening in Madagascar.
Please.
Next slide, please.
Donc, comme Madagascar est une grande île, il se trouve au niveau international, il a sa position surtout face aux conventions internationales.
So Madagascar definitely has its place in the international convention due to not just its size but also its position.
Et comme il y a la convention internationale, c'est la convention de Rio. Madagascar est membre de cette convention, signataire des 3 conventions de Rio, notamment la convention sur la diversité biologique. Comme c'est un pays riche en biodiversité, c'est vraiment intéressant donc d'intégrer, de signer cette convention sur la diversité biologique.
It's interesting to note that Madagascar has signed important conventions like the Rio Convention, given its extremely interesting biodiversity of the island of Madagascar. So it has signed 3 different treaties, one of them being the Convention of Diversity of Biodiversity.
Ce pays également, c'est très grand victime du changement climatique et c'est la raison que Madagascar a signé, a intégré dans la Convention sur le changement climatique.
Madagascar is a victim. It's by and large, one of the greatest victims of climate change and the result of climate change. So automatically, the Climate Change Convention is one that they have signed.
Et enfin, la troisième convention qui est la lutte contre la désertification. Madagascar commence maintenant à être un pays victime de cette désertification, notamment le grand sud de Madagascar qui est frappé fortement de cette désertification et 40% des terres malgaches deviennent maintenant des sols dégradés suite aux événements d'érosion, d'utilisation de feux répétitifs et ça dégrade le sol.
Madagascar is also very high in the problem zone of desertification of land and soil. 40% of Madagascar is today a desert area, and the erosion of soil, the different problems that they face because of soil erosion and other issues has given it its place to sign the convention to combat and to battle desertification.
Et maintenant, Madagascar a déjà élaboré quelques documents pour faire face à toutes ces situations-là.
So Madagascar has already worked on quite a few strategies and documents to combat these problems.
Comme 85% de la biodiversité de Madagascar sont endémiques au pays.
85% of the vegetation in Madagascar is endemic to the country.
Nous avons élaboré un plan stratégique et un plan d'action pour sauver cette biodiversité unique au monde.
So they have come up with a very specific plan, an action plan to save this extremely special and unique biodiversity of the world.
Et face au changement climatique, nous avons également déterminé notre contribution au niveau national et élaboré la stratégie générale pour l'adaptation au changement climatique.
They have contributed to the climate change problem solutions for the world by creating a very specific plan of action for climate change, which of course stems from the issues that they've seen in Madagascar.
Et nous avons également élaboré, not yet.
Bring it down back, please.
Nous avons élaboré la stratégie de neutralité de dégradation des terres.
Another strategy which has been developed is land degradation neutrality.
Et je continue. Maintenant, nous avons créé des aires protégées sur les forêts restantes de Madagascar, s'étend sur 7 millions d'hectares, ces aires protégées.
So today 7 million hectares of forest is protected in Madagascar, which is an important part of the action.
Et les activités que je vais présenter aujourd'hui concernent surtout la mise en œuvre des actions d'adaptation dans la stratégie de lutte contre le changement climatique.
Today I'll be presenting a few actions with you, which you will see as part of our way to protect the land, the climate change.
Et aussi la lutte contre la désertification, la Grande Muraille Verte.
And a plan of action against drought, which is called the Great Green Wall. Next one, please.
L'objectif de Madagascar sont de maintenir d'abord cette méga biodiversité comme solution face au changement climatique. Nous avons mené beaucoup d'efforts sur le maintien de ce statut Madagascar biodiversité.
One of the main things is to maintain this biodiversity, which is very, very important and unique in Madagascar.
Les Lémuriens sont 100% endémiques de Madagascar.
Like you see, the Lemurians are 100% endemic species to Madagascar. You don't find them anywhere else in the world yet.
Et jusqu'à maintenant, Madagascar constitue aussi un pays puits de carbone, c'est-à-dire que ces pays à séquestration de carbone. L'image, c'est un des forêts qui se trouve dans l'est de Madagascar.
The image that you see is one of the forests in the east of Madagascar, and Madagascar is well known as being one of the countries which is called a carbon sink country.
Il est important de maintenir ce statut puits à carbone.
Extremely important to maintain the status of carbon sink.
Et la troisième photo, ce sont les populations qui se trouvent au sud de Madagascar, frappées par la famine, par la désertification. Il y a des terres infertiles.
And the third photograph that you see is of populations which live to the southern part of Madagascar who are very badly hit by famine and drought and difficult conditions due to climate change.
L'objectif, c'est donc de faire sortir ces populations de la vulnérabilité et d'être résilients au changement climatique.
It's very important to help these populations who are, however, resilient to get out of these conditions which are affecting them rather badly.
Next. Le théorie de changement, c'est de prendre en main par le ministère de l'Environnement et du Développement durable le lead de la reforestation, restauration des sols et restauration de la biodiversité.
There's a very important plan of action being put in place, which we call the theory of change. So the Ministry for Environment and Sustainability in Madagascar is working hard on the adaptation of a plan which involves technical guidance for reforestation and conversion of soils, restoration of soils.
Nous avons adopté donc un plan et des techniques, des produits, des guides techniques pour la reforestation, la restauration forestière, la restauration des sols, afin qu'on puisse avoir un outil de planification et de mise en œuvre sur terrain.
So it's very important that first they go through this phase of reforestation, regenerating the soil, so that then they can plan on how they can take this forward in the next step of work towards changing the country.
Et Madagascar a initié également la collaboration avec le secteur privé, surtout pour la régénération des sols.
So Madagascar, yes, has been part of regeneration of soil in several different sectors as a country.
Et dans ce sens, nous avons élaboré le plan de gestion et le plan de sécurisation afin que beaucoup d'investisseurs s'intéressent à investir à Madagascar sur la restauration des sols.
So the plan of action has also been created so that investors and interested companies can come to Madagascar and invest and present themselves as key actors and stakeholders in the plan of changing and reforestation in Madagascar.
Et deuxième théorie de changement, c'est l'élaboration d'un environnement favorable pour les activités humaines. Là, on a beaucoup mené des activités de fixation des dunes en plantation des sisal et des plants rampants pour couvrir le sol.
So another thing is to help the populations who can be then supported through the actions we have been trying to, not just for climate change and reforestation, but to enable populations, local populations. One of those ideas is to fix dunes, sand dunes, by adding plants like sisal and creeping plants on the floor, on the ground.
Et là aussi, on utilise les techniques agroforestières, c'est-à-dire l'ensemble de l'agriculture et de la foresterie, de l'élevage même, pour avoir des différenciations entre les plants qui se développent et ne fait pas concurrence sur la fertilisation de sol.
So they're monitoring a lot the kind of plants they are putting in so that there is no competition between the new plants which come in and the plants which are endemic, which are already growing.
Et enfin, donc, c'est la troisième théorie de changement, c'est d'intégrer la population qui vit autour de des zones très dégradées à être responsables sur leur futur, sur leur terrain.
So another way of doing this is to responsibilize or hold responsible the local population so that they can take charge of the reforestation and the actions that are being taken in their area.
En fait, ils sont victimes, mais ils sont aussi responsables de la dégradation des terres. Donc là, on a besoin de solutions immédiates, solutions intermédiaires et des solutions à long terme. Maintenant, on les paye en cash forward, c'est-à-dire que on paye journalièrement, mais une partie de de leur argent sont épargnés pour créer des futurs emplois qu'ils pensent faire.
Okay, so this is interesting. What they're doing with local populations who are, of course, victims of climate change and reforestation, they are also, because of course they are victims, but they're also responsible for the degradation of forests and the climate problems. So they are going to enable these populations to not just earn, so that's what they call cash for work. They're given a certain amount of cash for all the protective measures that they get involved with, but a part of what they earn is given back to be able to sustain these projects. So it's involving the local populations to become more responsible for their actions through this kind of a model.
Pour la gestion de l'eau, on a installé également des forages à usage multiple afin de résoudre les problèmes d'eau sur terrain.
So multiple usage forage is used and they have put these solutions where there are severe water problems.
Et la reforestation qu'on a menée, c'est pas en simple reforestation, mais aussi de créer des chaînes de valeur, des filières vertes. Après quelques années, il y a des fruits qu'on peut collecter. Il y a par exemple, des cafés, des girofles et tout ça. C'est pour créer de valeur après.
So it's interesting that agroforestry is being used so that the local population can then count on things like coffee production. Claude Girofle, c'est quoi en français? C'est cloves, coffee, and certain such plants which can, agroforestry, which they can use afterwards for their own system of.
Next.
Thank you.
La situation initiale dans le sud de Madagascar, c'est à gauche. Là, il y a le vent dans la direction qui vont couvrir les sols et même les forêts. Et tout a été détruit par les sables qui se déplacent à l'intérieur de la terre.
So if you look at the left side of the slide, you'll see this image as one of the typical formations of sands and dunes, which is caused by winds which bring them in further and further into the land and cause so this degradation, which is rather important.
On appelle Tsukatim ou Tiumen, vent du sud, vent rouge du sud.
It's called Sikatimo and Tiomen, which are the two names which are given to the specific wind which blows from the southern part.
Et le résultat, c'est le dune de sable qui est en bas.
And you can see the dunes of sand, which is again another big photograph there, which are extensive there.
Et il est très difficile d'avoir de l'eau suite à cet ensablement très grand.
So because of the sand, you will see that finding water becomes more and more difficult, and even the wells run dry.
Et les bœufs qui constituent des richesses n'ont plus aussi de l'eau à boire.
So if you look at the animal husbandry industry, which is one of the biggest wealth for local populations, which is finding it difficult to seek water, and that's one part which is becoming also complicated for the local population now.
Et le résultat donc de la sécheresse et la désertification.
So it's dryness, more and more desertification and drought. Slide, please.
Next. L'action de mise en place des infrastructures vertes et paysages résilients nous avons planté des espèces qui sont adaptées aux conditions climatiques arides et subarides. Là, nous avons planté des cisales et aussi des espèces qui supportent la sécheresse.
So if you look, here are some possibilities and what we've been exploring. So planting such trees as sisal on top that you see, and those which can live in drought-like conditions to start changing the situation of dunes.
Et nous avons mené également des reforestations à grande échelle. On fait le labour du sol et on plante des espèces à croissance rapide pour répondre aux besoins actuels en charbon de bois, en bois énergie et surtout en couverture de sol.
So another action is to plant trees or plants which grow very rapidly. So that's one of the immediate measures which has been taken, so that they can, of course, have charcoal. They can have different products that comes from the trees or the wood or the forest.
Et nous avons utilisé également des prises-vent pour faire barrière entre le sable et les zones agricoles afin d'alléger l'effet du vent sur les sols agricoles.
So they have planted certain species to be able to create a green barrier between dunes and the zones where the planting and the forestation has been restarted.
Et le peu de sources d'eau qui restent, on va les protéger pour assurer une gestion durable, si encore un très défi à faire.
And the little bit of water that still remains there is being conserved and used to be able to regenerate these plantations or this agroforestry.
Next, please.
Next one, please.
Ce sont donc les plantations des cisales et des plantes rampantes qui couvrent le sol pour maintenir les sables à ne pas se déplacer vers la forêt à côté, qui sont déjà menacés par l'ensablement.
You can see here how they are doing this plantation with local populations' help of protecting the forest, which remains the cover that you see in the last photograph at the bottom. Forest cover which still remains, being protected from the dunes by the plantation of these specific sisal and creepers.
Et les activités sont effectuées par la population qui sont victimes et eux-mêmes, ils participent activement sur les actions de reforestation afin qu'ils puissent être convaincus de la nécessité, de l'importance de cette couverture du sol.
So it's very interesting to see how the vulnerable population, the people who are really hit by this problem, are the ones who are being invited to participate in this work so that they become more responsible, more aware, and finally actors convinced of the need of such action.
Next. Next, please. Et pour assurer la reforestation, on a mis en place également des grandes pépinières pour produire les jeunes plants à mettre en terre.
So they have created large scale nurseries for being able to get their own plants to be able to reforest, and that is also another major action the country is taking.
Et à côté de ces pépinières, nous avons installé des forages avec de l'énergie solaire.
So if you look at the third photograph there, those are wells which have been dug and being used of course, to water these nurseries, and those are run on solar power.
La photo où je suis là, c'est une plante plantée au mois de mars 2024 et j'étais là au mois de mai et ça pousse très bien.
If you look at the plant that I'm holding in the first photograph, it was planted in March 2024. And now I saw it again in the month of May and it's doing very well. So there's a lot of hope that we are creating.
Next, please. Next, please. Et la collaboration de gouvernement avec le secteur privé, ça a commencé depuis 2-3 ans à mobiliser la population locale de faire des reboisements à grande échelle sur des terres dégradées.
So if you look at that, recently the private sector has been getting more and more involved since the last 2 or 3 years by inviting and paying the local population to get involved in the planting and the reforestation activities on large scale. Vas-y, non, c'est bon.
La photo avec des populations, ça c'est une séance de sensibilisation, de lutte contre les feux, qui est vraiment le menace des activités de reforestation et de la destruction des forêts restantes.
If you look at this, the photograph in the middle, it's one of those groups who are working very hard, combating one of the major problems that Madagascar has of forest fires which are lit or fires which are rampant in Madagascar, to be able to clear out land for agriculture, which they've been doing as a major practice. So that is one of the actions that is being taken to help the population.
Puisque les feux constituent le premier ennemi de la forêt, surtout à Madagascar, on utilise encore des feux pour la production, pour le nettoyage des terrains de terrains agricoles. Et ça, c'est pas encore maîtrisé.
So this is something that we are still not able to contain, this problem, which is, I think, the biggest problem in Madagascar today, of populations clearing out forests to be able to clear land by fire, by using fire.
Et finalement, donc, on a planté également des plantes autochtones, des plantes endémiques de Madagascar pour enrichir, pour réhabiliter les forêts détruites par le défrichement.
So one of the major actions is planting endemic species again to be able to reforest, which is something they're very, very careful about.
Et ça a bien repris. La photo, c'est du raffia.
C'est quoi?
Raffia.
C'est la plante raffia, c'est ça?
Oui.
Okay. So if you see this last photograph, so these endemic plants, they grow very quickly and they're very adapted to the climate and the soil of Madagascar, and they're growing very well.
Cette plante est utilisée souvent pour des fibres. Leurs fibres sont utilisées pour des sacs, pour fabriquer des sacs, des arts.
Okay. So raffia is a plant which is used to weave a lot of things like baskets and stuff that the local population uses extensively.
Next. Face à tous ces efforts, il y a encore beaucoup à faire. Madagascar est très grande. Ce ne sont que des commencements de la restauration des terres, restauration des sols.
So Madagascar is a massive island and there is a lot that remains to be done, obviously.
Et le premier défi, est-ce que ça sort pas les...
Ah, les photos, ça sort pas? Can you just click again, please, on the slide? Oui, il y a un souci des photos. Hein.
OK.
Next one, please.
Next. Là, donc, c'est au niveau de la gouvernement, au niveau du gouvernement de Madagascar, il y a toujours des changements de leader. Donc, le technicien ne peut pas travailler, ne peut pas bien travailler, ne peut pas apporter ce qu'il sait, ce qui est de leur connaissance, et ça constitue encore un grand défi pour Madagascar.
So we have one of the major problems, which is governments change rather rapidly, and because of that, anything that is put in place as a policy risks changing every time the government changes, and we're having a lot of difficulties with that.
Les activités de restauration restent encore à faire puisque c'est encore la politique qui prime à Madagascar, c'est un défi.
So there's a lot of challenges that we face with the politics.
Et l'utilisation de l'appel à investissement avec le secteur privé, il y a encore la sécurisation de terrain à faire pour assurer l'installation de ces investisseurs.
So of course, we call upon the private sector to be able to help and put up all the infrastructure that is required.
Comme je travaille avec le groupe Action, c'est un groupe indien aussi.
Action is run by an Indo-Pakistani group of companies, and I work for them too.
Il veut apporter beaucoup sur la restauration, régénération des sols, mais il y a toujours des difficultés qui se présentent sur la sécurisation foncière.
There's always a lot of challenges about the way we can protect our infrastructures and in place putting up whatever we have to, because it's not easy for people to understand and adapt to the projects that are being put in place.
Et finalement, c'est la pérennisation des infrastructures vertes qu'on avait commencé à installer. Comment pérenniser les entretiens, assurer les activités de maintien de ces infrastructures qu'on a mis en place.
And another challenge that we face, of course, is to just maintain and support more and more whatever changes and stuff that we've put in place.
Est-ce que la population locale va continuer ou il reste toujours des observateurs? Ça, c'est le grand défi.
Will it continue? Will the changes that we have put in place or the actions that we have put in place continue? That is something that we are always sincerely worried about.
Et c'est ça donc ce que je voudrais présenter avec vous. Merci de votre aimable attention.
I'd love to present this all to you so that you have an idea of what's going on, and thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Je laisse mon contact avec Madame Ekta et on peut toujours continuer à faire des échanges.
So she said she'd leave her contacts with me, and that if you have anything that you would like to work on or contribute with the country of Madagascar and with Madame Anitra, who is representing the government of Madagascar and the group Action, you could always get in touch with her. She invites all the collaboration she can find, and she's very excited and happy to be with you and here. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
This was most informative about the work that is happening in Madagascar, and especially about breaking the barriers of the innovation cycle. We are very grateful to you for your presence here in the conference, and I now invite Mr. Jose Ignacio, CFO, Plasma Waters Inc., and Mr. Joaquin, General Manager, Plasma Waters Chile, to please come and felicitate Ms. Raza. We also invite Ms. Ekta to please stay back for the felicitation. We are grateful to Ms. Ekta for the translation. With this, we now move ahead to a very special part of the morning session of today. We are delighted to share with everyone that we have a new breakthrough, a new remarkable innovation, a new plasma water generator machine that is being launched today for the first time in the world. And this conference is where it is happening. So I now invite Ms. Pragya Kalia to please come and share with us about this plasma water generator. And I invite her to come and initiate the launch of this machine as well.
Very good morning, everyone. So to do the honors, I would like to have Mr. Robert Hart, President and Global CEO of Plasma Waters Inc., to talk about plasma water machine that we have.
So, I think we need to unveil it now. Praga, maybe if you join me and help me to unveil it, and we have no music here, maybe Star Wars music would be appropriate. Yeah, I'm very proud and really honored to present to you the new generation of our plasma water generator. And as you heard yesterday, it has the number 4.0. So this was developed over the last 1.5 years. And the reason why we need to develop this new device is very simple. First of all, what you have seen yesterday here in the tour, so was the device which helped us really to develop the So I would like to, because I said that was an effort of more than 1.5 years, an effort of the entire team of Plasma Waters worldwide. So, and therefore I want to also invite the team here to join me on stage. So first of all, of course, the initiator of the technology is our founder, Alfredo Solesi. I would like to invite Alfredo to join me on stage. Then, of course, we have also our board members here. So, Ini Image, our chair of the board, please join us. We have Brian here. Please, Brian Ring, join us as well. Then we have our colleagues and friends from Chile here. So Joaquin, and of course, Jose Ignacio, and our CRO, Jerry Suchovicki, please join us. So for unveiling this very important next step in our technology. So Alfredo, if you join me and Ini, just to lift the curtain and unveil the device. It's somehow stuck here, so you see, do it like this, and here we have the device. So that's number one. Yeah, of course. So then, so here we have another device. Maybe I would like to ask Dr. Sairam and also Anil from Samunati and also Dr. Sairam from Urban Kisan. So we have an additional device for that, which is also very, very important. Maybe you join me to unveil this additional device. And then I say a few words about the machine itself. Wonderful. I don't want to give you a lecture now about the machine here, how it works, but just a little bit of an overview. You see, you saw yesterday the first generation of the device, which was developed with our Chile team under the leadership of Alfredo. So, and this device was really helping us to develop the technology, bring it in the first stage into the market. But when you bring something in the market, you need to have more capacities, you need to have more throughput, and you need to have more features to help you to develop further solutions for our customers. And that is what we did with the new generation, the PWG 4.0. You see, it looks very robust, and it needs to be very robust because it is an agricultural device. So it's very modularized. So because that makes it sure that we can service it very easily with our service team. So, and that we can exchange things which need maintenance or doesn't work properly. So we have an additional feature here. You see this here on this side. So that is very important. There are sensors who measure the water quality going into the machine, but also the quality of the plasma-ized water coming out of the machine. And it's collecting data for us about how the water really then is composed, and helps us in the future then also to develop new recipes for our customers, for our farmers. So here you have an automation module. This is the power module. That is a hydraulic module. And here you have a filter module to filter the water. And this is a very important new device because that's a telemetry module that connects our device to our Plasma Waters cloud. And as you heard, we measure everything now from the operations, but also from the water quality. And with this module, bring in the cloud, and then we know exactly how the coloration is between the water and also, for example, the climate conditions around our installations. Then we can combine climate conditions, soil conditions in our cloud, do the analytics, and based on the analytics, we see how it works, and then we can optimize our recipes for the plasma-ized water. It's very easy to operate. You can operate, of course, this directly at the device via this HMI module, and it's also operable by handheld, by a smartphone or by a tablet. So it's very easy to operate. So that is basically our new device, We roll it out now here into India. So we have, as we speak, 4 of those devices here in India. They are currently produced in Germany, but since January, February on, we will localize the production here in India for India. So that means this will be produced in India with our Indian manufacturing partners. So I think that is a quick introduction. So, and I'm really looking forward to work with our partners. So together, our science partners, our manufacturing partners, and also our service partners. And I looking forward really to this rollout of this new generation. And as I said, that's just a starting point because that is a platform. You heard there is a cloud feature we have right now, and you will see in the next years more of those machines with more features coming into the market for you, for the farmers, for the farming communities, and for our science and channel partners. So that's it. Thank you so very much. Yeah, and then we do a photograph. So, and that is also an important device here. So, Pragya, please join me. Smile.
सो ये जो मशीन है आप देख रहे हैं, इससे पहले आप में से कितने लोग हैं जिनके पास प्लाज्मा वाटर्स की मशीन ऑलरेडी लगी है? हाथ प्लीज ऊपर करिए। 1 2 3, राइट? ओके, 5 4 5 लोग हैं, ठीक है। हमारी इस वक्त टोटल 8 मशीनें लगी हैं और ये जो नई मशीन अभी आई है आपके सामने, ये हमारा, इसको हम वर्जन 4.0 बोलते हैं, पर नाम पे मत जाइए, काम इसका बहुत बेहतरीन है। और मैं आपको समझाना चाहूंगी कि ये मशीन हमने क्यों लॉन्च किया है। जो आपके पास जो पहली मशीन है वो और इस मशीन में कोई फर्क नहीं है इन टर्म्स ऑफ जो आपका जो जिसमें जो उपयोगिता है वो उतनी ही है, जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो भी वही है, उसमें कोई फर्क नहीं आने वाला है। तो आप ये मत सोचिएगा कि ये जो मशीन नई आ रही है इसमें कोई अलग बेनिफिट है। बेनिफिट मशीन वही देगी जो आपके पास है, जो आप यूज कर रहे हैं। ये मशीन को हम इसलिए लेके आए हैं, इसको आप मशीन ना समझे, इसको एक प्लेटफॉर्म समझे। प्लेटफॉर्म का मतलब ये है कि इस मशीन पे हम बहुत सारे फीचर्स जो हमारे किसान भाइयों को चाहिए असल में फील्ड पे, वो हम लेके आएंगे। जो मशीन आपके पास ऑलरेडी है वो काम करती है, लेकिन उसमें वो फीचर्स हम फिर बाद में इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे। जो हम इस मशीन में लेके आएंगे सेम हम उसमें भी इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे। और कुछ जगह पे हम ये जो मशीन लगाएंगे इसमें आप देखेंगे कि जो इसकी कैपेसिटी है वो आज आपके पास जो मशीन है वो समझिए कि 3000 एकड़ तक सर्विस करती है। तो इस मशीन के थ्रू हम और ज्यादा एकरेज को सर्विस कर पाएंगे। और उसके अलावा हम इस मशीन में सबसे बड़ी फायदा ये है कि जो हमारा जो टेम्परेचर है इंडिया में उसके हिसाब से ये बनाई गई है। तो आप सब जो लोग आपके पास मशीन है, आप सब जानते हैं कि हमने कमरे में एयर कंडीशन लगाया है, तो वो इसमें भी चाहिए होगा, कोई फर्क नहीं है। आप सब जानते हैं कि इस मशीन से हम सीड ट्रीटमेंट और स्प्रे करते हैं, वो भी इसमें होगा, सेम होगा, उसका जो फायदे हैं वो भी सेम होंगे। लेकिन अब आप ये सोचिए कि आज की तारीख में हमारे पास एक बंदा, हर एक मशीन के पास एक बंदा कंपनी का है जो मशीन को यूज करता है और आपके लिए सीड ट्रीटमेंट करके आपको देता है। ये मशीन में हम ऐसा बिल्ड करने वाले हैं जिसमें हम इस मशीन में आपको कोई भी किसी भी तरीके का ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन की जरूरत नहीं होगी। मतलब आज इस मशीन को आप जब ऑन करेंगे, आप मान लीजिए आप एक पैडी फार्मर हैं, आपको समझिए 200 एकड़ करना है, तो आप यहाँ आएंगे और इसमें 200 एकड़ का नंबर डालेंगे और उसमें पैडी सेलेक्ट करेंगे, तो आपको जो सोल्यूशन चाहिए वो बना बनाया मिलेगा। आज क्या होता है करंट मशीन में कि हमारा जो बंदा है वो सोल्यूशन को बना के देता है, इस मशीन में हम जो बिल्ड कर रहे हैं, फ्यूचर हमारा जो विजन है वो ये है कि ये आप समझिए एक तरह का एटीएम हो जाएगा। जैसे आप जाते हैं, अपना कार्ड डालते हैं, पैसे निकाल लेते हैं, उसी तरह से इसमें आप पंच इन करेंगे, आपको क्या चाहिए, कौन सी फसल करनी है, कितने एकड़ की करनी है, ये आपको एग्जैक्ट सोल्यूशन जो चाहिए, जो उस फसल के लिए बहुत अच्छा है, वो रिसर्च सोल्यूशन आपको देगा। दूसरी बात स्प्रे की बात होती है, तो उसमें भी इसके मेमोरी में जाएगा कि भाई इस पर्टिकुलर यूजर के लिए, फार्मर के लिए हमें इतने एकड़ का स्प्रे करना है, तो उस हिसाब से वॉल्यूम आपको डिस्पेंस करेगी ये मशीन। तो ये पूरा एक सिस्टम बिल्डअप होगा, इसके अराउंड पूरा प्लेटफॉर्म होगा। जो आपको दिख रहा है ये मशीन की ये एक्चुअली जान है, पर इसके अलावा आसपास इसकी जो फीचर्स हैं वो बिल्डअप होगा, और इसीलिए ये मशीन को हम प्लेटफॉर्म बोलते हैं और सिर्फ मशीन नहीं बोलते। इसी तरह जो बिलिंग है कि आपने 1 एकड़ के लिए मान लीजिए गेहूं के लिए लिया, तो कितना आपको पैसा देना है, कितना आपको जो है उसी वक्त एडवांस देना है और कितना बाद में देना है। एज एन एफपीओ आपको वो हिसाब रखने में आसानी होगी, क्योंकि ये बिलिंग सिस्टम भी इंटीग्रेटेड होगा, और वो आपका जो बिलिंग सिस्टम है, मान लीजिए आप टैली पे काम करते हैं तो वो टैली से कनेक्टेड होगा। तो इस तरह से जो हमारा विजन है इस मशीन को लेके वो ये है कि इसमें हम पूरा एक सेल्फ सफिशिएंट यूनिट बिल्ड करना चाहते हैं, ताकि हमारे जो एफपीओ भाई हैं, हमारे जो चैनल पार्टनर्स हैं, उनको बहुत सहूलियत हो इसको यूज करने में। तो ये एक पूरा इसका जो प्लान है वो ये है, और मुझे लगा कि इससे अच्छा मौका नहीं हो सकता है, और ये ग्लोबली पहली बार लॉन्च हो रही है। तो मैं आप सबको चाहती हूँ कि एक जोरदार तालियों के साथ इसका अभिनंदन करें। एफपीओ हमारे लिए चैनल पार्टनर है, ठीक है। तो हम ये मशीन अपने कॉस्ट पे लेके आएंगे। आपको क्या करना है, 2 तरीके से इसको समझते हैं। एक, हमें क्या करना है, कंपनी को क्या करना है आपको सशक्त करने के लिए कि आप इसको सर्विस के तौर पे फार्मर्स को दे सकें। दूसरा है कि एफपीओस को क्या करना है कि वो अच्छी तरह से सर्विस दे सकें, और उनका इसमें क्या पार्टनरशिप का मतलब क्या है, ठीक है। तो कंपनी ये मशीन को आपके वहां लेके आएगी। एक लोकेशन हम सेलेक्ट करेंगे जिसको हम प्री साइट इंस्पेक्शन बोलते हैं। उसके तहत हमारे इंजीनियर आते हैं आपके वहां, और वो आके वो जगह आपको दिखानी होगी। इसके लिए हमें इस प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए, जैसे अभी पुरानी मशीन के लिए 10 बाई 10 का रूम चाहिए होता था, अब इस प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए हमें 15 बाई 15 का चाहिए होगा। वो रूम एफपीओ को प्रोवाइड करना है। वो रूम में एक एयर कंडीशनर चाहिए होगा, तो रफली आप समझो कि 1.5 टन, 1 से 1.5 टन का आपको एसी वहां पे लगेगा। उसके अलावा आपको वहां पे एक इनपुट कनेक्शन देना है, इनलेट कनेक्शन, वाटर इनलेट कनेक्शन देना है। हमारा जो इंजीनियर आएगा वो साइट इंस्पेक्शन के वक्त जो वाटर की क्वालिटी है वो चेक करेगा। औसतन मैंने देखा है पिछले 2 साल के एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से कि जो हिंदुस्तान में हमारा रूरल एरियाज में पानी है वो काफी मतलब क्वालिफाइड है हमारे इस मशीन के लिए, क्योंकि हमारा जो थ्रेशोल्ड लेवल है काफी ऊपर है, चाहे वो टीडीएस को ले लीजिए या पीएच को ले लीजिए। तो फिर भी हम एक वाटर एनालिसिस करते हैं। उसके बाद वो इंजीनियर आपको समझाएंगे कि कहाँ पे प्लग पॉइंट्स आने हैं, कहाँ पे इनलेट आना है, कहाँ पे आउटलेट आना है। उस तरह से एक आपको डायग्राम दिया जाएगा। वो डायग्राम के मुताबिक आपको वो कमरे को तैयार करना है। वहां पे करीब 1.5 टन का एक एसी लगेगा, और आपको एक हाई वोल्टेज सप्लाई इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का चाहिए। ये जो मशीन है, ऐसा सुनने में लगता है कि हाई वोल्टेज मतलब बहुत ज्यादा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पीती होगी, पर ऐसा नहीं है। इसका जो कंजम्पशन है, एक एफपीओ अगर इसको 12 घंटे चलाता है और 12 घंटे वो एसी भी चलाता है, क्योंकि जब मशीन चलेगी तभी एसी चलेगी। ऐसा नहीं है कि जब मशीन रखी है और चल नहीं रही है तो भी आपको एसी चलाना है, ऐसा नहीं है। तो जब भी मशीन चलेगी एसी चलेगा, और 12 घंटे का मशीन का ऑपरेशन और एसी का ऑपरेशन दोनों मिला के तकरीबन 2,500 से लेके 3,000 महीने का बिजली का बिल आता है। और इस फुल ऑपरेशन में आप करीब 4,000 एकड़ सर्विस कर सकते हो बड़े आराम से। तो अगर आप देखेंगे तो एक एफपीओ के लिए काफी सफिशिएंट है, क्योंकि आप इस मशीन से सिर्फ 2 एप्लीकेशन कर रहे हैं। एक है सीड ट्रीटमेंट और दूसरा है फॉलियार स्प्रे। अब आते हैं कि एफपीओ को करना क्या है और एफपीओ को क्या मिलेगा इसमें। तो कंपनी मशीन लेके आएगी आपके जगह पे, अपने खर्चे पे लगाएगी, इंस्टॉल करेगी, मेंटेन करेगी, सर्विस भी देगी पूरे साल अपने खर्चे पे। तो ये जो पूरा मेंटेनेंस है ये कंपनी की तरफ से है और ओनरशिप भी मशीन की कंपनी की है। ठीक है, अब बात आती है कि एफपीओ का क्या रोल है। तो एफपीओ को बेसिकली सर्विस देना है अपने मेंबर फार्मर्स को, उन तक ये टेक्नोलॉजी पहुंचानी है। तो हम इसका जो करंट मॉडल है वो ये है कि फार्मर्स को एफपीओ के साथ हम एक प्री मार्केट वर्किंग एक्सरसाइज करते हैं, मार्केट स्टॉर्मिंग समझ लीजिए। उसमें हमारी टीम आपकी टीम के साथ मिलके, और ये एफपीओ की टीम का होना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है, क्योंकि आप समझिए कि जो आप अपने मेंबर्स को दे रहे हैं वो जब आपकी तरफ से जाएगा तो एक कन्विक्शन अलग तरीके से आता है और वो उनके अंदर भी होगा कि भाई चलो हमारे एफपीओ की तरफ से ये रिकमेंडेशन है तो इसको किया जाए। तो आपको हमारी टीम के साथ एक प्री मार्केट एक्सरसाइज करनी है। उसमें आपको एक अवेयरनेस लाना है, पूरे गांव में बताना है कि ये मशीन से होता क्या है, और वो बताने के लिए हमारा जो बीडीई है, बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट एग्जीक्यूटिव, वो आपके साथ मार्केट स्टॉर्मिंग करेगा। ये आपको करना है लॉन्च से पहले। जब ये हो गया उसके बाद आप उनको बोलोगे कि भाई जितने भी फार्मर्स हैं वो इसमें आना चाहते हैं, वो अपने सीट्स, एक इनॉग्रेशन का दिन तय हो जाता है, आप अपने सीट्स लेके आइए। वो सीट्स का सीट ट्रीटमेंट हमारा जो कंपनी का पर्सन है वो करता है, मशीन ऑपरेटर है वो करता है। वो सीट ट्रीट करके वहीं का वहीं फार्मर्स को दे देगा। फार्मर्स को बताया जाएगा कि आप जाइए और इसको तुरंत बो दीजिए, इसको हम रखते नहीं है, तुरंत उसको हम सोइंग करते हैं। ये करने के बाद हम एक्चुअली पूरा हमारा सिस्टम है जहां पे हम जनरेट करते हैं कस्टमर कार्ड, उसमें हम वो अलग अलग कॉपीज में आता है, काफी डिटेल है वो मैं नहीं जाना चाहूंगी, तो नटशेल में बताती हूँ। तो हमारे पास एक हिस्ट्री होती है कस्टमर की, जैसे वो सीड ट्रीटमेंट करता है और उसका वो पूरा शेड्यूल, अगर मान लीजिए चावल कर रहा है, पैडी कर रहा है, तो उसका शेड्यूल आ जाएगा कि भाई पैडी के लिए अगर मान लीजिए 4 स्प्रे चाहिए, किस दिन आएगा, बोने के किस दिन आएगा, पहला स्प्रे, दूसरा, तीसरा, चौथा, वो डेट्स आ जाती हैं। एफपीओ का काम है कि जब वो डेट्स आए, कंपनी की तरफ से आपको रिमाइंडर आएगा, आपको कंपनी सोल्यूशन प्रोवाइड करेगी, मशीन ऑपरेटर सोल्यूशन बना के देगा, आपको वो उस फार्मर तक पहुंचाना है। तो एक रूट भी तैयार किया जाएगा ताकि आप एक टैंक में 2000 लीटर का सोल्यूशन बना के वो रूट में आपको घुमाया जाएगा, और वो रूट पे फार्मर्स अपने अपने बैकपैक्स या जिसको ड्रोन करना है, क्योंकि इसमें आप कोई भी स्प्रे कर सकते हैं, वो जो भी सुविधा है स्प्रे की वो यूज करेंगे और उनको उतना वॉल्यूम ऑफ वाटर प्रोवाइड कर दिया जाएगा, फिर वो स्प्रे करेंगे। ये पूरा सर्विस अगर आप देखते हो जो एफपीओ बता रहा है और सोल्यूशन लेके जा रहे हैं और स्प्रे करवा रहा है, स्प्रे जो कर रहे हैं वो फार्मर्स खुद कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आपके लोकेशन से फार्मर फील्ड्स तक पहुंचाने का कॉस्ट आपका है। तो ये सबको कवर करने के लिए 15% का मार्जिन कंपनी एफपीओस को देती है। तो जो भी सेल होगा उसका 15% मार्जिन आपका होगा, और इसके अलावा जो कैंपेन और मार्केटिंग प्रमोशन वो बजट कंपनी का अलग है, जो कंपनी आपके एरिया में खर्च करती है। तो इस तरह से हम इसको आगे लेके जाएंगे। अब आप समझ रहे होंगे कि ये जो न्यू मशीन के मैंने फीचर्स बताए थे वो क्यों जरूरी है। तो उस न्यू मशीन के फीचर्स में ये आ जाता है कि आपको वो मशीन ऑपरेटर की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी आने वाले समय में। आपको सिर्फ वहां पंचिंग करना होगा और पूरा सिस्टम इंटीग्रेशन पीछे से होगा। तो आप जैसे ही आप प्रेस करेंगे, आपको डेट वाइज वो सोल्यूशन आपको प्रोवाइड कर देगी, डिस्पेंसिंग हो जाएगी आपके सोल्यूशन का।
सभी को नमस्कार, morning everyone. It's my privilege and honor to be part of this important unveiling. My memories went back to, Robert, the very first machine that we inaugurated here at Kanha Shanti Vanam about a year and a half ago. And that machine was promising, large, big one compared to the sleek one that we have now. And, compliments to the entire technology team for bringing down the machine size to where I can certainly see this to be in the farming lands of a smallholder farmer. than the large machine that we had within the confines of a room of an FPO. Samunnati is an entity that lives and believes in the vision of making markets work for smallholder farmers. Can we bring up the presentation, please? And with Plasma Waters, we have a very promising partnership. We are in agriculture, We have a seed, we nurture the seed with all the support structures, including preparing the soil and rest of the paraphernalia that goes into making the seed germinate and then grow. And that is how Samunnati and Plasma Waters have been nurturing this partnership from the seed stage of understanding how this technology can revolutionize the farming in India, the productivity of the smallholder farmer, the income levels of smallholder farmer. And Samunnati saw one promising partnership that can catalyze our vision of making markets work for the smallholder farmers. And that's where we start. So the presentation will be less about Samunnati and more about the partnership with Plasma Waters. And I'm also grateful to Daji, our global guide Heartfulness, who connected Pragya and me when Pragya wrote to him about Plasma Waters. While giving his consent to go ahead with the initiative, he also suggested to her that perhaps Plasma Waters looks at collaborating with Samunnati, and that's how we both got connected. So it happened under the auspices of the Heartfulness, and I'm grateful for that. Next slide, please. So for some of those audience here who are not familiar with Samunnati as an entity, we are an integrated agri network looking at providing solutions across the entire agri value chain, starting with the inputs to dealer, distributor, retailer, to the cultivation as a process, to the post-harvest, all the way to the consumer is what Samunnati proposes and is working in engaging with all the players in the agri value chain. And this journey has been quite encouraging and fruitful so far. I would say that in the 10 years that we have been at it, we have covered some distance in not only on the numbers dimension, which is what a banker like me would always talk about, but also on understanding the agri landscape and understanding how do we provide customized solutions with farmer at the center, not losing why we exist, the farmer being at the center, and then work with the entire agri ecosystem in tandem. And that's what most of the large models in the new economy are thriving on. You take any big corporation, they basically look at working with the entire ecosystem, and the growth happens through a symbiotic relationship. So that's what Samunnati is fostering in the entire agri value chain, and the numbers are here to see. Moving ahead, next slide, please. We work with the entire agri value chain, but there are specific constituents who help us in making this vision of Samunnati happen. First and foremost, the reason why we exist is smallholder farmers, but we believe in the power of aggregation, and hence, rather than working with individual farmers, we actually work with farmer collectives. And happy to mention that as we stand today, Samunnati represents a significant portion of the engagement with the FPOs in this country, in excess of, I would say, about 70-75%. That's what we represent in the FPO market. But the FPOs are one part of the entire agri value chain. There are agri enterprises on both sides of the value chain, and working with them would facilitate movement of goods and cash seamlessly in the value chain. And that's where all the agri enterprises, which includes processors, come into picture. And currently we have a large number of FPOs, which I have already mentioned, and their members are equally large. But in the context of India, these are still small numbers. As I say, these are still rounding off numbers, so to say. 8 to 10 million farmers doesn't mean anything. when you are talking about 125 million farming households. Moving on, next slide please. This is the last slide on Samunnati. While working on large problems, our understanding and learning has been that a framework that leverages the strengths of all the players in the value chain would be helpful, and that is where Samunnati looks at an approach that we refer to as AMLA approach. AMLA stands for aggregation, market linkages and advisory services. When a set of farmers come together as an aggregated entity, their ability to buy and sell becomes much more better with a higher bargaining power. But then the other side of market linkages is availability of working capital. When you have working capital is when you would be able to negotiate better prices on both sides, is where the financial services become important. And the third A is what is a manifestation of the machine that you see on the dais today, the advisory services. Once you have better markets, the farmers as aggregated entity would stand to gain benefited if we also provide them newer ways of farming, newer tools that can make farming more productive and hence eventually lead to higher income levels at the farmers. And it is the last A of the AMLA approach that defines our partnership with the Plasma Waters and many such entities that we work with. Moving on. The engagement of Samunnati with the startups is an important dimension of our strategy. Well, as the saying goes, the blind leading the blind. We started working with startups when we were a startup ourselves. Right, in 2014, when we started, we realized that the complex nature of agriculture as a sector and the kind of problems that the agriculture industry as a whole has necessitates collaboration, and collaboration would yield collective success and collective growth. And that's what Samunnati is about, collective growth and collective prosperity is what led us to collaborate with younger, smaller startups like ourselves ever since we started our relationship and ever since we started our engagement in the agriculture. Happy to mention that Samunnati has worked with a little over 300 agri startups in this country, and at some point in time there was a 90% probability of any reasonable agri startup in the country would have some kind of a partnership or an association with Samunnati. That's how it was before we had about 6,000 startups blooming into the entire agri startup space in India. And now that sector is quite big. You know, we cannot say we are working with everyone in the agri startup space. But what this collaborative approach helped us is stitch together a comprehensive engagement with the farmers, stitch together more avenues to make farming more predictable and more viable for them, and that's what we are proud of. And it is one such partnership with Plasma Waters that I would double click on from next slide onwards. Next slide, please. What brought us together? That's a shared vision of enhancing the productivity at the farming level in a sustainable manner. And we didn't want that to be an aspiration. We didn't want that to be an expectation, but we wanted it to be scientifically proven, scientifically established. And that's what led us to say, let's see, as the saying goes, the proof of pudding is in eating. Can we run trials ourselves and get the validation of what the technology claims to result into? And we started with conducting some field trials within our own center of excellence near Chennai, a place called Puriyambakam, way back in the Kharif of 2021-22, if I'm right, 22. Go ahead, next slide, please. And this happened right under our supervision. The Center of Excellence indeed is run by us. They are managed by the employees of Samunnati, the team members of Samunnati. And other than giving the machine to give water and the know-how on how to run the machine, rest everything in terms of application and managing the whole thing, and then collecting the data and validating the delta of how the control and treatment groups are behaving. They're all done by Samunati employees, and I'm happy to share the kind of delta between the control and treatment. You know, the treatment being where we have the numbers on the screen, and what I'm most pleased about is the promise on the last 3 items that you see on the screen. Yield has gone up significantly, revenue has gone up significantly, and the expenses have come down, right? So when you increase the income and reduce the expenses, when the delta increases for the farmer, and that is what we saw in the trial that we did during the Kharif season. As they say, one sparrow doesn't mean a spring. We said we will do the same trial in the Rabi season, and we thought, let us examine whether the same behavior or same output results in the Rabi season trial also. And the next slide talks about what we saw during the Rabi season. Similar kind of results, where we again saw both. In fact, I was privileged to see these test sites myself in our Center of Excellence near Puriyambakam, or in Puriyambakam near Chennai. And visually, the field looked significantly different. The field looked more healthy, more prosperous, so to say, visually speaking. And then after the harvest, we again looked at the parameters with and without plasma, and it was strikingly different. And that's what gave us a confidence that perhaps we can then open this up to our FPO team, because before we open up to our FPO's team, we wanted to be very clear in terms of what we are claiming to our FPOs as a potential outcome when we collaborate. And that's a responsibility that we carry when we take something to our FPOs. And what we saw when we went to the FPOs was enthusiasm, because it is coming from Samunati. Of course, in Uttar Pradesh, where we worked in the FPO in Rai Bareli, and of course, आप है यहाँ, बहुत अच्छा हुआ आपको यहाँ मिलके. हम मिले थे लखनऊ में, और अभी यहाँ मुलाकात हो रहा है. Okay. It was nice that there is one champion FPO partner in Rai Bareli who said, I would take the lead in terms of establishing the trials. And the next slide talks about what the FPO experienced. Right. Next slide, please. You see this. This is Sri Aura FPO in Uttar Pradesh. What I was mentioning in terms of what I saw in Puriyambakam, visually, both the pieces of land with and without plasma look different, right? I would take your attention to the picture on your right side. There was an accelerated pollination, accelerated flowering, and accelerated graining, as they say, that tailors. Next slide. This is what, in summary, we experienced both in the trial with the FPO as well as the 2 seasons that we did in the Center of Excellence in Puriyambakam. The yields went up very, very encouragingly, anywhere between 30 to 40%. Visually and from a time perspective, the crop had an accelerated growth and accelerated flowering and other aspects of the harvest. And of course, last but not the least, there was a reduced necessity to use the chemical enhancers and the chemical interventions that most of our cultivation goes through, and hence the produce that came out naturally was less residues, I would say. Perhaps eventually we go to a residue-free produce which has a premium in terms of rates that all of us know. So friends, that is what, next slide. सतीश जी, आप थोड़ा एक बार खड़ा हो जाइए, राइट? एक बार तालियां सतीश जी को for आपने ये एक्सपेरिमेंट करने के लिए आपका इजाजत दिया, उसके लिए हम शुक्रगुजार है आपका। और आपका जो ये टेस्टिमोनी है, ये बहुत सारे या ढेर सारे एफपीओस को ये प्रेरणात्मक बनेगी। और आप जो दिखा रहे हैं रास्ते उनको कि ऐसा वाला एक्सपेरिमेंट हमें एफपीओ होके करके दिखाना है, उसके लिए आपको अभिनंदन देता हूं। थैंक यू सतीश जी। Next slide. So this is what we hope to do, or we aspire to do rather, right? One, how do we scale it up beyond these 1 or 2 experiments that we have? And I don't know, Robert, if the manufacturing facility is ready for the number of instruments that perhaps our farmers would need. We are raring to go. Second thing that usually is the hallmark of engaging with startups and engaging with younger organizations is responding to the market requirements. Given the size, in fact, today evening, I have one of the agri entrepreneurs coming in here, and we are talking about putting few things, including couple of drones in a Tata small truck, the mini truck. And then looking at this, I was wondering, this would fit into the truck, and then it becomes suddenly a mobile van, and then perhaps plasma water as a service is what we can offer to the fields. So we are looking at it. हम तो debit credit लोग हैं, हम तो we are an entity that provides financial services. So funding both the proliferation of instruments for plasma waters, if you want, and the working capital, of course, is something that we are talking about, and working with the FPOs to make sure that appropriate working capital and capex structures where required are built in is the other broader strategy that Samunati is working on. So Samunati strives and aspires to be a partner in this scale up, and we grow together. Thank you. Thank you very much, and looking forward to the scaled up partnership here.
Good morning, everyone. So today I'll be presenting some of the trial data conducted in hydroponic systems, and I'll also present some data of field trials which are conducted here in Kanha Shanti Vanam. Can I have my slides, please? Yeah. Thank you. The next slide. See, the whole idea is like the one side, Samunati, with the help of FPOs, is taking this technology forward for open fields and the large scale, the farming community. On the other side, ICS, like we are an R&D based company. As I mentioned yesterday, that we are looking for a very comprehensive technology. So we also want to drive the similar kind of the role here in promoting one of this very promising technologies in farming in the space of hydroponics, vertical farming, and we call it as smart farming. And there are many names what we call about, but it's a future farming. There's going to be a large amount of this space going to grow in the future, but we still have, even at this juncture, there's a good amount of the hydroponic farming happening. This hydroponic farming has its own set of challenges. They're several times quite different from the regular farming, the challenges. It has a different set of diseases. It has its economic viabilities depending on the cycles, number of cycles of crop you can take, minimizing the disease pressures. In fact, since they are controlled facilities and the plants are the ones which transpire a lot, and the controlled facility builds a lot of humidity. Of course, some energy is used to remove those humidity to maintain, but this is all to actually to handle, to avoid the disease pressure like, the foliar diseases, powdery mildews, and, so the varieties which are like, the resistant in open fields may fall susceptible in hydroponic farming. So it is so important to have some kind of a technology, a clean technology, a safe technology, which can, the support in these areas so that this entire space also get accelerated. We having our global presence and also being part of global community of vertical farming, and we can pioneer in driving the role of the plasma waters in the space. So what we did, like, there are different models of hydroponic systems. So the small domestic models to the large scale vertical, the greenhouse models, and also the indoor models. All the three models we have been trying. So I'll now present some of the initial results. So very, very promising and playing a very, very critical role, as I mentioned. And this has a solution for those unique challenges which are specific to this vertical farming. Next slide, please. So this is the spinach. If you see here, this is a control of this, the trial, and you see this 100% plasma water and 75% of plasma water. We'll see, this percent, these things may vary later when trials mature and things mature. But what you're supposed to see is the kind of impact. So I see 35 to 40% are added, the advantage in the biomass coming. And the 30% added advantage is also like another 30% early opportunity to harvest early. So it enhances the ability to do more number of cycles, and that more number of cycles is higher yields. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So what I'm going to show you is different crops, with how they are responding. It's actually any crop you put and I see a response. So that's a spinach, and here is coriander. You can see the similar kind of results. It is improving, the biomass production, but also like, it is enhancing the aroma production in coriander, especially, and its aroma is so enriched with this, the plasma water treatment. Next, please. Amaranth is so vulnerable for seed-borne diseases. So it's so difficult to get all the seeds, to survive. That's why mostly, like, when we have to, the plant amaranth plantation, we have to use a lot of seed, because at least 30 to 40% of the seedlings germinate, will die subsequently before even they grow. But we are very fortunate to see here the 100% survival rate in this amaranth, while boosting the, the growth rate. So here the two advantages I see, that you can save on the seed rate, and you can also speeden up the either cycle or get higher biomass production. Next, please. So this is arugula. This is a very high value crop. It's very, very tricky. In fact, the seed viability goes very quickly down. So storage and getting the, the rapid growth is a big challenge with this arugula. So we see here all those problems are solved. And I can show you, you can very clearly see here what kind of results we see. All these are seed treatments. We did these trials at different levels, at seed treatment level, and an initial growth level, later growth level, any level, you see the similar kind of results. Next, please. The kale. Kale is again a high value crop, and this is in fact used in salads and other, like, the juices and, the many other things. Kale is the densest nutritionally packed, the vegetable. This otherwise is called the most nutritious vegetable in the world, in the kale. So in India that we are less aware of it, but this is so well used in the Western world. But in India, in the most of the exotic dishes, hotels, restaurants, everyone demand for this kale, but we are not able to grow this kale because it takes a long gestation period for its growth, and initial survival rate is very poor. And with this, the plasma water treatment, and we see the initial push of biomass is very high, and we can cut down at least 40% of the growth duration. So I can at least double the number of cycles of harvest in this one. Next, please. So this is a nursery stage. In fact, I don't want to explain you so much on that. The same results you see, whichever the level of treatment you do, and you are seeing the similar kind of treatment. You see the spinach, you see the same kind of responses compared to control, how they are responding. Next, please. This is coriander responding similarly. Next, please. Spinach, you see here, when it is growing further, what you saw was a very initial stage. Now you see when it is going further, wait for some more time, and the results appear more significantly. Next, please. This amaranth, you see the similar kind of a challenge here, and you see the stem girth, and you see the stem girth here, which is speaking a lot. Next, please. This arugula, as I mentioned, and you see a very clear growth pattern and very clear biomass addition. Next, please. Again, coriander. Next, please. So what we see at the end of the day, in fact, we are still continuing this experiments. We are working on different means of application and different parameters we are going to test. We see here in particularly these experiments, it is reducing or it is almost eliminating all the seed-borne diseases at the seed treatment level. And later, if you take up either drenching or the foliar spray, even at the nursery level itself, is adding further in growth, the biomass addition, and is also adds to this, like, the freshness of the produce. Any of these leafy greens, what we have so far tested, the freshness, the broadness of the leaf is increasing, the freshness is increasing. More so, you see, you can notice in these aromatic herbs like coriander, you get that more aroma enriched with this treatment. Next, please. So now I'm going to present some of the results of some initial trials we conducted here in Kanha Shanti Vanam. Next, please. Yeah. So this is a very, very interesting data. This is a trial with this cabbage. We all know that how difficult is cabbage to grow, primarily because of this the borer insect damage. Can very clearly see here this T1 is control. Okay, this T1 is control. See the amount of damage of this borer happening, and in both the treatments, and this is actually free from the borer. This is very difficult to imagine how this is happening, but we know that our initial data is showing this plasma water is acting like an elicitor, triggering the systemic acquired resistance and the whole set of biosynthetic pathways, which are part of the developmental the stages of this crop, and also inducing the disease and pest resistance. So very clearly seen here is a highly evident. Next, please. So this is a brinjal. This is a long purple brinjal variety. So, so here you see the data, like, the yield. So there's a 22% increase in yield. It is not only the increase in yield of the brinjal, and you see the texture, color, the quality of this brinjal. You see here, there's the white patches coming on this control, but whereas in plasma water treated plants, the very evenly colored and high quality, very shiny brinjals we could harvest. Next, please. This is tomato. This is also called as, generally in our terms, desi tomato is a flat round green shoulder segment tomato. So I am mentioning specifically about this variety. This is known for its low keeping quality. It's a very soft and very juicy variety. So these days we are getting a lot of hybrid tomatoes which are so hard, but the less juicy. It's filled with more flesh than the juice. So we are obligated to go with such kind of tomato varieties because they withstand more of the transportation and keeping quality. This is a trader's choice, but customer's choice is this tomato variety. We are not able to promote. Traders are not really taking it because keeping quality of this tomato is poor. But in fact, with the treatment of this plasma water, so we see this, not only the maturity, the pattern is even, the shape is even. We have a more, the more than 80% of the tomatoes are of very evenly sized, but also like they are more firm, meaning its keeping quality is increased, and they now, after this treatment, they can be shipped and they can be transported long distances. This is a great advantage of having, this kind of a treatment in these vegetables. Next, please. This is okra. In fact, other than this cabbage, cabbage was the first trial. The rest, all the trials are conducted in the next season. We didn't see much of pest, the load in the fields. So that's why that we don't see much of pest data, because the controls are also not having the pest. So, but you see very clear quality enhancement, while the yields are also going up in almost all these the crops have been presenting. See, the most important feature of okra being like, the dark green color and the shiny nature, because that represents the tenderness of the fruit. So the not having the seed visibility. These are the qualities of okra. The same variety, because this is, you see a lighter color, and this is darker color. This is more shiny than this one. This is less seed visible than this one. So though they are of same age of the fruit, you see the length of the fruits is more, but still they look more tender. So there's a more marketable, the fruits with a higher biomass and higher quality will be able to get with this kind of a treatment. Next, please. So this is date palm. We have date palm plantations in Kanha. So for last 2 years, we were facing one major problem on these date palms. It's called medjool fungus. Medjool fungus is like a dotted, a fungal yellow it growths on these leaves. So extensive amount of this fungal infections we were having it. So we don't want to use any chemical pesticides in this campus, but we were forced and obligated to use some fungicides to control this, because there is no other means. Whatever other biological agents we were trying to use, but we were not able to control that fungus on this date palm. But whereas with this plasma application, you see the this leaf is clean, like so there's 100% control. We see in all, there are different varieties, though it is called medjool fungus. There we have different varieties of date palms. Almost all these varieties got infected with this fungus. And this is a very, very relieving to us that we don't need to use fungicide in this campus, but still can control this disease. Next, please. This is again, like, though we all know about this papaya mosaic, the virus. This is one of the biggest threats. We, like, the only means to avoid this virus is to have this transgenic papaya, but transgenic papaya, GM papaya, is not allowed in India. So there are claims that there are some virus-resistant papaya varieties, but we always face problem. Either the quality of the papaya is not good, or it breaks its resistance after some time. Initially, it withstands, and when it is growing, plant is growing, and you suddenly see the disease outbreaks. So we also happen to have a lot of papaya plants in this campus. Just randomly sprayed this this plasma water with advice from Daji, then to everyone's surprise, and we see the complete recovery of these papaya plants from this disease. So this level of severely infected papaya plants can be recovered, and they can be normal, and after some time the new leaves which are put up are free from the virus, and they are so healthy and giving the normal yield. Another thing is the neem. Neem has this dieback disease. From last 3 to 4 years, we have been seeing the entire South India is suffering severely with this dieback disease on neem. So many neem trees we lost in southern India. So you also must have noticed this campus is full of neem trees. So the same problem here. We do not know a lot of advices. We took in, some say it is an insect, some say it is fungus. So, but finally they say it is a dieback disease caused by fungus. Initially, the damage caused by insect, and then fungus enters and create all these havoc. So, but we have no solution. One season changes, and then they sprout, they come back, but so many also die in between. But you see here very clear, the kind of improvement with this neem plants. This is the plant, like, the fully infected, and all the leaves dried out, and with this plasma water application, the spray, a few sprays, and you see the new sprout coming even before the season changes, without any damage. Of fully recovered trees, you see here many of them. Almost all the neem trees have received this plasma water. Tons, and thanks to Robert and his team for placing this, the beautiful machine here in this campus, saving many trees, and helping us not to use this chemical pesticides and things like that. Once again, thank you very much, Robert and Pragya and the whole Plasma Water team. I congratulate. I mean, I was also a little skeptical. I mean, how it is really. I mean, what kind of significant data will be able to. I'm very sure that this makes difference. But is it really going to be significant? And what is the model we can really make it to take this technology to the farmer level? And I'm so encouraging to see every trial, every testing we see is giving very significantly in visible and quantifiable, economically viable data every time. So I'm very sure that with few more trials in this hydroponics, and we are going to have a joint publication on this one, and we will take this in global vertical farming community, and we will drive this together. Thank you once again.
So I'm very pleased to announce that our Honorable Chief Secretary of Government of Uttar Pradesh has joined us. May I please request all the dignitaries who were up on the stage to come back. So Shri Manoj Kumar Singh ji is presently the Chief Secretary of Government of Uttar Pradesh. Sir is also Infrastructure and Industrial Commissioner, Chairman Pickup, which is Pradesya Industrial and Investment Corporation of UP Limited, Chairman Invest UP and Chairman of Noida, Greater Noida and Bundelkhand Development Authority, He also holds charge as Chief Executive Officer of Uttar Pradesh Expressways Industrial Development Authority. He is also Project Coordinator UP DASP, which is rolling out the state's ambitious UP Agrees program to strengthen agriculture ecosystem in the state. A 1988 batch IS officer. IS, for all the international audience, is Indian Administrative Services. A 1988 batch IS officer, Mr. Singh, holds charge of core departments related to government's focus sectors of infrastructure and industrial development and agriculture, and has a proven track record of experience and service delivery. I welcome Shri Manoj Kumar Singh ji, and I want Robert to just say a few words in his welcome.
So we are, as Plasma Waters globally, but also Plasma Waters India, we are very honored and privileged to have the Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh here to give us an overview about the collaboration between our company and the province and the state of Uttar Pradesh. It goes a long way, so we have started more than, would say, 1.5 years ago, and we are very proud that the state of Uttar Pradesh puts the trust in our company, in this new technology, and help us with their teams, with their organization, and with a lot of people in the state of Uttar Pradesh to bring it to the farmers and to communities. Thank you very much, and I'm really grateful that Shri Manoj Singh could join us today and speak some words to us. Thank you very much, and we are very honored and privileged. Thank you.
Namaskar. To begin with, I would like to apologize for being late by almost 1 hour, and I'm thankful to Plasma Water and the organizers who have given me this opportunity to talk about the role of agriculture and state's ambition for taking the GDP to the $1 trillion. I would like to let you know that Uttar Pradesh is almost like a powerhouse for agriculture production so far as country is concerned, and we can discuss a few data on this. You can see that for all the area which is under agriculture, almost 10% is the area which is under cultivation worldwide. So for entire earth, only 10% is under cultivation, whereas in Uttar Pradesh, it is almost 45% of the geographical area which is under cultivation. And in case of Uttar Pradesh, it is almost 70%. 70% of geographical area is under agriculture. And the most important input in agriculture is irrigation. Worldwide, 21% of agriculture is under assured irrigation, whereas in country, it is 55%, and in state of Uttar Pradesh, it is almost 86%. So 86% of agriculture with assured irrigation and 75% of landmass under agriculture. It makes Uttar Pradesh a powerhouse for agriculture. And this has been possible because UP has groundwater reserve of around 25% of the entire country. That is because of Ganga, Yamuna and rivers like that. If we see the production, like we are number one in wheat production, and we produce almost 35% of country's wheat, which is about 35 million tons. And We are number one in 15 agricultural commodities in country. It ranges from mango, potato, peas. There are almost 15 crops. In milk production also UP is number one. So agriculturally it is very important and very dominant in national perspective. And within UP we have total around contribution of 25% in state GDP. National level, it is 16 to 17%, but in Uttar Pradesh, agriculture contributes almost 25%. And 26 million farming families are there who are engaged in this activity, and more than 50% of population of state is engaged in agriculture. So, state has taken many initiatives for improving the production and productivity in this sector, and it ranges from taking up the project on large scale for micro irrigation system like drip and sprinklers, creating center of excellence. Recently, we have cabinet has approved one program, we call it UP Agris, which is about agricultural growth and rural enterprise ecosystem strengthening with the help of World Bank. It is almost of around $480 million scheme which will be implemented in 6 years. That scheme also focuses mainly on 28 districts of Uttar Pradesh, which are mainly in eastern UP and Bundelkhand area, to increase the productivity of major crops. The second important initiative is about developing agricultural SEZs. We have SEZs for manufacturing, but now we are thinking of having SEZ around agricultural crop. So it means picking up a dominant crop which has potential of export and then creating a value chain ranging from high quality seed to processing methods and then export to different countries or different states. We are also creating a hub for agricultural commodities export near Jewar International Airport, which will be commissioned in April of next year. We have issues in exporting food grains, but like horticultural products, fruits and vegetable, there is a lot of potential for export in different countries. So we are trying to create a facility where we can have different kind of treatment and packaging and testing facilities from where agricultural commodities can be transported by air route. We are thankful to Plasma Waters because we, with their collaboration, did some experiment in 2 districts of the state and on different crops ranging from wheat to potato. There are some significant improvement in production and productivity, and you can say shape and size of the product with the use of plasma water, but still we have to make it, we have to repeat these experiments to make it acceptable or make it, you can say that, replicable at a large scale. So we are in the process of doing that. So these are some of the highlights about agricultural sector which I thought will be useful for this workshop. So once again, to conclude, I would like to thank Plasma Water for giving me this opportunity of sharing my thoughts with you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I would just quickly introduce you here. I think you're seeing them. They will just say, they will wave a hi, and maybe we come later on to Lucknow to see you. So we have Mr. Ini, who's our chairman of Plasma Water Sink. Ini, can you wave a big hi? I think he's finding it difficult to hear. Alfredo, he's our founder and CIO. We have then Robert, anyway, you know. Anil and Robert, you are very familiar with. Dr. Victor is our global program director from ICRISAT. And Dr. Sairam Reddy, he's the founder CEO of Urban Kisan. I thank you, sir. But before that, it would be really an honor if you can see the FPOs of UP who signed as a result of your initiative that you gave to us in UP. So I'll just quickly name, and I request all of them quickly to come because he has to rush for another meeting. So may I have all the 5 FPOs of UP to come forward and stand on the stage so that sir can see you. Please come quickly. And I will just name everybody. So we have Shri Aura, Raebareli, UP, Mr. Satish Kumar Mishra, Ramashray Agro Producer Company Limited, Barabanki, UP, Mr. Kuldeep Singh, Malawa Agro Farmers Producer Company, Hardoi, UP, Anuj Singh Patel, Jai Gyan Agri Junction Farmer Producer Company, Sultanpur, UP, Mr. Gyan Chandra Tiwari, Cheyaru Farmer Producer Company. This is from Tamil Nadu, but I would like you to come and join the stage. Mr. V.A. Lakshmanan. So I really want to thank you, sir, for giving us this opportunity in UP, because with that one spark, now there is a fire and we are unable to really hold it, but we want this fire to go on. Thank you once again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pragya. Thank you, Robert. And thank you, Anil. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Sangeeta Yadav, basically biochemist by education and seed technologist by profession. I'm here to share my experiences with plasma water. Next. In agriculture, everyone wants seed, and that too, good quality seeds. Why? Because good quality seeds can enhance the yield by 15 to 20% alone. So when I say the good quality seeds are required, what are the seed attributes? For the information of the house, I would like to draw the attention to what we mean by good quality seed. So good quality seed is summation of seed attributes, and there are 6 attributes. And out of these 6 attributes, it is seed viability and the seed vigor. These are the 2 attributes which tells about the ability of the seeds to emerge in the field. Next. So seed viability is nothing but the seed germination. What do you mean by germination? Generally, germination of all the seeds, majority of the seeds are very high. 98%, 100%, 78%. But practically, if you'll observe, when you sow these seeds into the field emergence is very less. It varies from 27% to 78%. And because of this, we see slow and low emergence and the patchy field. Next slide. So in this case, seed vigor is important. Why? If we have got 4 seed lots, which has got high germination potential, but the field emergence is less, from 71% to 84%. So even though a good germinating seed lot is sown at the same time and in the same field, then also there will be a variability in the field emergence. Secondly, if the seeds are showing good germination before storage, and if they are stored even in the same environment, the germination after storage also varies. Thirdly, the seeds are an international commodity. They have to be transported or they have to cross the international borders, right? So they must fit into the rigors of transport. So after transport, even to the same destination, the germination percentage varies. And in this case, the seed vigor comes in. And that's why the seed vigor is very important. It's a complex biophysiological phenomenon which allows the ability of seeds to germinate under unfavorable conditions. And there are large number of methods to enhance the seed germination and seed vigor. Next slide, please. Out of these, the physical methods and the chemical methods are usually done. And during last year, we had talks with the plasma water, and plasma water looks good, And we signed an MOU with Plasma Waters, and this is our JDR, Joint Director Research of ICAR, and Dr. Chinnu Swami Vishwanathan. And the plasma-ized water generating machine was installed in our division in November 2023, next year. And we entered into a contract research project with the Plasma Waters. So first objective was the standardization of seed treatments. So when we say standardization of seed treatments, it means we have to standardize not only the concentration, but also the duration of the plasma-ized water. And for that, in this project, we have selected 4 crops: wheat, mustard, lentil, and tomato. Why? Because wheat represents cereals, mustard represents oilseed, lentil represents proteinaceous crop or leguminaceous crop, and tomato is a vegetable crop. We wanted to see the effect of plasma waters across all these crop species. And the germination was studied at the final count as recommended by ISTA, International Seed Testing Association. Next slide. You can very well see in wheat, the plasma-ized water treatment enhances the seedling length and seed vigor index 1. The seed vigor index 1 is nothing but the multiplication of germination percentage and total seedling length. Next slide. Similar results were seen in mustard, next, lentil, next, and tomato. These were the initial results. Next, since the machine was installed in our division, and like a child who has got a new toy, he loves to experiment. So we also tried, why not use this plasma water in our field? So all these experiments, which I'm going to show, was done to fulfill our scientific curiosity. They have not been validated, so they need further validation and explorations. Next slide. We had a tomato crop standing in our field, so we choose one line of tomato crop containing 100 plants each, and we sprayed with plasma water, and the plasma water was sprayed every 15 days. Next slide. And the disease incidence, specifically of Alternaria alternata, was also recorded in these crops. Next slide. You can very well see the control plant were affected by the disease, but the treated plant has, compared to control, very less disease incidence. The last year we have seen the frost in the pusa, and surprisingly there was no frost damage in the plasma water treated tomato plants. Next slide. Since it was working on the tomato, we thought, why not see how it is affecting the seedlings? So the tomato plants were also sown in the trays, and you can very well see after 1.5 month, the plasma water treated plants were more vigorous compared to the control plants. Next slide. The root analysis indicated that the root in the plasma water treated plants was more robust. There were large number of roots present in these plants compared to the control. Next slide. Similarly, the lentil crop was first treated with the seed treatment of the plasma water, and then after every 15 days till the date of harvest, the plasma water was sprayed in the lentil. Next slide. This is an interesting observation. The 3 varieties were sown in lentil, and we found that out of these 3 varieties, only 2 varieties shows enhance in the seed yield, but 1 variety showed decrease in the seed yield. So this means that varietal differences are observed, and the plasma water need to be standardized with respect to different varieties. Next slide. In wheat also, we treated the seed with plasma water, and the plasma water was sprayed with different concentration. Next slide. we found that the treatment also affected the yield. So not only the varieties, but the concentration of the plasma water to be applied has to be standardized in these crops. Next slide. In the mustard, the increase in seed yield with plasma water was found to be 5.5% and hence over control. Next slide. We were hearing that the plasma water teams were saying that it works wonders in disease control also. So to fulfill our scientific curiosity, we inoculated Alternaria blight in mustard, and we found that the plasma water treated plants showed less incidence of Alternaria blight compared to the control. T1 is the control. You can see the plant didn't survive, while T5 and T3 are the plasma water treated plants. Next slide. The white rust is another disease which is a major disease in mustard, and the plasma water treatment was done after inoculation with white rust in the mustard seeds, and as expected, there was less incidence of white rust in the plasma water treated plants. Next, please. Seed priming is one of the treatment used to enhance the seed vigor. The seed priming involves the three phases. If you see the red line in the diagram here, first phase is the imbibition, second phase is the activation, and third phase is where the radical emergence occurs. So in priming, what we do, we allow the seeds to imbibe water, allow the metabolism to occur, and then, but we do not allow those seeds to protrude the radical. So we stop at the phase between 2 and 3 and we dehydrate back. And these seeds are supposedly be high in seed vigor. Next slide. And this is what we have seen with our plasma water treatment. There was enhanced and enlarged radical emergent at the same time duration in all the crops. I am showing the representation of lentil and the wheat. You can see the enlarged radical in the prime seed compared to the control at the same time. Next slide. The active oxygen species we know is deleterious, right? But it has got two natures. In smaller concentration, these reactive oxygen species act as a secondary messengers and activate the biochemical processes. And this is what the plasma waters is doing. It is activating the reactive oxygen species, which can be seen with high staining of NBT and DAB in the plasma water prime seed, indicating that these reactive oxygen species are acting as a secondary messenger and activating or enhances the germination process. Next slide. The similar results were seen in tomato and lentil. Next slide. So different concentrations of plasma waters with different durations was done, and this is the representative of the seedlings of control with different duration of plasma waters. In lentil, we found that there was a 21% increase in total seedling length, and you will be happy to know that there was the seedling vigor index was enhanced by 27% and 30% in case of lentil. And similar results were found in all the crops. Next slide. This is in case of mustard. Next. Beet seed, you can see the seedlings are very robust compared to the control, and the roots are very robust. And tomato also. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. The root scanning of these treatment was done, and it was found that there was the surface area was more, there was more root tips, and the more fork in case of roots was observed. So what does that indicate? That indicate that these plasma-wise treated plants were able to absorb nutrient more efficiently compared to the control plant, and this absorbed nutrient in turn is able to manifest it in the form of dry weight. So enhanced dry weight was seen in these plant, indicating the increased seed vigor of these plant. Next slides. These are the representations of root scanning in mustard. Next. Beet. Next slide. When I'm saying that plasma water is enhancing not only the germination but seed vigor, what does that mean? The seed vigor is more sensitive index compared to germination in terms of seed quality. Why? Because germination is generally carried out in the controlled environment. But seed vigor, we are testing germination in a field or adverse climatic conditions. So what does it imply? That this implies that the emergence is more rapid and more uniform. They are able to tolerate stressful environment. There will be a less susceptibility to pathogens, and they should have more longevity compared to the control plants. Next slide. These are all our standardization experiments which is still going on. We are still carrying out large permutation combination of plasma water treatment and durations. The future outline of these project work is we'll be studying the physiobiochemical responses of the plasma water compared to control. And the seed enhancement treatment is supposedly be shown to decrease the storability. So we'll be studying the impact of plasma water on the longevity of the seeds. And third, India is a large country. It has got large geographical areas. So whether these treatment which we have standardized will be able to manifest in different agrological zones of India. So large scale demonstrations in different zones of India will also be undertaken. I would like to thank Dr. Ms. Pragya Kalia, MD Plasma Waters, Dr. Mr. Robert, President and Global CEO Plasma Waters, Jerry, and Dr. Sanal, Shiva, and Plasma Waters team for their cooperation and their positive response. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone, although it's like we are passing good morning, but good morning. And my name is Sunita Chaudhary. I am a research scientist, and by training, I'm a crop physiologist. A year back, we started working with Plasma Water team, and some of the key hypotheses we tested with on the Plasma Water technology, which I'm going to present today. Thank you. Can we have a next slide? A little bit, I will take a minute to introduce about ICRISAT. ICRISAT is one of the international research organization which work for semi-arid tropics. It is not only based in India, but across the Africa continent, and we have several hubs in Africa where we are working. As its name itself says, semi-arid tropics, so mostly we are concentrated on the marginal lands. Please have a next click. Some more clicks, please. So it cover large wide area, and we have some mandate crops which we work, which are the major crops of this area, which are semi-arid in nature. Some more clicks, please. And some of our missions and the work which is concentrated on. ICRISAT is one of the international organization which is regulated by CG's Consultative Group of International Agriculture, and we have some more institutions across the globe. Please, next click, please. You can see where those other sister organizations of CG systems are placed across the globe. So this is all about ICRISAT. ICRISAT hold the responsibility not only to work for India, but across the world. And we work for the region which are very driest and where more technology intervention, genetic interventions are required to increase the crop productions so that we can work towards the poverty and hunger. Next, please. So one of the most burning thing is climate change, which is very evident, and we have realized, and the speed of climate change is faster than the crop improvement. For crop improvement, the speed we require to improve the crop productions is somehow we are lacking behind the speed of climate change, and we have to have a several level of interventions if we want to match the speed of climate change. Next one, please. So as I was saying, why it is so difficult, the crop improvement, the speed of crop improvement is because it's a complex trait. It's like it has not only the genetics, but it has environment interactions and management interaction and interactions of all. So therefore, you can see the graph on the right side that yield gap is quite higher. And where the technologies can be more integrated is on management side. There is a team of researchers not only on ICRISAT but also all National Agriculture Research Institute which are working on genetics to improve the genetics, and there is a breeder who work on this G by E. But on M side, on management side, we see there is a lot of scope where we can integrate technology and we can still bridge some of the gaps in the yield. Next slide, please. So as you can see, the theoretical yield potential is quite high, but when we experiment on under full favorable conditions or fully managed condition, we still see a yield gap. When it goes to farmer field, it is like the potential yield of farm is like half of the what theoretically we see, and when it comes to actual, it is like huge reduction in the yield gap. So question is whether we can bridge these gaps. So answer is yes. So while the researchers are trying for the genetic improvement, there is also potential like technology like plasma water can have interventions to bridge this some of the gaps through technology intervention. Keeping this as a main goal, we started working with plasma water technology, and we started answering the key question. We started from very basic. Please, next slide. So very basic research questions we took, like whether this plasma water has the impact on, if we start on germination, seedling growth, early vigor, and if yes, what is the concentration volume, which is the most effective volume where we can apply and have the maximum benefit of plasma water, and how long the effect of plasma water is visible. If I treat today, whether the seed sown after a month still will have same impact. So these are the basic research questions which we started working on. Next slide, please. So we took on two platforms. One is like seed treatment, and second also as a irrigation treatment in initial stages to test under some high throughput platforms. Next one, please. So three of the crops we have chosen under this agreement. One is the sorghum, which is also a mandate crop of ICRISAT, and two of the commercial crop, watermelon and chili. So we try to take the combination of genetic material under test, which are hybrid, also the variety and some of the inbred lines. Some checks, very elite checks were taken for comparison, so that comparison is fair enough to realize the potential of plasma water. Next one, please. Some of the concentration we worked out with plasma water team, and also the concentration which has been worked out, it is in when we give the seed priming or seed treatment in one volume, and if we double the total volume, what will happen? The volume, doubling the volume has a risk. If water treatment priming is too liquid, it will enhance, it can trigger the germination, which we don't want. We wanted it only seed treatment. So careful revision has been taken to realize that how much we can double the volume of the treatment. Next one. Also to test the period of effectiveness, we have done seed treatment, and alternate days we have taken sowing. First day, third day, fifth day, 7th day, up to 15 days we went for testing. Two of the method, one is lab-based method, which is very simple one, fairly petri plate germination test under incubator and also at room temperature. And second testing we have done under our high throughput phenotyping platform, which is called LizzieScan. It is 24/7 monitoring system, which as after sowing it can monitor up to 45 to 60 days the continuous growth in the plant. So we utilize these two systems to test this initial research questions. Next one. So some of the results of in vitro germination studies, what we found. Under germination study, we consider one is very common trait, germination percentage, and then also the seedling vigor, which has been tested under as length of radicle, length of plumule, and seedling dry biomass. Next one, please. So in germination percentage, as you can see, all the plasma water treated concentrations were far behind the tap water, and some of the concentrations were very good. It can take your germination percentage up to 95%, and some are like not that much effective. So our focus is now to optimize which are the concentration and volumes which are more effective, because compared to tap water or non-treated seed, we could see the clear differences with plasma water. Next one, please. This is some of the initial Petri plate pictures where we can see those. Last one is tap water, where we can see those growth is quite slow. It is very, very initial pictures. And we see the seedling after 7 days of sowing. As everyone is showing that showing that this when we treat the seedling, initial growth is quite fast, and that will give an initial establishment of plant, and is very evident like from these pictures, and many series of experiment we did, and we found the similar results. Next one, please. One of the key observation that the root hairs are higher in plasma water treated seed compared to the tap water. It quickly, roots appear quickly, and the hairs also appear very quickly, so that it allows more nutrient absorption, or it could be possible that the whole cells get more permeable for absorption of extra nutrients. Next one, please. This is some of the results of watermelon, where the similar results we found, different concentrations. One thing is very clear that compared to non-treated, all treated one is better. But among the treated, which concentration work, and whether one concentration work across the species, or there is a different concentrations apply for each crop species. Next one, please. This is also a result for chili. Chili initially grow very slow. So we could see that non-treated compared to non-treated, others were having a significant differences, higher growth and a higher biomass accumulation. But the concentration among them is like there is a differences. Next one, please. So if I have to conclude on germination and initial higher biomass, on biomass, dry biomass, we can say that up to seedling stage, you can say that plasma water treatment enhance the germination, especially when your seeds are of lower quality, like the aged seed or the infested seeds, or the seeds which are like having some kind of dormancy. Plasma water enhance the germination much higher than compared to the hybrid or fresh seed. Second is like the germination is faster, and therefore the initial seedling vigor is higher. Therefore the biomass is higher, and in field this initial higher biomass give better establishment of seedlings in the real field, and maybe faster growth. Next one, please. Impact of duration. So this is also we tried, as I was saying, we took the staggered sowing, and this SOP optimization took us some time, and it is not same for each crop. Like sorghum, after 7 days of sowing is good enough to assess, but watermelon 10 days, and chili after 15 days, because it grows quite slower. Next one, please. So what we have seen that in a staggered sowing, at least alternate 3 sowings, like up to 5 to 7 days, the impact is there. Like it is not significantly different than after 5 to 7 days of sowing. So this also means when we treat the seed, up to 5 days very comfortably you can take the sowing, and it will have this more or less same impact on germination and initial seedling establishment. But if we delay sowing more than 7 days, you will observe the impact has diluted and you may not be able to harvest the good benefit of plasma water treated seeds. Next one, please. This is against other crops results where chili, watermelon and sorghum has been compared. More or less it is like up to 7 days there were significant differences, but after that the quality of seed deteriorates and the effect of plasma water dilutes. Next one, please. So the conclusion is that 5 to 7 days is good for at least for this crop which we have tested. For after treatment, if there is a delay in sowing, still we can harvest the maximum benefit up to 5 days. Next one. Seedling vigor. So little bit of information on those plumule and radical growth. Next one, please. So we also, as ICAR has used as a system, we also use the root scanning system to optimize the root surface area, root volume, root diameter, different parameters, because we observed that with plasma water, root growth is faster initial stages, and whether which are the parameter more enhanced to detail, to magnify those details. We use this Windraiser system for optimization of this root rates. Next one, please. So some of the concentration, these are the like, except the last one, all others are different concentrations of plasma water. And you can see the brown one is radical root growth and blue is shoot growth. And we could see some concentration enhance radical growth higher than some concentration which has lower radical growth and enhance the shoot growth, like plumule growth higher. So it's a very fine line between those concentrations, and it acting in a different way. We are yet to explore more detailed experiment on this, but initial 3 experiment result has indicated that there is a different concentration play a different role, and especially in sorghum, it's enhancing some of this higher growth of roots, and those are the one which among all the treated seeds grow faster. Next one, please. This is again, those concentration were hidden because it's a trade secret, but we can see that if we magnify the concentration which are giving higher root growth, it is, and you apply on all 3 crops, you see those radical growth, all darker color of blue, red and green is root growth, and the lighter color is shoot growth. It is enhancing the root growth. So optimizing those concentration which is enhancing more of root growth have a higher chances that initial seedling vigor is high and seed establishment is better. Next one, please. We can see in the pictures also those root hairs and root fibers are more rigorous in some of the treated compared to the tap water. Next one, please. So for to understand this further, we are taking some RNA transcriptomic analysis, what kind of proteins are getting initiated or what are the biochemical pathway which is triggering this kind of responses. For that we are sampling, we have sampled and analysis yet to be done. Next one, please. Second system what we have used is lysimetric system, which is high throughput and continuous monitor the growth. We wanted to see if these responses are, how long it can go. Although early vegetative growth was only we were targeting, but under that if there is a consistent response or particular stage enhance the growth of seedling. So for that coming beyond the seedling stage, we use this facility for assessing what happens after seedling once the high seedling vigor is achieved. So next one, please. Little bit details that it is very robust system. It monitor continuous. It has different bands and laser systems. 3D point cloud is the technology which extract, and it is used from last almost 10 years. We are using it for different kind of optimization. it is very fast, like 4,800 microplot. It can characterize in just 2 hours for 10 morphological trait and 7 spectral traits. So very detailed study we have taken under this lysimetric system. Next one, please. So you can see some of the concentration right from sowing to till early vegetative growth stage is like outperforming compared to other concentration and also compared to the control. Next one, please. This is the same system once we planted and there was a waterlogging, heavy rain episode, but still we were able to differentiate some of the treatments from those experiments also. Next one, please. This is again the result of some more experiments which we have taken. Some concentrations are outperforming compared to other concentration and also compared to the control. Next one, please. This is again different parameters also have the, like plant height is enhanced better than some other concentrations. Next one, please. So we are also testing watermelon and chili on same platform, and some results, some interesting results are there, which is not kept here, but it will be presented in next opportunity. Yeah, you can see those differences coming from those high throughput systems. Next one, please. Yeah, so initial research question which were taken has been answered. The effective concentration has been identified. First and foremost, this plasma water has an impact on germination, and this technology can bridge some of the yield gaps, at least at the farmer field. And those effective concentrations are identified in the crops which we are working with plasma water. Some more concentration we are yet to refine. And if we see how long it can work, so one is important that it is up to 5 days it can work effectively and very comfortably. Also, this technology, if we have tested up to initial early growth, but that also has a value. Whether it will take up to yield or not, that has to be tested. But many of the crop breeding programs are exploiting the early vigor trait because it has a lot of value, like groundnut early vigor enhance the drought adaptation, early vigor help in higher yield. Like those early vigor has an importance because it has initial pegging. Similarly, for some of the arid crops like pearl millet, early vigor has a role in a better yield or better adaptation. So in that way, this trait has quite importance in the breeding programs, and this trait can be further exploited, and this technology can be integrated for those breeding programs which are for early adaptation. Thank you.
I take this opportunity to introduce the moderator for today's panel, Ms. Pragya Kalia, MD, Plasma Waters. Ms. Kalia has set up Plasma Waters in India and is leading the company in India with a strong purpose of creating a deeper and wider impact on the lives of farmers. Though she started her career as an economist with CII, she has been a business leader for more than 2 decades now, with cross-functional stints across consumer-centric domains like consumer durables, BFSI, healthcare, and oil and gas, with leading brands such as Eureka Forbes, Philips, IFB, ICICI, and ExxonMobil. Ms. Kalia has held several country-level leadership positions for the past many years in companies widely ranging from the startup to a steady state. She is a postgraduate in economics and completed her MBA in marketing from Symbiosis. She is an ADP alumnus of the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania and has a keen interest in design thinking, digital marketing, and data science. She considers herself to be an eternal student, and as we have all discovered by now, she's a heartfulness meditator and a trainer for many years now. So I now invite Ms. Pragya to take the panel discussion forward.
Thank you so much, Darshwinder. Let me just begin by introducing the panelists, and it is an honor to be with you all. Uh, I have a lot of learnings that I'm going to have today from this panel discussion, and I request my audience to just bear with us for a few more minutes if you are hungry, because we are going to be really, I think a lot of food for thought is going to come from this panel discussion, and then we'll serve you real food. Okay, so let's begin. Dr. Victor, he's the Global Research Program Director, Enabling Systems Transformation. He's a Ghanaian citizen, is a seasoned agricultural economist and research for development practitioner. He holds a PhD in agricultural economics from Germany. With over 22 years of expertise, he's adept in research management, program design, implementation, feasibility assessment, impact evaluation, and resource allocation. He oversees R&D for 6 clusters: technology adoption and impact assessment, markets, institutions, and policies, agri-business innovation platform, nutrition, dietary behavior, and smart foods, gender and youth, and knowledge management and capacity development. Victor advocates public-private partnerships to drive agricultural innovations, enhancing production systems, market efficiencies, agri-business models, and policy reforms. He is skilled in integrated economic biophysical modeling, optimizing agrarian water use at river basin levels for sustainability. I welcome you, Victor.
Thank you very much, Pragya.
We have our panelist number 2, Dr. Shiv Kumar Yadav. He is the principal scientist and head ICAR IARI Regional Station Karnal. He is seed technologist by education and experience. He has vast experience on seed quality, evaluation and enhancement. He has also worked on nucleus and breeder seed production of field crops, besides varietal development and DUS testing of pigeon pea, mustard, and tomato. He is currently working as the head of Regional Station Karnal, which is dedicated to nucleus and breeder seed production of field and vegetable crops. He has been the outstanding teacher and involved in guidance of PG students of IARI since 2005. He is winner of several awards for his contribution in agriculture in general and seed science in particular. Welcome you, sir. We have Mr. PVS Suryakumar, former Deputy Managing Director of National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, that is NABARD. He joined NABARD in 1986 and has handled a variety of functions, appraisal, funding, and monitoring of projects, headed and implemented various types of programs, training policies, advocacy, and communications. Academically, he obtained a master's in plant genetics from the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi in 1986. He is a Commonwealth scholar and obtained master's in sustainable development from UK. He undertook the 25th Management Education Program at the IIM Ahmedabad, that is Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad in 2001. He is an associate of Indian Institute of Banking and Finance. He is an author of cases, contributed to newspapers on policy issues, and published 2 books on cases in sustainable agriculture. Welcome you, sir. The next on the panel is Dr. Dinesh Kumar Chauhan. He's Head Agribusiness and Innovation Platform, ICRISAT. Dr. Chauhan is a seasoned agribusiness professional with 22 years of experience in leadership roles across non-profit and private sectors. Dr. Chauhan has a proven track record in business development, resource mobilization, and international partnerships. He brings with him expertise in agtech, good agricultural practices, fresh produce quality management, and techno-economic feasibility analysis. He holds a PhD in management a master's in agribusiness, and a second master's in food technology, along with significant exposure to global context. He's well known within the industry circles and is a recognized public speaker. Welcome you, Dr. Chauhan. Last but not the least, our very friend and inspirer, Anil Kumar SG. He is the founder and CEO of Samunati. His passion to bring resounding impact in the agri ecosystem led to the establishment of India's largest enterprise, Samunati Group. His vision was translated to Samunati's mission, which is to create an open agri network to unlock the $1 trillion plus potential of Indian agriculture with smallholder farmers at the center of it. Anil has close to 3 decades of experience in the areas of rural, retail and agribusiness. Anil's professional journey has lent him an understanding of Indian smallholders farmers. Prior to Samunati, Anil was the co-founder and trustee of IFMR Trust and the CEO of IFMR Rural Channels. Anil holds a master's in management from the Asian Institute of Management, Manila. He also holds a master's in business administration from Symbiosis, my senior, and a graduate degree in humanities from Osmania University, Hyderabad. Welcome you, Anil. So without further ado, I think you all are dying to hear the panel. And it's my pleasure to welcome all the panelists to this conversation on innovation and tech in agriculture, a solution to global challenges in the connected world. This is going to be the part 1. And the part 2 is how to define a roadmap to unlock India's potential to contribute to the world. As part 2, right? So let us begin. So let us quickly understand from all of you, what according to you are the top 1 or 2 challenges which we are talking about, which is really faced by the world today? What are we solving for?
Yeah, thanks, Pragya. So I think that, throughout the world, everybody is crying, about food systems that we are struggling with. I mean, we are in a time when, there has been so much, food produced, but the challenges we have is to produce the food sustainably and to also ensure that what we eat is that nutritious enough and brings out the desired health outcomes. I think that has been the major challenge, and this is throughout the world, whether developed or developing country. Now, what is critical, and of course, in some countries, particularly in developing and middle income countries, there are issues, related to the production side, yield gaps. So, if you take countries like Africa, when it comes to, for example, fertilizers, they are not even producing, the minimum. Some countries are around, let's say, 8 kilograms per hectare of fertilizer. So definitely not meeting those yield gaps. India, for example, is around 180 kilograms per hectare of fertilizer. So of course, the challenge here is that we also now have, once you have put in more fertilizers, and if it is chemical fertilizer, the challenge you have is that then you also have pollution of the environment and issues related to biodiversity loss. So that's for the production side. Even where the resources are there, you need to ensure that you are producing them and producing them sustainably without causing harm to the environment. Now, on the supply side, I think there's so much that is in terms of in the demand side, so much food, but the challenge that we have is how nutritious and healthy they are. This is a problem also, within so many countries, and we're struggling at the moment to ensure that people can eat healthy food. So that's one of the challenges that we have, and I think that combined with that, it's also issues related to policy, enabling policy to support, some of the things that we do for both the demand and the supply side. So I think these are challenges and innovations, digital innovations. We've heard a lot this morning already. The plasma water itself, issues related to blockchain, digitalization, geospatial sciences. These are actually the ways to be able to help us unlock some of these challenges that we do. But I think I'll stop here and let others take from.
Yes.
Thank
please.
you very much, Dr. Victor, for making my job easy. I 100% agree that there are challenges of the climate. There are problems of environmental degradation. I would also add to it that there are a problem of resource constraints. The population is growing and resources are limiting. So with the growing food demands, agriculture is facing constraints of whether it is water, soil health, biodiversity, of course, alongside increasing the pressure to reduce the emissions as well. We are talking about the carbon footprints. Climate resilience is very much a need of the hour, and farmers around the world are actually increasingly vulnerable to climate-related risks. So we need to develop resilient systems to ensure that there are consistent production and the food security of the globe is ensured. One more important thing is that whether we talk of food production system or supply chain or the knowledge system, they are actually interdependent. So we need to connect them. So connectivity is missing. Thank you very much.
I would be much more basic, very philosophical when you're talking about the problems at the global scale. There are two words which the economics people and philosophers use: interconnectedness, and some people also say decoupled. Actually, some people say everything is decoupled. Sometimes economists use the word, we are decoupled. Indian economy is decoupled. I think two instances make us really think whether these two words, which one is really correct. I think in 2020 in June, there is something called as a global dust plume, which flew all the way across Atlantic from Sahara Desert all the way to New York and to Amazon Basin. And little later, COVID happened and the whole economy across the world came to a grinding halt. This little acceptance that anything living on the world is interconnected makes us become humble and look at problems in a different level. This little acceptance of interconnectedness of all living beings would bring in universal brotherhood. Yes, it is not easy, but this would enable us to make us take little baby steps to really go a little forward. Unless until we accept everything is interconnected, we can never find a solution. Forget about global level, even for the country. Especially anything living is interconnected. Thank you.
Yeah. So I would agree with the previous speakers, and maybe the bigger challenges for agriculture is, as you all know, that their land obviously is shrinking, arable land is shrinking, and the population is multiplying at a rapid pace. And then there are a lot of global changes which are happening across the globe, and especially with the climate change which is happening now, it is becoming much more difficult for us to plan ahead and how to address all these challenges. On the one side, we may find that there are surpluses of commodities on the supply side at some parts of the world. On the other side, we will see that there are a lot of people who are unable to get those commodities, and there is a acute shortage of those commodities. This is not happening at the global level, but it is also happening at a regional level and maybe at the country level as well. Being an agriculturist and working in the industry, we can definitely see there are a lot of pain points which needs to be addressed, right? So we can also see that there are a lot of innovative technologies which are now available, but then there is another challenge in how to scale these technologies, how to take up these technologies, how to make people understand the use cases of these technologies, and what role we from industry can play for the adoption of those technologies, right? And then whether those technologies are always suitable at all the locations or it has to be specific, right? So we also have to understand those challenges. And also there are a lot of inefficiencies in the value chains, right? So it is not always that we have to always focus on the productivity, right? So maybe there are other areas in supply chain which can be, if handled efficiently and the right information is available at the right point of time, then maybe we can do with less as well, right? So on the one hand, there are developed economies in the world where we are wasting a lot of food on the plate. On the other hand, there are underdeveloped economies of the world where we are wasting a lot of food or commodities at the field level. So we have to work on all these fronts, and technology plays a very important role. But the next challenge is that how to scale those technologies, how to make those technologies adoptable in countries and economies like India and Africa, where we have a lot of small and marginal farmers over there, how to focus on collective farming. Our friends are doing a lot of things around that. Then there is a challenge of finance. We also see a lot of urbanization which is happening now, and then there is a lot of shift in food habits across the people, across the globe, on the cities and all those places. We have to address those things. Parallelly, we have to also focus on nutrition. So there are a lot of challenges which are happening. How we can connect all these dots and find a solution under the climate crisis, right? So that is again another thing. Yeah, thank you.
One of the biggest takeaways for me ever since Samunathi's journey is that irrespective of which geography or climatic zone or the country you represent, the plight of smallholder farmers is the same. Lack of access to financial services, lack of access to markets that they can buy and sell, and most importantly, not having a safety net to switch or adapt to newer technologies, because any of these switches failing would be debilitating to them in terms of how vulnerable they are economically. Second challenge that is enhancing or pronouncing this situation for the smallholder farmer is the climate change. It is only accelerating the problem, and hence appreciating the fact that smallholder farmers across the world, including the presentation that we had earlier in the day from Madagascar, only validated the point that smallholder farmers need a comprehensive solution, and that's the biggest challenge.
So thank you for all those perspectives and the collection of challenges that we have seen. I mean, it's too many. It looks like that we are literally, totally surrounded by multiple challenges. But the good thing that I heard from all of you is that while we need to be connected, that's a very important point, that we need to remain connected as different boundaries, human beings, doesn't matter. But at the same time, self-sustainability is equally important. So a combination of both is probably the sweet sauce that we have to arrive at. So my next question to all of you is, we have decent introductions of technologies and innovations in the agri space. Huge amount that has happened in last, several years and a decade or so. What are the impediments or rather roadblocks that you see in bringing them to the real world? And I think I would really ask Anil to begin with your view on this. Impediments and roadblocks of bringing these technology to the real world.
Well, Pragya, I will take the real world as when the farmer would start using it and paying for it.
Absolutely.
Let's take that as the use case. It is very, very important for the farmer to see a positive correlation between using the technology, paying for it, and that resulting into additional income for them. if that causal equation or causal factor is not established unambiguously, that use of, I'm taking this as an example, use of plasma waters resulting into economic gains and hence charging for it is the perfect equation, which I'm confident after the field trials, of course.
Correct.
If that causal equation is not clear or is ambiguous, then the farmers would hesitate not only to pay but also to try it out. Classic example that we have as a test case and a successful case is the dairy industry. Indian farmers moved from the traditional ways of propagation of the cattle to after the Operation Flood to the artificial insemination, because they knew that the artificial insemination would propagate the economic well-being, because the cow gets impregnated, then you have the calf, and then that starts yielding milk, and hence paying 250 to 300 rupees to a paravet is an investment and not an expenditure. Contrary to that, you go to an insurance product. Most of the rural households are not insured. The prevalence of insurance is abysmally low in the Indian rural households, because it gets sold as an investment, and if they feel that if for any reason I have not used the insurance as a cover, should I get my money back? So any technology that aspires to get adopted and paid for in the context of the smallholder farmer needs to have this correlation, this attribution of use this and hence you will get more money. And getting more money is linked to using this. Both, corollary is also an important dimension. That's where we have to focus on. Or else you tell them AI and ML, and I go to the satellite and see the picture and I'll tell you what is there in your field. They say I go to my field every day, I know what is there in my field. You don't need to tell me that.
Yes.
But the other AI could be a good example. The artificial insemination could be a good example to see how this positive correlation between spending and earning can be linked to the new technology. That's it.
So, Dr. Chauhan, I want to take this to little outside the boundary. Now, tech and innovation, there are a lot of startups in the country and also from the other side of the world, right? How do we really, institutes like ICRISAT, which has international presence, what do you think could be the role of such institutes in actually cross-breeding these, intelligent technologies and innovations and ensuring that this really gets adopted? Do you see any, I would say, ray of hope on that area?
Yeah, so yes, obviously yes, and if I talk about like ICRISAT and especially agribusiness and innovation platform, which actually I lead, we are actually one of the oldest incubation platform in the country, and we are the first one as an incubator in the country for that matter. For the benefit of all, like more than 22 plus incubators in the country were trained and capacitated by us. So most of the startups and technologies which currently you find in India, especially in food and agri value chain, they are directly or indirectly emerged out of AIP within ICRISAT. And then what I see that the advantage of platforms like AIP within ICRISAT, how we operate, is that we actually work very closely with all these startups and the technologies available and who are incubated with us. And we also identify newer technologies. We reach out to them ourselves as well and help them in scaling up. Plus, we also integrate the lot of research which is happening under various programs within ICRISAT. And we take those technologies along with the startup technologies, we combine both of them and then take this to implement on the ground as well. So we also implement a lot of these cross-cutting experiments on the ground. We actually do a lot of these programs with donor support and multilateral support, and we have seen a good amount of outcome of those kind of implementation on the ground. But I see that there is still a lot of work to be done. Whatever we have done, we need to take it to the next level. We have been able to do work at a larger scale. Maybe, for example, we have done programs running across the states and across geographies as well. But I think for the matter, there are a lot of good and encouraging technologies. We have seen the adoption also on the ground. But then another challenge which Anil was saying, that how to make it scalable and whether how to take it to the next level when the community comes forward and adopts those technologies, right? And maybe once the farmer sees the profitability by adopting those things and significant amount, then they will be willing to come forward. And there has to be also some concentrated effort from all these tech companies and startups to see and focus on that front as well. So it is very important to add value to the outcome. There may be a technology which may be very good, but does the technology is really adding to the outcome of the farmer? And if it is not at 10x level or 5x level, maybe the adoption will not be happening, right? So we need to see from as an incubator, as a startup founder or maybe innovator, I have to see that what real value I am going to add and solve those complex problems. Until and unless that is happening, the adoption will not happen. And definitely the organization, the institute like ICRISAT and other research organization, they have got a lot of research within their portfolio. The problem is that whether they are getting translated into the field or not. So in that case, the verticals like AIP plays a very critical role for adoption part of it. Yeah, thank you.
So taking that forward, Surya sir, you have been with NABARD for so long, and that is one bank which really does a lot and understands the pulse of the farmers on one side, and on the other side, the entire financial ecosystem is managed by you guys for the rural India. What is your take? Do you think the technology and the innovations which are right now present in India for the Indian farmers, do you think they are relevant for Indian farmers? And do you think there is a role that a government organization like NABARD has to play in bringing those in the forefront, even educating the farmers to really go for the adoption?
I would look at it like this. Technology plays a major role, and technology has helped Indian farmers a large extent. You used a word called sustainable green revolution. I think all of us are eating our food because of the green revolution. There should not be any iota of doubt. But is the green revolution, technology which went into green revolution, continues to be sustainable is a big question. I think which we can, if you really want this green revolution to be, Dr. Swaminathan used a word called evergreen revolution. We are using a word called sustainable green revolution. I think one little fact, if you really look at it, the food grain production from 1950s to now has gone up more than 6 times. When the food grain production has gone up by 6 times, has the income for the farmers also, has it gone up by 6 times? The answer is no.
No.
When to make a green revolution sustainable, which is obviously led by technology, and there are technologies available, plasma water is one, unless until you make some extra money into the pockets of the farmer, no technology is as good. Green revolution worked, now it is causing a problem. But if you really, suppose if you want me to back it up with some data which recently came into the market, a farmer with 5 members, his monthly income is 13,661 rupees. His debt is 7 times to 13,661, almost a lakh rupees. And 57% of the farmers still depend on agriculture. Almost 50% of the people still don't have access to financial, what you call formal financial system. So how do we really make this sustainable? If at all, if anything has to be sustainable, if at all, if any there is so much of technology available. So the artificial insemination, which Anil just now said. So unless until we make the technology bring more money to the farmers, it will not be sustainable. I think One more problem, I think, one more bottleneck, which I always believe and say. I came from the Indian Council of Agriculture Research System. I studied in Andhra Pradesh Agricultural University. I studied in Indian Agricultural Research Institute. And I have seen agriculture closely during my 37 years across the country in 9 states. See, green revolution is caught up in a time wrap which is based on a technology which came in at some point in time. So, but so many things have changed. Unlearning becomes very difficult for an established science which looked at agriculture from a particular way. The whole agriculture system in the country, systems, processes, architecture, is anchored on 1970s, 80s model. So, for example, when you say plasma water is there, so it is technically not part of the science. Many people say, hey, why should I do it? I think there is much more simpler thing called method of growing rice with alternate wetting and drying. It's called a system of rice intensification. We gave money to an organization to grow this on 12,000 hectares in Karnataka, and all the money came back. That means the system has worked. Does the formal science agree? The formal science doesn't agree. Still. So, how do we live in a world which is like this? Is create more examples. For example, if plasma water is working, when we create several examples, they would stare at the system and system would slowly change. System doesn't easily change because there is a hubris always. So creating more examples, creating a tipping point is what counts. And we need to do marketing, we need to do education, we need to do everything. That is how technology can be integrated quickly into the system.
So my takeaway is economic participation for farmers is extremely important.
Yes.
And I also hear you say that somewhere the science textbooks need to be relooked at.
Honestly, yes. I think again, I'm not accusing anyone. The reason why I'm saying is I studied science. I have friends in the system, but I also worked across the country. I see what happens. For example, so Indian Green Revolution was based on one soil science textbook which all of us studied. I still remember the name I purchased. It's called Buckman and Brady. It is a soil science which is based on temperate agriculture. India is tropical agriculture. So we should have a system, we should have books which are tailored to India. Why do we really still believe in Buckman and Brady? So we used it, we need to progress. But still hubris catches you, always. Every system, hubris is the word.
So my next panelist, Dr. Shiv Kumar, has already got his question and from you, and he needs to now tell us how do we really cut down on the innovation cycle from the lab to the field? How do we really reduce the period? Because on one side, for startup companies, you know, the runway is always very short. And if the path to the good, doing the good to the world is too long, then the doer is not going to survive. And on the other side, our science books need to be reviewed, and we still are, we still have the path to cover. So what do you say? How do you really see this solving for?
Well, really tough questions he has posed, but certainly I myself belong to a farming family, and since last 28 years, I'm in the National Institute and working very closely with the farmers all through 28 years. So I'll take 2-3 minutes of your time. When we say technology, why it is not adapted? First and foremost thing, Anil sir very rightly said, Surya sir also said, it is all about economics. If farmer finds it economically viable, you need not to run after him or her. They will come to you, sir, madam, I want this technology. And of course, the agricultural technologies are different than the other commercial technologies. So the module for adoption should be different, as Johan sir has rightly pointed out about it. that we cannot have the same system of technology adoption for the agricultural technologies to the farmers. Particularly in India, these holdings are small, the farmer is generally poor or absentee farmers like us. So my point here is that we really need to see at the development process how friendly, farmer friendly that technology will be if you are developing some technology. So 2 points, farmer friendly technology and economically viable technology when it comes to technology. Education of the farmer is again very important. In fact, it is a vicious cycle. The people who are poor are less educated, and those who are less educated, they are, say, poor. It is like that. So education through demonstrations, through trainings, it is really lacking. If at all we are to transfer technologies, there should be a proper education of the farmer, and that is very much required. When we talk of new technology, there are issues of transfer of technology. There is, means when I say transfer of technology, even I work in a government organization. My scientist in the next room doesn't trust me. Really, I'm honest about it. And if we talk about public-private partnership, that is really again a big issue. We do not want to share our material with public and private, and private doesn't want to share anything with us. This is also a fact. So confidence is lacking. Again, our policymakers. First and foremost thing, I believe that our policymakers should also need to be educated. They do not understand what it is. BT is a burning example in India. So not going into much details about the BT, but of course, when it comes policies, sometimes people like Surya sir at the helm of affairs, they make the policy. When it comes to implementation, people like me, they will be dumped. So it is revamping the whole system, which is very much required. So so that the risk-taking capacity of the farmer is improved, and farmer adopts the technology which is economically viable and farmer friendly. This is my point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'll just quickly ask one question to Victor, and then I want to jump to our part 2 because that's very important and people are waiting for that. So Victor, talking about public-private partnership, which is your core subject, what is that one thing that you will change to make the public-private partnership work?
Yeah, I think now we're moving into this era that I'm sure a lot of you have heard. We're getting more into what we call social enterprise. Yeah, so which is where also the public-private partnership comes in. The challenge is exactly what you said. You know, public will always see, you know, things in terms of, you know, benefits to public, of course, which does not necessarily reconcile with the profit-making, you know, optimization of the private sector. So I have been involved in several projects like that, you know, where somewhere along the line, the private sector says, no, we want to change and get this done. Of course, the business is dynamic. So you should be able to, you know, make those adjustments. And sometimes when we work in project mode, it becomes very difficult. One of the things that I would just want to emphasize, based also on what colleagues have said, is and this issue of, you know, you may have a good model, you know, and all that, but what is critical in this adoption is about one thing we call scaling readiness. Is the technology ready for scale? And that is an assessment that has to be done. You know, I'm happy, for example, like Plasma Waters, you are doing it. When it gets to the farmer's field, trust me, we've all done a lot of research, but I'm sure there are a lot of farmers here. Farmers do a lot of research. I have seen in Africa, and I'm probably sure that's happening here, where a farmer was mixing weedicide with fertilizer to apply on the field. And I was like, what is wrong with you? Then he said, yeah, you don't know because you sitting there listening, you don't know what is happening here on the field. Because I was like, how? Weedicide and fertilizer? Yes, but they are also doing research. So the challenge we have is that, you know, we have to ensure that these things are adaptable on the farmers' situation. And I think we mentioned a lot of it here. Of course, in this story that I was saying, I later on tried to find out, and I think that this mixing that, I don't know how it came, was able to kill a particular pest. Yeah, I was very surprised because the work that I do, we normally go and do impact assessments. We have spend time, talk to the farmers, what are the similar things that they do, and they will share all the jokes with you. So that's one critical thing. Now, the other issue here in this kind of public-private partnership is the inclusivity. In most cases, maybe research will design something and then it says it's good for you. But then you also have to think, is the private entity, the public, but also the farmer. Where is the inclusivity? And the inclusivity is both gender and also, in these days, another problem we probably didn't mention is the high youth unemployment. And a lot of our farmers are aging and we are not getting the youth to get into agriculture. So if anything that we need to do, of course, the gender, we need to ensure women are inclusive. We cannot think for them. I just give you an example. There was an advert in Ghana talking about drones. So they advertised, they wanted people to come and then they train them. So in the advert, it says drone technician. That's what they put in the daily papers. They just got about 50 applications. So a consultant who was told them, on this youth and gender expert, he told them, let us change this to drone pilots.
Yeah, absolutely.
In 2 days, they received more than 3,000 applications. The same advert. Yeah. So I think the issue here is about, like I said, making sure that whatever model that you have, public, private, it's inclusive, it considers the youth, gender, and then there's also the local ownership. If they see it as some kind of freebie coming, they will not. And that is very typical, especially for those of us who implement projects. Oh, this is project, this is government money. That will never be sustainable. And we have examples, for example, we have these primary and secondary processing centers that we established, some in Anantapur, where we have local production, local ownership, women's collectives. So they own this thing. We handhold them for like 3 years, and then they run it on their own. And that has been so successful because then we also have institutional buyers. So the food that they produce, this ready to cook, ready to eat food, goes to the Angawali centers. So we call it a convergence model. And just 2-3 days ago, we shared this when I was in a conference in Zimbabwe and with the World Food Program. And they are very much interested in getting that done in Malawi. And so as I sit now, I have to send one of my staff from India because they want the model from here. So to go to stay there for like 4 months to help them develop that program. So these are some of the things that are very, very critical. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think you touched many, many important points, and you have already kind of set a very good context for the next part of the conversation, which is about unlocking India's potential to contribute to the world, which is laying a roadmap, right? So coming to my personal experience of 2 years, visiting villages and meeting farmers, has been that most of the companies just go to them and claim some benefits, and there are enough options for them in the to really choose from, and sometimes they get confused, and so they don't do anything. That is one. Second, I have seen that there is, as you said rightly, there is always an influencer, a local influencer, who's more believed than anybody else. And third thing that I heard from you, which is also I can share with you, that personal experience, that farmers are scientists. And I think the way they approach the whole farming is so amazing. And that leads to the question of how do we now, we have so much of talent, even in the rural belt of India, if you see, if we are empowering the youth and bringing all these technologies and giving it into their hands, training them, then there are chance and hope that, things will probably look different and better. And that takes me to the next round of conversation on entrepreneurship. And I see that this entire rural entrepreneurship as a model for villages that we spoke about yesterday also under Model Village. And I think Samunati has done a fabulous work on that, collecting different elements which are important to develop a village. So question to you, Anil, how do we really now, there are pockets of excellence here and there. There are a lot of organizations I've heard doing great work. How do we really collect all of this and bring it to the forefront? It's like uniting the center of excellences of company X, organization Y, government B, organization or research institute A. How do we bring all of them together? Is there a way or methodology that we kind of work with everybody and bring it to the forefront, like what we were trying to do in the model village? Can you throw some light, because you're working with so many number of startups and organizations?
Well, each one of us have to become Zubin Mehta's or Ilayaraja's. You need to orchestrate, because there are so many wonderful initiatives that are happening in the agri ecosystem that, each one of us, if we understand how these things are happening, and if we pick one virtue, which is collaboration, as a primary intervention, then a lot can happen. The moment we say, no, I want to lay the road, I want to also manufacture the car, and then I want to sell both the road and the car to people to make money, then it becomes difficult. This is where I see the promise that the FPO as a segment is offering us as a country. Because FPOs are for me like the highways. They provide access to the farmer. Can we then look at all the interventions that we have as vehicles that can be applied on the highway, so that the FPOs will become the window to the world for the smallholder farmers, whether it is for input, whether it is for market linkages, whether it is for information, whether it is for access. And then they get to benefit from all the interventions coming in. I think once we look at collaborating with all the players, we work with many incubators that Dr. Dinesh mentioned about. We have an ongoing MOU with the CRISAT on your agri incubation program for machine manufacturers for millets. And millets is another fantastic value chain where we launched a couple of years ago an initiative called United by Millets, where all of us who are part of this millet value chain are united by what is required for millets. Right? So, it's easier said than done, Pragya. It is more an aspiration and a prayer that all of us need to have. But the only way that I feel where we can unlock this is working with the FPOs, empowering them to play the role of institutions, and then each, we heard Manoj sir talking about agri-economic zones. It was music to my ears, because 4 years ago I was saying that each FPO can actually be potential in agri-economic zone, because they can have an input shop, they can have, a information dissemination center on good agricultural practices, then handhold the cultivation as a process so that responsible usage of chemicals would happen, then have a procurement center, then have a primary processing, secondary processing, and the micro economic zone that they represent can be sold. And there are FPOs which are doing parts of all of this. We have an FPO from Cheyyar. There is an FPO in Virudhunagar where they actually procure rice, convert that into dosa batter and sell to their people. And that dosa batter is 50% cheaper than what we find online from ID and Tayar. Right? So there are entities which are doing it. But can we proliferate? Can we showcase examples in terms of doing it? That's important.
Okay, so one last point, and I just want to have any one of you can just quickly take a shot on that, is A, do you believe India can contribute to the world? And if yes, then how?
There is no doubt about it. I have the mic, I would tell you. Okay. We are going to be the provider of food security for the world, and I have no doubt about it. We have to make it happen. That's it.
Yes, I think Surya sir.
Technically, It is a possibility, huge possibility, because India has such a vast, what you call agroclimatic zone number, vast, so many crops, very informed farmers. We need to put things together. That's it. I think in Telugu there is a, since we are in Hyderabad, there is a word used in Andhra Pradesh, combined Andhra Pradesh, I mean to say, Bhayam and Bhakti. Bhayam is fear, Bhakti is respect. That means when you have respect towards organizations and people, things will fall in place. I think the respect for institutions, both private, public, if they go up, if they act in such a way, things will are possible. Not self-aggrandizement, collaboration.
Wait, I think, okay. Yeah, then Dr. Chauhan. Yeah, no, please continue.
So I would like to add, like, no doubt about, like, India has a potential, right? So we have seen on the ground, and not only in the developed states, progressive states, but even the backward states of the country, the farmers are so progressive. They just need the hand-holding support, right? So they are ready to grow like anything. You only just need to give them some small support. Like what Victor was saying, that we work very closely with women's self-help groups and empowered them with technology, gave them the technology, and then they are doing a beautiful work, right? So we all have to give them support in terms of infrastructure, in terms of technology, and they are ready to explode. So there's no doubt about it. Yeah, thank you.
So, I mean, I think that is a no-brainer question. Yeah. We at ICRISAT, my own personal experience, and we do have what we call a dryland academy, where it's a kind of a one-stop capacity building shop for us. Now, in the past 3-4 months, the requests that we've had, particularly from Africa, of people who want to come and see technology here in India, so that they can also go back and use it, huge. Just last week, I think he was with a team from Uganda. The previous 2 weeks, there was some other group, and in November, there's 2 groups coming from Nigeria. Myself, when I travel, mostly when I'm in Africa, and people get to know that I'm in India, everybody's on me. We want to come visit. So people know, especially on this ICT and also on this digitalization. You know, when I tell people that I can go and buy meat by the roadside and pay from my phone, they get surprised. So that there's no doubt, and there's a huge opportunity, particularly also in areas like farm mechanization, because there have been a lot of programs from MEA where they've sent Indian experts to go and help in-country fabrication of machinery and train them how to maintain them. So that is a sustainable model, not important from another country, and then people are not able to maintain it. So that is there, and particularly in Africa, I can 100% attest to that.
Yes, Joseph.
Thank you. Actually, India has shown during the Corona times that it was the only agriculture sector which was growing by 4%, right? Rest of the sectors were probably not that effective, and because of which we survived and we rather thrived. So undoubtedly, I agree to all of the panelists that yes, we have the potential, we can deliver it to the world. But my point of say contention, or what should I say, we need to focus on innovation-driven agricultural system. We need to develop that. Say, for example, only one technology, since we are here for the plasma waters, it can say serve 3 SDG goals. Number 2, which is no hunger. So, because no hunger means there will be requirement of food which can be there by the enhanced productivity. Then less of the soil pollution or the climate resilience. This is, if you use plasma water, then of course there will be less use of other chemicals, pesticides, and therefore, number 13 is climate. So means only one technology can serve for serving the 3 SDGs. So there are so many say technologies which need, but certainly policy support is important. I would reiterate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you all the dear panelists. I think that was a lovely discussion that we had, and I could learn so much today from all of you. I think I'm not satisfied yet because I wanted to continue the conversation, but I'm cognizant of the fact that my audience has not had their lunch, so food for thought is not enough. They really need actual food. So let's do one thing. We will continue our conversation in a podcast series. And I would like to announce that we will begin that podcast series very soon on Plasma Water's platform.